logo, you guys on screen, and then put a logo up, and then you can go. So give me a second.
And welcome, world. Here we are at the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. I am Miles Hasquist. Next to me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off qualifying. We're going to start out with the 4900 Can-Am UTV class.
Yes, it's going to be exciting. The course has been well watered this week because we've had some weather, but definitely the drivers are excited. We're excited. They're out there lining up right now and just getting ready to go off the line. It's going to be an exciting afternoon here. The 4900s are qualifying first, and then later on they race.
The reason they are qualifying first because they will be racing this afternoon at 4 p.m. This is all Central Time. We'll be racing. We'll be qualifying today, this afternoon, and then racing this evening. So be sure to tune in all day long, and then tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time, racing all day long. And this is for the Nitto National Championship. So a lot on the line here at the Crossbar Ranch. It's going to be an amazing day, amazing weekend here. We absolutely love it here at the Crossbar Ranch. It is owned by the city of Davis, but it's actually ran by Justin and Trotter. You can come out here year-round, except for there's a small time they close for hunting, but it's only $30 per day. This is an amazing course. It's got roughly 6,500 acres with over 200 miles of trail riding out here. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got the go-fast stuff. It's got the rock crawling. It's got the creek crossings. And a few days ago during pre-running, we saw a lot of mud.
Oh, yes, so much mud. The teams were having some issues bringing their big race haulers in. The course, what they did is they ended up coming in and they brought in a bulldozer, and they tried to push out as much mud as they could, and then they just brought in a bunch of gravel. So it made it easier for all of our race teams to get in.
Yeah, it's been fun. I've been out here since Monday. We've been setting up course and getting everything lined out for everybody here. So again, thank you everybody at home for tuning in, and thank you for all of our racers and fans that are here on site. It's going to be one heck of a weekend, so be sure not to miss any of it. We should be kicking off qualifying here very shortly. We'll do the 4900 Can-Am UTV class first. Then we'll do the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Then the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then the 4400 Unlimited. And there is Power Hour today. So the top 10 in national points will be our Power Hour later on this afternoon. Again, we are in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. They have about 35 camp spots here. They're with water and electricity, but they have unlimited dry camping. There's lots of area out here to spread out. There is a dump station on site, and they are butted up and partnered with Turner Falls. Turner Falls, if you check it out, it's an amazing place. They've got a 77-foot waterfall. They got hiking trails, caves, trout fishing, cabins, and much, much more. Davis, Oklahoma is located in south central Oklahoma between Oklahoma City and Dallas, Texas. Population is roughly 2,700 feet. Elevation is 852 feet. It's located in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. And it's going to be one heck of a show. The short course is about 1.5 miles, Pam, so it's going to be very interesting. And talking about, let's do some scenarios. Normally when they qualify, they have all night to work on their car, but the UTV, the Can-Ams, do not. They qualify first. They got about an hour or so to get their car ready and get ready for a long race. They'll be doing 3 laps this afternoon, so it's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of strategy. Normally qualifying, you kind of leave it all on the line, but you don't have time to fix your car.
No, definitely not. But what's good about them qualifying today first and then racing tonight, tomorrow, they don't have to get up as early and race, which is a good thing for all of them. And
we kick off at 10 a.m. Central Time.
Exactly. But today, while you're watching, you can watch the live tracking, and you can see their scores live at live.ultra4racing.com. And during the race, what's really exciting is we have racing tracks here. And racing tracks, you can go to livemap.racingtracks.com, and you can see where they're at on course. So you can track your favorite drivers. You can just see where they are at, how many laps. It'll actually tell you the speed that they're going as well. And so you can track just one driver, all of the drivers, or just your certain few you want. It's a really cool program that we are going with here, and the drivers are excited about it. People at home that are liking watching our live show, they like to see where they're at on course as well. So it's really exciting.
And later on today, for the racing and all day tomorrow, they'll be doing Loop A, which is about 13 miles, and then Loop B is about 14 miles with the short course mixed in, so it's about 30 miles per lap because you have to do Loop A and Loop B to complete a single lap. So the UTVs later on this afternoon will be racing roughly 90 miles, and I was talking fuel strategy with some of them, and lots of them are going to have to stop for fuel in the UTVs. A few of the big cars can make it, but the AMSOIL hot pits are going to be exciting.
Yes.
Tonight it's going to be the HCR hot pits. It looks like that could be Shannon Campbell lined up, one of our 3-time kings that is racing with us. He has his big car out here also, but he was doing a little testing and tuning yesterday. I heard he popped a motor, so we may only see Shannon Campbell in a UTV. Heartbreaking.
That'll be heartbreaking and interesting. I mean, he races this at King of the Hammers as well, so it's not like it's a new vehicle for him. But it also, if he gets his car back together, the motor going, then now he has basically pre-ran the course, 90 miles tonight in the UTV race.
We got to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin Race Radiators, Method Race Wheels, Laser Nut, Warren Winch, King Shocks, AMSOIL, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear and Axle, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, On X Off-Road, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speed Strap, Savvy Off-Road, Squatchbox, Impy, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Spider Track, Spicer, and Dana. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful sponsors, we would not be racing here today.
And qualifying, there is no particular order that they qualify. It's just first come, first serve of whoever's up on the line at first. So
in class,
per class, correct. But it's, there's not like specific, and then but except for Power Hour later on, we do have just the top 10 drivers in Power Hour, and they do go by placing in their point standings on that qualifying.
This is the Nitto National Championship. It's all on the line. We've raced all season long to get here. So here's some of our series points and championship rules. First place in today's race and tomorrow's race, you get 1,000 points. Second place gets 975. Third gets 965. And fourth on down gets 5 points less. But you must complete 2/3 of the race to get your points. You do get 200 points to start. Today in qualifying, the fastest qualifier per class does get 7 important points. The series championship must race all 3 races. Most wins with the west, north, or east. National points is King of the Hammers, Nationals, and any 3 regional races that you have raced. And the top 10 non-qualified finishers in each race gets qualified for King of the Hammers in the 4,400 class. Some of our general rules: driver of record must start or finish each race. Drivers are allowed 1 substitute driver per season unless there's a medical reason. Driver must race the same car they qualify in or take a rear start. This is a no-chase race. Only Hammer King safety crew can help you or a fellow competitor outside of the hot pits. You must stay within center of the course within 50 feet. There is some Ford contingency money on the line. If you have a Ford power plant and a Ford clip, you get $2,000 from Ford Performance. If you have just the body or a Ford engine, you get $1,000 if you win your race in class. I'll give you a quick rundown on the schedule. You can go to ultra4racing.com/live and check it out yourself. But it is just after 1. We should be qualifying here very shortly. Then at 4 p.m., the Can-Am Off-Road UTV class takes off. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., it's the EMC classes. At 1 p.m., the 4,400 Unlimited classes take off. We are doing awards for all classes at the Nitto National Championship Banquet, presented by Rufus Racing tomorrow night at 7 p.m. King of the Hammers opens January 27th through the 5th next year in 2022, so make your plans now. You do not want to miss out. We also need to give a huge shout out to Justin and Trotter with the Crossbar Ranch for letting us come here and race. They've been working for months to get this ready all week long. They've been running dozers, beating the elements and everything. So a huge shout out to the whole Crossbar Ranch crew and Area 51 crew. They've been helping marking course and whatnot. Cody Wagner with LaserNut brought all these amazing trophies. We've got probably 30 or 40 trophies to give out tomorrow evening. So huge shout out to LaserNut.
Well, we don't only have just, the national trophies to give out. We also have the East Series, the West Series, the North Series, this race, and then the national championships. So we have lots of trophies to be giving out to the drivers. Like you said, the LaserNut trophies are amazing. They're awesome. The drivers love to have them. The kids love to see them. They're all unwrapped right now. If people want to go over and look at them, they are over in our tent, all unwrapped, all stacked up, ready to go.
We need to also thank USAC. They've stepped up in a huge way this year. They've been helping us with our timing and scoring for quite some time, but now they're actually running our race operations, safety, and tech. So USAC is our sanctioning body and is being more and more involved with the Ultra 4, and we are happy to have them here. Don't forget the first round on us at a regional race, not at King of the Hammers or the Nationals. If it's your first time to ever run a race, we will cover your entry fee for the next season, or for that race next season. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the King of the Hammers Facebook page. Start a watch party. Hit that share button. Go to the Ultra 4 Instagram and hashtag it up. We're about to go qualifying live for the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We are sitting in the Nitto Lounge calling all the action, and we are ready to get this going. Making sure the course is safe.
And we should have roughly 36 UTVs qualifying.
Shannon Campbell off the line first here any moment. Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. He's racing a Polaris Campbell Enterprise built machine. Sponsored by Monster Energy, Method Race Wheels, Nitto, Fox, and Impact Seats. Shannon Campbell was an Off-Road Hall of Fame inductee in 2015, and he is on the course. So a mile and a half, I'm going to say we're going to be right around that. I'm going to say 55-second mark there. What do you think, Pam?
Mile and a half, 55 seconds. You're probably correct. You're usually really, really close on the times. It's not, super rough or anything, so it definitely will be a fast course for these drivers.
And there's Shannon as he's about halfway through this course. And I believe that was Mike McClure that was possibly just taking off. How do we know who's taking off next? Yes, that is Mr. Mike McClure out of Nest City, Kansas with Benton Twisted Racing. Racing a 2020 Polaris Turbo S, Evo Tune, ORV suspension, SDI B-Locks, Maxxis, and there comes Shannon Campbell. So we got our first competitor across the line.
At 154.208.
So 154.208 for Shannon Campbell.
Mike McClure, though, we'll see. You were saying a 55-minute, 55-second, but,
That was way off.
You were just a minute off, but that's okay. I mean, it can only get faster, correct? They haven't pre-ran their qualifying loop. They've only pre-ran the race course. So they just found out what the qualifying course is this afternoon.
And off next is the 589 of Thomas Ram out of Fenton, Michigan. With 589 fabrication, he's in a Can-Am X3 Turbo. Fox, BFG, and Icon help him out there on course. There's a great aerial shot of the Yukon launch as Thomas Ram is making his way. We'll get a time for Mike McClure here shortly.
All right, Mike McClure just came through with a 2:04.697.
So about 10 seconds off of Shannon Campbell, but very respectful time. Mike McClure's been racing with us since about 08. Then he took a little bit of break, but we're pretty close to his neck of the woods, so great to see Mike McClure back out here racing with us. So it looks like that's a 49.52 of John Coffey out of Elizabeth, Colorado, with Mustache Motorsports and another Can-Am, running PRP, Fox, and BFG. Got some great aerial views from our live drones. Thank you to Hammer King Productions and Take It Live, doing a wonderful job. John Coffey making his way around, getting our live drones back in action as we're heading towards the Nitto start-finish line as he crosses it right as we speak.
All right, that put him in the number 2 spot for Thomas Ram. He's at a 2:03.789. So right now, Shannon Campbell, we've only had 3 go across the line, but Shannon Campbell has it right now at 1:54.208.
So up next is Mr. Brian Reed, but I believe it's Michael Mills that's actually qualifying for him. He's using the fill-in driver. Brian Reed is showing up probably about right now just with travel plans. So Michael Mills driving for Brian Reed, number 416 out of Houston, Texas, with Monkey with a Knife. Racing another Can-Am. They've teamed up with Rock Royalty Racing. They started racing with us, just over a year ago, and they're having a lot of fun with us. Brian Reed and Michael Mills having fun out there on course. They'll be racing the 4400 class as well.
It's a great thing whenever you can race in 2 different classes, and having the race today and then having them racing again tomorrow. Like I said earlier, it's just a great way to not only just have fun and get seat time, but to also
see the course.
Pre-run the course, but racing. So John Coffey just came through at a 2:02.795, so he's now in the number 2 spot. So we have Shannon Campbell number 1, John Coffey number 2, Thomas Ram in the 3rd position, and Mike McClure in that 4th position.
So still time to beat is a 1:54.208 by Shannon Campbell, as we're following Brian Reed, driven by Michael Mills.
In the 49.32 of Scott Lesage just took off, so we are just waiting for Brian Reed's time to come in, and Scott Lesage is out on course right now.
Scott Lesage out of San Diego, California with Sage Alternatives. He's in a Polaris Razor 1000 with Craftworks Supercharger, RCV, Fox, PRP, and Maxxis. His first Ultra 4 race was back in 2018 when he won Ridgecrest that year. He almost raced every single mile last year, was just a couple miles short here in Oklahoma. And he is now working for 4 Wheel Parts Manufacturing, one of our partners. Great to see them letting him come out here and play with us. Scott Lesage running strong.
That course looks so fun out there. You can see that it's not dusty. It's a moist track. They're going to get good traction.
We were extremely nervous it was going to be a muddy mess, but it's really taking shape.
Yes, and Brian Reed just came through the finish line at 2:02.880. So that put him in the number 3 spot. And off the line is the 311 of Dustin Robbins.
Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. Racing as Can-Am, Vision Wheels, Super ATV, KMC, BFG, Walker Evans, Dragonfire Seats, KB3, and Warren and Bikeman Performance help Dustin get out there. He's raced a lot of short course, a lot of Ultra 4. Great to see Dustin Robbins still out here running strong. This is qualifying for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch, as we see Scott Lesage finishing his qualifying run.
Yes, and that put him in the number 2 spot at a 2 minute 7:09. So he is number 2. So we have Shannon Campbell, that first place position. Right now, unofficially, Scott Lesage, number 2. John Coffey, number 3. Brian Reed, 4th. Thomas Ram, 5th. Mike McClure in that 6th position.
And a great aerial shot of Dustin Robbins really slinging through the corner. This is a fun qualifying run. Last year we did throw little rocks in the mix, but this year we gave it a little easier because we were worried about the weather, but it all's working out just absolutely perfect.
And then off the line is the number 6 of Philip Poe.
Out of Shannon, Mississippi. He's running strong. He runs a Can-Am. Kind of teams up with Jamie McCoy. Great to see him out here racing with us once again. There's a lot of Can-Ams in this class, and they are running strong.
Oh, Dustin Robbins just took over the number 1 spot from Shannon Campbell with a 1:46.545.
That's got to be super exciting for Dustin Robbins, shaving off 8 seconds off a 3-time king, Shannon Campbell. So Dustin Robbins really with a great run. As on screen right now, we're back to Philip Poe.
And it's just going to get faster and faster when they get the berms, burnt in just a little bit more.
And we really want to thank you for tuning in, everybody that's here on site and back at home. We thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. So go to ultra4racing.com and use promo code CROSSBAR20 and receive 20% off the entire website. All capitals, CROSSBAR20. Receive 20% off the entire website.
And the 4931 of John Rance is also out on course on his qualifying run as well.
John Rance out of Mancos, Colorado with Mud Nut Racing. His dad will be racing in the 4500 class here in just a little bit. He's racing a Razor, running Walker Evans shocks, Raceline wheels, and PRP seats. He's been racing with his dad, John Rance Sr., his entire life. So it's great to see the whole family affair out here. And John Rance Sr. and his boy John Rance are just some of the greatest.
It's fun to see the families out here racing together. It's really, truly a family sport.
That's exactly what Ultra 4 is all about, is family fun at its finest.
Yes.
So we should be getting a time.
So Philip Poe at the 6th position at 2:02.893.
So 2:02 for Philip Poe. Again, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our timing. We're watching here in the Nitto Lounge as well.
And that is the 4934 of Scott Raymer, who just took off.
Scott Raymer out of Springdale, Arkansas with Fuelworks Racing. He's in a Pilgrim-built chassis, Polaris 1000 turbo drivetrain, Nitto tires, Fox shocks, Raceline wheels, Super ATV, and Fuelworks. And this is Ross Pilgrim's old car. So fastest time to beat is still Dustin Robbins with that 1:46. You can see the crowd starting to fill in. The wind blades are blowing. Like I said, we dealt with some awful weather earlier this week, and I'm glad to see it's turning out perfect for qualifying and racing today and tomorrow.
It was very questionable, though. I mean, a lot of people, you could see them, they were going and buying rain boots at the local stores because we needed them out here, number one. But definitely lots of rain, lots of mud out here this week.
Yeah, they're calling for about 70 and sunny each day. It's going to get chilly at night, but it's going to be 70 and beautiful. So if you're anywhere in the area between Oklahoma City, Dallas, Texas, or Davis, Oklahoma, come on out.
All right, John Rance, he came through. He's in the 9th position unofficially right now with a 2:04.842. And we have the 49.59 of Joe
Gould.
Just took off. He's out on course.
Joe Gould, number 49.55, out of Tabernash, Colorado. With Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, running a Polaris Turbo S. Super ATV, Rhino Axles, Walker Evans. Joe is a former U.S. Army helicopter pilot.
And you can see on screen Scott Raymer's coming in to finish his loop.
So Joe Gould.
All right, now Scott Raymer just came through. He is in the number 4 position at the 2:01.714. Okay, that was the 1948 of Joshua Smith, who just took off for his qualifying lap.
Joshua Smith out of Castle Rock, Colorado, with Smith Brothers Racing a Pro XP Razor with some ZRP parts on it. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2018. He won the 2021 Big Sky 200 just a few months ago. This young man is super fast, and he is a crowd favorite to win this race. I guarantee he's going to give Dustin Robbins a run for his money in this qualifying run. But remember, strategy. Don't tear up the car. You've only got a couple hours before we go racing once again at 4 p.m. Central Time. The 4900 Can-Am UTV class will be hot racing. 3 full laps. We'll do Loop A, Loop B, roughly 90 miles later on today. So these cars are going to take a beating. But Josh Smith out on course.
You can, as you're watching this qualifying loop, it looks like it's a super smooth track, which it is. There's not a lot of rocks, but there's a lot of hidden rocks out here, and that's where you don't want to, break a wheel or hit a rock that might be on the side that you're trying to cut the corner a little too tight. You do not want to break an arm on your car or anything like that. So that is where strategy does come into, like, how hard do I push the car? Do I push it to my max, or do I just go for it, or do I just, let up just a little bit? And
so I was talking to Jacob Versey about that exact thing. He is going for the Nitto National Championship in the UTV class, and he said, I'm only going to race about 60-70% for the first couple laps, and if everything's going good, lap 3, it's on.
Yes.
But he's like, these fast guys are going to go fast, and I can't risk breaking my car because I'm going for the championship.
Exactly.
So strategy is going to be a big deal this weekend.
And Joe Gould should be coming through, finishing up. We do have out on course the 49.49 of Bobby Lindgren.
Bobby Lindgren out of Edgewater, Colorado, with Mustache Motorsports in a Polaris Razor, Warren Winch, BFG, Walker Evans, OMP Racing, Rugged Radios, and Hostile Racing help him get out there. So Bobby is out on course trying to chase down Josh Smith. We'll get time for him.
Josh Smith actually just came through, and he is at a 151.418, so he is in that number 2 spot.
I told you he'd be running down
Yes,
Dustin
you
Robbins,
did.
but
Yes,
Dustin
you did.
Robbins and that Can-Am still on the pole. And the pole setter for each class does get 7 points. And is that Jamie McCoy? No, it's 1954.
1954 is Matt Peterson.
Out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, with Champ Racing. He's in a Can-Am Turbo, PRP, RCV, shock therapy, fuel wheels, and tires. So Matt Peterson out on course.
So right now our top 5, we have Dustin Robbins in that number 1 spot, Joshua Smith number 2, Shannon Campbell in that 3rd position, Scott Lesage in 4th, and Scott Raymer in 5th. Unofficially, that is what we are at on our qualifying right now, with a time to beat of 1:46.545 by Dustin Robbins.
And I believe we should have roughly 35 qualifiers in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So Bobby Lindgren with a 209.447. So on screen was Matt Peterson, and I heard another one take off.
That would be Mr. Jacob Versey in the number 43.
Jacob the Blonde Ambition Versey. He won the Western and the Northern Series in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and he is leading in the national points. So he is really hoping to lock down his Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma. So Jacob Versey, like I said, strategy earlier, he's going to race a solid race, but he's not going to be going out there in lightning form until his last lap on his race later this afternoon. But he'll still want a decent qualifying run. I mean, sometimes if you go too slow, it kind of just throws you out of your rhythm. So
true story. And Matt Peterson just came through, the number 1954 Matt Peterson at a 202.225. So that puts him in the number 6th position.
I believe that was Carl Otto in the 9511 out of Parker, Colorado with Otto Motorsports.
Yes, it is.
And a Polaris Razor, RCV, BFG, and Walker Evans wheels. Lots of qualifying going on today. We should have about 115 racers take the qualifying course today. That's what we have registered as of last night. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship here at the Crossbar Ranch.
It should be Jacob Versey coming in to finish up his loop, and it was, and he's in the number 4 spot, number 43 at the 158.153 mark.
So very respectful run for Jacob Versey. He'll be very excited with that one. So there's the 9511 of Carl Otto out of Parker, Colorado.
That would be the number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum, who just took off.
Cody Quattlebaum out of Macon, Georgia with Bandit Off-Road Racing. He's racing a Polaris Razor, PRP, Raceline, BFG, and Walker Evans wheels. His first Ultra 4 race was in Rush, Kentucky this year, and Bandit Off-Road has some pretty cool barbecue sauce and rub. So Cody Quattlebaum out on course. We're looking at the Yukon launch as we speak, and you can see those wind blades are a-blowing. The wind is there. But later on today, the wind is the racer's friend as long as it doesn't get out of control, which it can here in Oklahoma.
Yes, it can. And I have to be honest with you, I'm actually happy that it's windy right now and not raining still. Racers might want some rain for the little bit of dust control, but right now I'm taking the wind over the rain. It's been so rainy this week.
Yeah, weather here in Davis is always interesting. We remember 3 or 4 years ago when it was just an absolute mud fest here, but I was a little nervous there on Wednesday when it rolled in. But this place dries out pretty quick and is turning out to be an amazing race course.
And Carl Otto came through. He's pushed Scott Raymer down. He's in the 6th position at a 201.593. And the 1024 of Ryan Rockhold just took off the line.
Ryan Rockhold out of Peyton, Colorado with Elevate Off-Road Racing. He's in a Polaris Turbo, running RCV, Fox, MRT tires, muscle wheels, and PRP. He started racing UTVs back in 2017 with a win in Dirt Riot. His first Ultra 4 race was Nationals in Reno 2018, and he is going to be debuting a new car to him later on this afternoon. Racing Lauren Healy's 2010 winning car, I believe. He just purchased it from Daryl Grace, and I think he's going to be racing that this afternoon. He had a little tumble last week, but got the car back together, so very excited for Ryan Rockhold. So Cody Quattlebaum with a
2:18.423. That puts him in the 16th position right now. We have Ryan Rockhold out on course.
And Heath Taylor just taking off out of Pea Ridge, Arkansas with Taylor Racing. He's racing a Polaris Razor, BFG tires, Warren Winch. He started out in motocross, but caught the KOH bug when he helped in the pits in 2018. His first KOH, his first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2020.
Ooh, Ryan Rockhold really picked it up on his qualifying run. He is in the number 2 spot right now with a 149.789. So he bumped Joshua Smith down into that 3rd position.
Ryan Rockhold with a great run.
Yes.
He showed up. Well, he was one of our early guys that showed up and got all set up, and he's here to play. And like I said, I'm excited to see him racing his first Ultra 4 race. I think he's going to take a shock off that car this winter and make it a 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class for next year. But great to see him doing a little double duty this weekend. So Heath Taylor, we're following him with our awesome drone. This Hammer King production crew is doing one heck of a job once again.
And it looks like we have the 5012 of Brian Stone just took off the line.
So Brian Stone out on course, running strong. But still the time to beat is Dustin Robbins with a 146.545. So Brian Stone out running around as we're following Heath Taylor on screen.
He should be coming up to the finish line here momentarily.
As he crosses the Nitto start finish and head under the Nitto Arch.
All right, that puts, well, I don't have a time quite yet for Heath Taylor.
We're following Brian Stone as we speak. Everything's flowing pretty good.
Okay, so Heath Taylor is in the 16th position at a 2:05.232.
And off the line now is number 20, Mr. Travis Zollinger out of Nibley, Utah. Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself. He is racing his Can-Am today. He kind of switches cars up on me every once in a while. But Travis Zollinger, that Can-Am with RCV, Walker Evans shocks, Gladiator tires, Sparco seats. So he is with Zollinger Racing Products, running strong, and we have our... You were in the lead for just a little bit.
Well, that's what happens when you go first.
You cut coursing for him.
But we've got Mr. Shannon Campbell in here. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys?
Oh, loving it. So well, you were first off the line, and you held that position pretty good, but you're still in the top 5 for right now. And how'd you feel out there on course?
Good. It's biking a lot. It's got some good bite. I should have probably waited a little bit, but you know what? It is what it is, and I'm just going to get out there and try and run a smooth race and finish it.
So you were the first one out there. Everything's going good. You're right. You're racing your UTV today. Did I hear a nasty little rumor the big car's not going to make it?
Yeah, I made it 100 yards after I pulled it off the trailer yesterday, and I don't even know. It makes me so sad. I just want to cry.
I mean, as much work as you put in, as much heart and soul you do, it's just got to be heartbreaking to bring it all the way out here and not be able to do anything with it. I hate that for you, Shannon.
No, that's terrible. Same thing happened in Sturgis. I got to play with it a little bit, and we just had a bummer of a year.
No. That's what I was just saying.
There's the 143 of Tyler Rimmereed out of Bennington, Nebraska. So sorry we're having a little technical difficulties, but Shannon, how's it going?
Pretty good.
So you were out there first running. You had a strong run. You're still top 5. Well, you just got bumped out by Travis Zollinger. He just ran a 152, so you just got bumped to that 6th position, but you'll still be starting in that top 10, I'm going to guess. There's roughly 35 UTVs will be taking the course. And you were kind of going to use this as a pre-run, but now you're not, right?
Well, yeah, this is going to be my race.
Yeah, but it's all good and fun. You still have, your son and your daughter out there racing, and your soon-to-be son-in-law. So you still have lots of action going on all weekend long. And the Campbell name is just a staple here in Ultra 4. So we thoroughly appreciate everything you and your whole family does for our sport.
Well, I appreciate it. We have a good time coming out here, and yeah.
We have a good time everywhere you go, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
There's a great shot of the Yukon launch. So what's your strategy going into King of Hammers 2022?
Well, hopefully we get our problems figured out before then. And the kids have been having good luck with their stuff, and I just had a few problems, and it just hasn't gotten fixed right. And I don't know. I guess everybody keeps blaming COVID and everything else. Everybody's got an excuse for everything, and I try to make my end perfect, and we get here and stuff just happens.
So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how everything shakes out, but it's always a good time here racing in Ultra 4. Again, this is the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We're just outside of Davis, Oklahoma here at the Crossbar Ranch, and I've got Mr. Shannon Campbell, 3-time king and Off-Road Hall of Famer here with us. And Shannon, just once again, thanks for everything you do.
Right on. Thank you guys.
All right, always a pleasure, Shannon. We'll definitely see you around, and good luck later on today.
All right, you guys, take care.
Looks like we have Matt Torney out on course. He's at 8:04, and then we have Tom Rimerade on the 195. Also out on course, trying to catch up a little bit on having an interview. Thank you again, Shannon, for coming in here and speaking with us.
So Matt Turney, number 804 out of Fort Collins, Colorado with Draco Motorsports. He's in the Can-Am X3, RCVs, Sedona Tire and Wheel, Warn, and HCR. And then Tom Rimmereid's kind of new to the sport. He raced with us in Cranon, I believe, out of Bennington, Nebraska.
And he just is in the number 20 position out of 205.942.
So 223, that is Mr. Shane Smith out of Lotus, California with Chewbacca Racing Team. He's in a Can-Am. He's got a RS1 he races every now and again.
They will switch back and forth. Some that are not like a factory sponsored team, they will switch back and forth to like an RS1 and a 2-seater, just because some races they need that co-driver in there with them and some they do not. So like here you would want a co-driver because it is a longer course, but like when we were at Sturgis, as you were saying earlier, Zollinger, he sometimes is in a Polaris. So at Sturgis it's a short course, and he did race his single seat there.
But I think Shane Smith just kind of races whatever's running, if I remember talking to him right a few times. He's got a few different cars he's got. He's got a 4800 Legends car, I believe, that he wadded up pretty good, but I think they just got it back going again, so hope to see him at King of the Hammers racing that car once again.
Okay, so let's just do a little top 5 here because Brian Stone has taken over that number 3 position. So we have Dustin Robbins, number 1, Ryan Rockhold in that 2nd position, Brian Stone in 3rd, Joshua Smith in 4th, and Travis Zollinger is in that number 5 position right now. And just as we were interviewing Shannon Campbell, he is in that number 6 position. But Dustin Robbins has the time to beat right now at a 1:46.545.
And on course is Mr. Jamie McCoy, another crowd favorite out of Kingsport, Tennessee with G-Force Racing. He's in a Can-Am X3 JWR Fab built car with G-Force Tune shocks, STK, MRT tires, Evo Power Sports, Keller ball joints. He is a Can-Am factory off-road racer. John Boy normally rides shotgun, but I haven't seen him this weekend. He's raced MX side-by-side for over 30 years. He was the 2019 Rookie of the Year, 2019 Ultra 4 Titan Champion, Ultra 4 East Champion. In 2020 was the Ultra 4 National Champion. Jamie McCoy's always a fun one to watch.
And Tyler Trotterdale, the number 537, just took off the line, so he's out on course. And let's see, Mr. McCoy just came through.
So Tyler Trotterdale out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, with a Polaris Turbo, RCV, Raceline, Warren Fox.
Jamie McCoy at a 144.604. The number 70 of Jamie McCoy is in that number 1 position right now unofficially. You know, he is always on it. He is one to win. I raced with him a couple weeks ago at a different racing series, and he won that race as well. It was a muddy mess, but he's on top of his game all the time.
So, yeah, Jamie McCoy just bumping out. Dustin Robbins, congratulations. He'll be a hard one to beat here, especially in these tight wood sections. So we've got another special guest, Chip McLaughlin. How's it going, buddy?
Doing well, guys. How are y'all doing?
Loving it. I mean, this is racing. This is why we're here. It's fun.
The track's coming together.
Yeah, I've seen you on a dozer quite a bit this week, so I definitely stayed away from you just in case, but just all in good fun. But thanks for helping out, because this was a muddy mess a few days ago.
Yeah, it was, reminded me of 4 years ago, but, you know, we only got like an inch or inch and a half, I think, of rain over the past couple of days compared to the 10 inches we got 4 years ago. So we went out on lap 8 this morning, and it was a little slippery, but the track's going to be great for us to race tomorrow.
I mean, as bad as the mud was there for setup and whatnot, it's going to make this an amazing course.
It should keep down on the dust. Trotter and the crew did great, even back on, in B-Loop where we had some of these big mud holes. I can see they brought the dozers back in there. It makes it a lot more fun for everybody.
Yeah. Justin and Trotter, they put on, they've been working their butts off all week. And on screen right now is the 417, Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. He's in a Polaris Razor, RCV, MRT, Walker Evans, Warren, Hess Motorsports, and PCI. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers back in 2014. But again, back to the track, the mud was not fun. But it's going to make for a perfect race right now and all day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's interesting watching these guys qualify right now. This morning when we were out there, like this turn in particular was real slippery.
Yeah, you drift it, but you can see him bicycling as we speak.
Well, it's gotten real tacky, and now there's a berm, like a 4-inch berm, so you're going to see a lot of guys bicycling. You can't really drift it as much as you can, and if you get out in that slop right there, you lose a lot of time.
You just lose all your traction and all your momentum.
So this is an interesting one, that little dip right there. That makes you do a pretty good bunny hop.
Yeah, on camera, it just kind of looks like a straightaway, but like you said, it kind of just unloads your suspension and just kind of gives you a little pop.
In the big cars, we're probably, the back tires are probably about 2 feet off the air, off the ground, in the air right there.
So just taking off right now is Kyle Hathaway. I believe he's in a Honda Talon.
See, he's out there in the outside. It looks like it's starting to get a little drier, so maybe big cars will make some, wider tracks for us to, slide in. But, Trotter and the guys that did it, they, for a while to get this course done. They did give us one piece back there in Loop B. Have either one of y'all got to go pre-run yet?
I've been out on course a little bit. I did most of Loop A and a little bit of Loop B. That rock face in the back is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, they also got this little, I don't know, I call it the hour-long, quarter-mile portion of the creek on Loop B. I know they giggled when they made it. But it's just landmines everywhere. So that's going to be interesting to see if that takes cars out or what it does.
Well, what do you think about taking out, what was it, the part of the course they took out this morning, the Hell's Gate? Or Hell's...
Stairway to Hell,
Stairway
I think is what they call. That was an option last year, and I've been up it in the Razor, and I've been up it in the big car. With the way that the conditions are right now, it was a good decision to take that out. It could damage some cars. It could bottleneck. They made the right call by taking that out.
That's good. Yeah, I remember last year marking course out there, and we went up it in Razor as well. On course right now, Jacob Tuma just took off the 49.53. So what do you think about this qualifying loop? You didn't get to pre-run it because it was not a pre-runnable part of the course, but what do you think about this loop that they have set up for you for qualifying?
We actually did get to run it this morning.
Oh, you did get to run it this morning. Good.
Brad and I were up early this morning, and it was slippery, but I like it. I'm glad they didn't put the rocks in like we did. It was fun last year, but with the mud and everything else, it's like we got enough to deal with. But it's coming along great. The jumps are great, and it's making a good show.
Good.
Well, Chip, always a pleasure, and I hope you come back in later on today or tomorrow, but we're going to kind of rotate some drivers in and out of here. So, Chip, always a pleasure. I appreciate everything, man.
Will do. See you guys.
And taking off was Jacob Tuman, number 4953 out of Northern Michigan with ORA Racing. He's racing a Polaris RZR, Super ATV, PRP seats, Fox, Motor Race tires, Muscle Race wheels. He is the owner at Off-Road Anonymous. He makes some do-it-yourself parts and fab. But sitting down now in the hot seat, Jamie McCoy. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. They told me I got second. I was like, I don't like to start from behind.
But they lied to you.
They lied to you.
You're sitting on the pole with those 7 points for now.
By almost 2 seconds.
Nice. I studied it a little bit, the inside line. You have to slow down to get the inside line.
Yeah, because if you get in the outside in that, you just lose all your momentum in that slop.
While
Yeah, those Can-Ams, they really roll hard. And he's more of a short course guy than you in technicality. But, yeah, I think when it comes to the race time, you're going to shine in the woods back there. You like the mud. You like the trees.
Yeah, I would hope it would be in our favor. We was the first one out on course. After doing all the running and trying to figure out where we was like 4 hours and 42 minutes. And I'm like, man, we're not doing 1.5 lap here. But the course is coming really, really nice.
A lot, yeah.
It marked really good. And last night we got one more lap on the A side, and then Eric went out this morning and he says he could tell me every inch of it.
And how did it work with you qualifying today, but actually racing the same day? Did that play any mind games on you, knowing you didn't have tonight to work on the car for strategy reasons?
Our guys are they're very, very prepared. So hopefully I didn't do any damage to the car. I don't think I did. So hopefully everything's going to be real good.
Well, I'm glad to hear that for you. And you won the championship last year, if I'm remembering correct. But this year it's looking pretty good for Jacob Versi. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, but we had a couple ups and downs, and Versi's he's been real solid. He's the Ryan Dungey of UTV racing this year, so he just consistent finishes. So. That wins championships, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to give it all I got today.
I like your style for sure. So thanks again, Jamie McCoy. Good luck. And 4 o'clock, just a couple more hours away, you'll be racing.
Right on.
All right. Thank you, Jamie McCoy.
Good luck.
Up next, we'll be starting off with the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. So first off the line, there's James Cantrell giving a shout out. There is Mr. Brad Lovell. Number 4621 out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. With Lovell Racing, racing that brand new Ford Bronco that they won this year down in San Felipe. Running a factory engine, transmission, front diff, Spider Tracks, RCV, AMSOIL, Method, BFG, Fox, Warn, and ARB. So Brad and Roger Lovell are out on course making that Bronco fly. So the 4600 Spider Track stock class, you have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Stock engine, but may be replaced with any available engine in the same year, make, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5 shock per corner. Factory style suspension, mechanical steering, And this is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. First out on course is Mr. Brad Lovell. And another special guest we have in here just got bumped out of first spot. Dustin Robbins, how's it going, buddy?
Everything's good today. Yesterday was a little sloppy, though.
Yeah, it was nasty, wasn't it?
It was. But everything looks like the course workers done an amazing job getting everything together. Everything's marked out right. Ultra 4 is putting on a heck of an event again.
Yeah, you've raced with us quite a while, and you've mixed it up, and you've done some short course and whatnot, but you always seem to come back, and we love that.
Yeah, it's just like family. Mad respect for the meeting that we had with Dave today.
It was really good,
awesome.
wasn't it?
That was awesome. Meant a lot to all of us racers, for sure.
Yeah, well, you'll be starting off just behind Jamie McCoy, and you're racing the same day you qualify. You'll be racing in about 2 hours. So what do you need to do to get back and get that car back in action?
It's ready to go. I don't think I did any damage getting that second place out there. You know, we held first throughout the entire field until Mr. McCoy come up, bumped us off, but we'll be ready. I like to race the same day as I qualify. Kind of don't lose your adrenaline. You're all ready to go. So
and you're definitely amped up for sure.
I like it. So.
Yep, out on course right now is Tyler Haggard out of Richardson, Texas with Team TJH. He's in a 2006 Jeep JL, King Shocks, Raceline wheels, Yukon, PCS, Corbo seats. His first Ultra 4 race was in AOP 2020. He's out there running strong.
And Brad Lovell came through with a 2:01.510, so we'll see how his time will hold up against all of the other drivers.
I think that's going to be a pretty good time for the stock class. Brad and that brand new Ford Bronco is going to be very hard to beat.
It's an awesome car.
So, Dustin, I thoroughly appreciate it, but I'm going to let you get back to your car because, like I said, you're racing here short, and I can tell you're still pumped up. Best of luck, and put that Can-Am on the box if you can, buddy.
I hope to see you soon.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you again, Dustin Robbins.
Thank you. So we also have the 4688 of John Schaefer out on course as well.
John Schaefer out of Birmingham, Alabama with RPM Extreme. He's in a Savvy built 2015 Jeep JK, Caxels, Fox shocks, Falcon tires, Raceline wheels, Sparco seats, and RPM Extreme. He builds and installs GMLS conversion kits for JKs. Started racing snowmobiles back in the day. His first King of the Hammers was in the pits with Savvy back in 2017. His first KOH race was 2019, and he was the East National Points champion in 2019. Larry Smith, I believe, is riding shotgun with him today. He kind of shares John Dykus every once in a while, but Dykus is racing with Steve Graff later on today.
Tyler Haggard on screen is coming through the finish line right now.
And it looks like that's the McNamara brothers coming up here shortly.
All right, Tyler Haggard came in with a 2:20.032.
So I believe Sean McNamara will be driving today. Sean and Brian both kind of switch it up.
And on screen, that's John Schaefer.
John Schaefer was really scooting. He's going to be
Yes.
fast. That little JK, he really puts it through its paces. But Sean and Brian McNamara, the brothers that kind of team up, number 4696 out of Ridgecrest, California with Poor Boys Racing. He's in a Jeep Cherokee, Bishop Buell 4.7, King Shocks, Falcon tires, Raceline wheels, and heavily sponsored by 4 Wheel Parts. They're a brother team that shares driving duties. They built this Jeep in their two-car garage. Actually, this is their new car. I need to update my little memory bank. They debuted this car just last year. So John Schaefer, we should get a time for him, and I think it's going to be a good one. Back to the McNamara brothers.
Yes, John Schaefer in the number 2 position at a 2:04.659.
So just 3 seconds behind Brad Lovell. He'll be very excited about that. It'll be a fun battle to watch, this 4600 Spider Track stock class. And speaking about Spider Track stock class, we have Mr. Brad Lovell. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, it's going great, Miles. Got me fresh off the track. I bet you know more about times here than I do.
And you're sitting in that number 1 spot with a 2:01.510. So you got to be pretty stoked with that. John Schaefer's just a couple seconds off you, so it's going to be a race tomorrow.
Yeah, I see that. We're definitely pedaling it through there. There's a good groove developing, And, for my short course days, I know you got to lean on that cushion. It's a little different in a stock vehicle, but it looks like Schaefer's keeping us pretty honest there. Still have a lot of fast guys coming up in the class here looking at coverage. This is great. This is where I should have been leading up to all this. Great camera views.
Yeah, the Hammer King production crew does an absolutely amazing job. And speaking about stock class, you're in a stock Bronco. I know it's built. I know it's all that, but how awesome is it?
It's been really rewarding for me. I've been involved with the development of the Bronco, and that kind of led to a motorsports opportunity racing the Ford Bronco. So we developed something really special, and it takes a lot of work. It's definitely not Ford just giving us a big bag of money. It's a partnership with Ford. So their engineers are designing the vehicle and signing off on everything we do. And wow, look at that!
That's Josh Atterbury out of Sholo, Arizona, with Cracker Fab Motorsports, and he was flying.
Yeah, Atterbury's looking really good out there. He's definitely one of the guys that we have on the radar. I think down in San Felipe, he DNF'd, but definitely one of the guys we're watching out for.
And speaking about San Felipe, that's the only time you've raced that car, and it was on the top of the box. Are you hoping to back that up?
Well, obviously, we're looking for a win. When I race, I want to win, and everybody on the program is real respectful, and we don't pretend to have all the answers. It's a new class for us, new endeavor, new vehicle, whole new platform for Ford. So everybody's definitely been very humble on the program, and we want to come out and compete with these guys and show them what we got.
So I have to ask a silly question, being a girl here. You're in a stock Bronco. Is there anything AC, heater, anything still left in that Bronco?
Well, I was hoping they might leave the heater for the start of the race out there in Johnson Valley, because it can be a little cool. But no, all the heaters stripped out, the AC stripped out, all the windshield washer. A lot of it's been removed, and then there's some stuff that's still integrated in the vehicle. We can go through and fine tune little bits here and there, but it's looking pretty good and pretty stripped down to be a solid race car.
Well, you don't need that weight in it, being a race vehicle, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I was kind of thinking, hey guys, just leave the washer fluid bottle in and the wiper assembly in case we want to put a windshield on so we can go cruise around. But nope, it's full-blown race car.
Well, that's awesome. It's an awesome race car. I'm actually jealous. I love it.
That new Bronco looks pretty sweet. I hope to put the wife in one of those for a little grocery getter one of these days, but we'll see.
I did. I went and I actually drove one. A local Ford dealership has their dealer demo, and I went and drove it, and I'm like, okay, when do I get to order one?
Well, like I say, I've been involved with it, and I'm obviously really excited about it, and I'm like a lot of people, I'm waiting on getting mine.
Right.
So I'm hoping maybe around the start of November I'll pick it up.
You get your daily driver. But getting to race one.
Oh, yeah.
How awesome.
Yeah, it's been really neat being involved with the process, and it's actually one of the early on Broncos, so there's been a lot of changes that have been integrated, probably subtle changes for consumers, but wiring differences and this and that. So this is definitely a unique Bronco to have out here.
Definitely, for sure.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you here, Brad. I know you've raced with us since the very beginning almost, and you've really succeeded in every forms of motorsports. But to continue to come back to Ultra 4, that means a lot to us. So thank you.
Yeah, likewise, and it's been great. I was just thinking about it in the Drivers' Summit. There's a lot of history, and Ultra 4 racing has come a long way. So to have not only Ford involved, but all the other partners and UTV companies, and to see a whole culture evolve around this racing, it's something pretty special.
Absolutely. You couldn't said it any better, but Brad Level, good luck, and thanks for everything you do.
Thank you, Miles.
Yes. Thank you.
So on course, we just missed Tom Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado. We should have a time for him here shortly. And Alex Fleming took off with Sherpa Motorsports out of Fort Collins, Colorado. On screen, that is Biddle. He's in a 1985 Toyota pickup with a 22RE. Dual Toyota TKs, Trail Gear, Fox, BFG, Raceline, and PRP. And then we flip back to Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports in that 2004 Toyota 4Runner, running IFS suspension. He's got the stock V8, Yoda Mafia, Yukon, General Tires, Warren, Optima batteries, and Factor 55. Oliver is his co-driver. His first King of the Hammers race was this year, 2021. There's Biddle going under the Nitto Arch as we speak, as we are qualifying for tomorrow's race for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Is another great aerial shot of Alex Fleming. And was
And
that
off the line,
Twitchy McGee?
Yes, the 4622 of Twitchy McGee just took off the line. So we have our top 5 right now. We have Brad Lovell, we have Josh Atterbury, number 2, John Schaefer in that 3rd position, 4th position, Sean McNamara, in the 5th position, Tyler Haggard.
So Twitchy McGee, number 4622, out of Fort Benning, Columbus, Georgia. He's with Rock Eater Racing in a 2018 Jeep JL, stock Pentastar V6. Transmission and transfer case are all stock. Curry axles, Yukon, King, Amp tires, Dirty Life race wheels, and Prior Talk seats. He is a retired U.S. Army vet trying to stay young, and as personally as a team as his team, they're trying to raise awareness to veterans for their mental and general health. His first race was King of the Hammers 2021, and he is the Western Series Championship this year. His co-dog Trace Conklin's riding. The wind is definitely blowing here just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. I believe that's going to be Mick Henson.
Mick Henson, yes, the 4681 of Mick Henson off the line.
He's fairly local out of Telcaw, Oklahoma with Henson Racing. He's in an 81 Toyota pickup, 22 RE on propane, King shocks, and BFG tires. His first Ultra 4 race was Rush, Kentucky this year. He came out to Crandon, but I don't think he raced with us. He brought the car out and just kind of, being his first year, got a little intimidated, but he's great to see him back here out on the course.
What some drivers do, I know that in the past I personally know people that have done it, and I have done it too, is like what you can do is if you know you're going to start racing with an association eventually, you go out and you start watching the races, you see how they're going, or you get with a team and you kind of learn their ways and they teach you, and it's really good to team up and do that. But a lot of people will come out and start checking it out before they even start racing it. But that's how you get into it. You go to a race to be a spectator, or you want to race it, and then there you go.
And Twitchy McGee crosses over the Nitto start-finish line, so we'll get a time for him.
That number 4 spot at 2:11.792.
And I did think I heard that Kenneth Hale broke something in his front end, so he won't be qualifying today. He's got that awesome big body 96 Ford Bronco, but he had some issues on it.
We do have Mick Henson out on course, the 4681 of Mick Henson.
And off the line now is going to be John Snell, number 4671, out of San Bernardino, California with Proving Grounds Racing. He's in a 95 Jeep ZJ with a 5.2 V8 Magnum stroker, Yukon gear and axle, Nitto tires, Dirty Life race wheels, PRP seats, Fox shocks, and ARB help him get to the start line. John has been active in the off-road world for over 30 years. 2018 was his first year racing with us in Ultra 4. And he's got multiple podiums. His wife Tracy comes to almost all of the races. So great to see them enjoying their time together. As John Snell's pushing hard. And I've seen him tear that Jeep up and then put it back together more times than I'd like to work on it. He really pushes it hard, but thoroughly enjoys racing. Every once in a while, he'll find a good deal at the pick and pull and show up with a door that's not dented up.
Just throw a new wrap on it and you're good to go. So we do not have Mick Henson come through the finish line yet, through the Nitto Arch.
We should have 12 of the 4600 Spider Track stock class cars take the line tomorrow.
And as I said that, Mick came through on the 8th position at a 2:40.145.
So our next class will be the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. They can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. They have to have somewhat of a mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and has to have a front-mounted engine but can have unlimited horsepower. And that's coming up next in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. We are about to wrap up the 4600 Spider Track stock class with John Snell still out on course. I believe John Snell will round out the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And just at that quick aerial view, it looks like it could have been Diesel Krentz that'll be taking off first. There's John Snell. We'll get a time for him here shortly.
John Snell in the number 7 position at a 218.982.
So it is
So it will be Brad Lovell in the number 1 position, Josh Atterbury number 2, John Schaefer in that 3rd position, Twitchy McGee in 4th, Sean McNamara 5th, Alex Fleming 6th, John Snell 7th, Tyler Haggard 8th, and Mick Henson in that 9th position. And you're correct, that was Diesel Krantz off the line there on this number 1 off the line here.
Diesel Krantz running that JK, running strong. Great to see him out here once again. So Diesel Krantz out there running strong. I had a fun chat with him last night back at the hotel. He's super excited. His first race with Ultra 4 was this year at AOP. He was at Crandon, but he was just there supporting his buddy Jeremy Purick. So great to see him out here racing once again. So we'll be running 2 cars at a time once again. So taking off next is Sean Rance, number 4531, out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mud Nut Racing. He's in a 1976 Ford Bronco. He's got a 455 small block, Turbo 400, Trailworthy Fab T-Case, rough stuff with Mega High 9s, RCV, King, Milestar, PRP, and Raceline. He is proud to be a Ford-powered and Bronco body, so he's in line for that contingency money. If he won his class, he'd receive $2,000 on race day. This current is the first-gen Bronco. He built it with him and his son in a 2-car garage. His first race was King of the Hammers 2012 with the Ultra 4 family. So Diesel Krantz should be finishing. There he is, coming to screen as we speak. Looks like that's going to be Dwayne Gerritsen heading out behind Sean Rance, Sr. So we'll get a time for Diesel Krantz. And it's going to be a 2:14.306. Is Sean Rance Sr. in that Bronco still running strong? He's been racing with us for a very long time. Always a big smile on his face. Him and his son run around. They've got a great crew. They've been here most of the week. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. And that is Mr. Dwayne Gerritsen, number 26, out of Alma, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. He has a built 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, Spider Trax axles, Brannick, Yukon, PRP, Radflow, and Warn. He started racing back in 07 with Re-Rock, winning multiple championships, raced Dirt Riot, and then won the Ultra 4 East Championship 2 times. And Dwayne Gerritsen's always a fun one to watch.
Sean Rance just came through and knocked Diesel into the number 2 position. Sean's time is a 2:02.754, so roughly almost a 12-second difference.
And with 2 cars on the track at a time, I do apologize. We're doing our best to keep everything going, but there is action everywhere. I hope you guys and gals are enjoying it as much as we are. But Dwayne Gerritsen out on course, and it looks like that may have been Justin Hall lining up.
Yes, it was.
And that was number 13, Justin Hall, out of Morgan Hill, California, with Rock Hard Racing. He built that chassis himself. He's got an LS 383 stroker, Turbo 350. He's got a NP 205 transfer case, Gearworks, Falcon tires, and Radflow. He started racing motocross at 5 years old. He was the NorCal Series Championship 2014, 2016, and 19. He's also raced over in Japan and Australia, so he's raced all over. So great to see him. He was at Crandon this year. He really gets around. Great to see Justin Hall out here racing. That is a single-seat car.
He's a fun social media to follow too, because when he's traveling to the races, he's always stopping and taking pictures at certain areas on his travels here. It's really cool to see the teams doing that. Some of them are more active than others, but yes, it's awesome. Dwayne Garrettson just came in, took over the number 1 spot from Sean Rance at a 154.676, so he is in that 154 mark.
By over 8 seconds. So Dwayne Garrettson really throwing it down during qualifying today in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Got Mr. John Schaefer coming up. So that was Troy Digby, number 4514.
He's coming
out of Centennial, Colorado. He's got a built Jeep. He's got a 5.3 liter Turbo 400 Atlas, Dana 60, 14 bolt, Outback, Fox shocks, Maxxis tires, and Raceline wheels.
Our next guest coming in fresh, helmet in hand, taking his gloves off as he's walking in.
John Schaefer in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. How was your qualifying run, buddy?
I mean, it felt really good. I think we left a little bit on the table. The little 2-door without a sway bar in the back, she'll carry the
a little
tires
squirrely,
in the front, so it's kind of hard to really set it. But we stayed on it, took the jump wide open. Tried not to let off at any point.
We were having an interview with Brad Lovell during your run, and he was pretty impressed. He's like, well, he got you by a few seconds, but not much. So it's going to be a good race on race day. So how's everything else going there, John?
I mean, so far so good.
How was pre-running out on course?
We went out late yesterday, so it had dried up some. Had a couple little things on the car, like
John Dykes. So out on course is Steve Graff with John Dykes riding shotgun as we speak with Graff Racing out of Litchfield Park, Arizona. He is in a Steel Nuts Off-Road Ultra Pro chassis, LS3 429, Turbo 400, Hero 3-Speed, Gearworks, King, Nitto, and Raceline. He's got Mr. John Dykes riding shotgun with him.
And Jeremy Jones just came through in the number 1 position with a 150879.
All right, we got you guys back on program audio, so just keep doing what you're doing, but we're back where we should have been.
So our top 5 right now, we have Jeremy Jones in the number 1 position, number 2, Cody Young, number 3 is Jay Aiken, 4, Brian Trimp, in number 5 position is Kimberly Sparrow.
The wind's battling us a little issues, so we had to work on some tech on the backside. We do apologize about that, but out on course is Steve Graff with John Dykes riding shotgun out of Litchfield Park, Arizona with Graff Racing. He's in a Steel Nuts Off-Road Ultra Pro chassis, LS3 429, Turbo 400, Hero 3-Speed, Gearworks, King, Nitto, and Raceline. His first Ultra 4 race was back in 2017, and he's got John Dykes riding shotgun.
On course, we should have 4853 of Andrew Gorman and the 4806 of Steve Graff.
So Andrew Gorman out of Los Angeles, California with Reed's Automotive Racing. He's got a Jimmy's chassis, Nitto, King, and PCI. Andrew Gorman is running those Nitto tires, looking good. You can see the car all light up on the side of it. And we are sitting in the Nitto Lounge today for this weekend's race, so a huge shout out to Nitto for giving us this nice little area to work out of. Because Oklahoma can throw some weather at you for sure.
Last year it was nice that we were in here, and this year again we're in here as well. And like you were saying, the weather can be a little challenge, and here today the wind is the challenge.
And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. This is an amazing 6,500-acre park with over 200 miles of trail systems. It's open year-round except for a couple weeks during deer season. On a good weekend, they can expect about 3,000 people come in here and wreck wheel. And there's a lot of spectators out here for the Nitto National Championship this weekend. We've seen them come in slowly but surely. We did see Casey Gilbert, our points leader, take that tumble, so he's going to take a rear start. We'll see how that shakes up the points or whatnot. But remember, this race is on adjusted time. They'll be taking off tomorrow in 30-second increments. So Andrew Gorman should be getting a time here shortly.
We're going to take a little bit of an audio break here in just a second so we can repatch some stuff and get things dialed in here. So you'll stop talking for a bit. I'll let you know when to come back.
All right, again, so our top 5, we have Jeremy Jones in that number 1 position, Cody Young number 2, Steve Graff in 3rd, Jay Aiken 4th, and Brian Trimp in that 5th position.
Okay, everything's back to normal.
So on screen is Eric Weichel, number 406. Out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, King Shocks, Spider Tracks, Raceline Wheels, and Mastercrafts. But on screen is Brett Harrell. Brent Harrell, sorry. Brett Harrell will be racing later on today. So Brent Harrell, number 56, out of Almsville, Oregon, with Team Changeover. He's in a 2014 Trip Fab Top Shelf LSX 454, 4L80E transmission, Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks PRP, Pro-Am wheels, and Fox shocks. This is Dave Shiner's old Crawl America car. His first race was Oklahoma Nationals just a year ago here. He's competed in the shootout at King of the Hammers multiple times, but he started pit crewing for his dad when he was 15 years old. Now he's here racing. That is Chase Caprera taking off like a rocket, number 1481 out of Salinas, California, with Rock Rage Racing. So Chase Caprera in that 2020 built Bomber chassis. He's got a Tilden LS7, 4L80E, SCST case, Yokohama tires, Spider Tracks, Trail Ready wheels, Impact seats, and Fox shocks. He started racing UTVs, and he is the son of the veteran racer Brian Caprara. Moved in the 4800 class in 2020 and won King of the Hammers this year in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. This kid has a bright future, and if you could see it, you could see a big little snorkel off the front of this car with all the extra mud out back. They kind of built just a little more of a breather system to try to keep water out of that engine.
And then Brent just came through and he pushed Eric Weichel down into the 6th position. So now Brent is in number 5 at 158.036.
And again, this is the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You have to have a front-mounted engine but unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, 37-inch DOT tire, and only solid axle vehicles are allowed. There are a lot of brand new purpose-built vehicles, but this is a perfect place for the older 4400 cars that, the technology is growing every day, so it's a great place for those to go and retire. And again, a huge bicycle, and he saved it.
That was an awesome save.
And I couldn't quite get, and then he does dump it after he tries to come in course, caught a rock just wrong. And who was that, Pam? I missed the number.
Oh, I can't see the number.
I believe that's going to be
Benjamin Miller.
Ben Miller, so tough break for Ben Miller. He'll be taking a rear start with Casey Gilbert.
Looks like what he did probably when he was trying to get back on course. You can see there's some rocks there. They might look small to us on screen. But
no, he caught it and it just flipped him right over.
Exactly, and there was a tire there probably just being like, hey, there's something here. It's also a corner, and just flipped him right over.
But he had that huge bicycle but was able to sell it. So tough break for Ben Miller out of Saatchi, Texas with Elite One Intermodal Racing. His co-driver Garrett just took one heck of a ride. That was a Jimmy's chassis, LS7, Turbo 400, SCS, Torque 14s, King, Nitto, and Vision. While we have a little break in the action, let's give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima batteries, 4-wheel parts, Griffin race radiators, Method race wheels, and LaserNet, just to name a few. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful sponsors, we would not be racing here today for the 2021 Nitto National Championship. Again, I'm Miles Hasselquist alongside Pam Hall, and we are here in the Nitto Lounge calling all the action. We are qualifying for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class as we speak, but here at 4 p.m. Central Time, here in about an hour and 15 minutes, we will be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We've got a few more 4800 cars to go, and then we'll kick it into the 4400 Unlimited class. We need to thank Justin and Trotter and the whole crew here at the Crossbar Ranch for being so helpful all week long. They've been working their tails off to make this happen. We were out with the Area 51 crew marking course. Looks like everything's okay, but we'll give him Miller a tug off the course and he's able to drive off. So looks like it should be an easy fix. It wasn't too bad of a tumble, but it was a hard hit once he went over. Also need to give a huge shout out to Cody Wagner with LaserNet for all of the amazing trophies. There's a lot of trophies we'll be giving out this weekend. USAC's really jumped up this year. At this race, they are our sanctioning body. They're going to be running timing and scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. So it's going to be a transition period, but so far it's been running extremely smooth. So it's going to be a great long partnership with USAC. If you want to go see some of our timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com and you can check out our live timing. We will also have racing tracks during the races, so you can go check out their website as well. So we are qualifying. Tune in, ultra4racing.com/live, or go to the King of the Hammers Facebook page, share it, start a watch party, go to the Ultra4 Instagram, and hashtag it up. So tomorrow's race schedule, or let's finish off today. Today we'll be finished off qualifying, and then today at 4 p.m. will be the Can-Am UTV class. And then tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time, we'll kick off the Everyman Challenge classes, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 1 p.m. Central Time, we'll kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. Tomorrow, everybody will be running 3 laps, except for the stock class will run 2, and the 4400 Unlimited class will run 4 laps at about 30 miles per lap, because there's a Loop A and a Loop B with some short course mixed in the middle. The stock class will have 1 bypass at the MBRP rock face. So in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class for the Nitto National Championship points, Casey Gilbert is in the lead, and then it goes Cody Young, Brent Harrell, Eric Weichel, Jeremy Jones, Steve Graff, Justin Barth, Chuck Crossland, Michael London, and Chase Caprara. Rounding out the top 10. Looks like that is going to be the 717 taking off. That is Ryan Webb. Ryan Webb out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Kryptonite Customs. He's running a Jimmy's chassis, LS6, 680 horsepower, Turbo 400, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, Gearworks, Fox, USD Stickies, PRP, PCS, Raceline. Ryan's son Blaine is co-driver. Great to see the father and son team up. And he's got Chris Branton, his teammate, that'll be racing in the 4400 class later on today. But on course is Mr. Ryan Webb with Kryptonite Customs. Those USD stickies, you see them a lot in the rock bouncer world, but they're trying to bleed them in over here at Ultra4 Racing. There's some big meat tires with a lot of grip. Looks like Randall Holmes, number 4820, taking off next out of Lewisburg, North Carolina. With Race Mile 1 Motorsports, Liberty Mountain Fab chassis, LS 5.3, 4L60E transmission, Atlas transfer case, running a Dana 60 up front, 14 bolt out back, Radflow shocks, Warren, East Kier Coast Supply, Barnes 4-wheel drive, Raceline, Radflow, Toyo, and Tar Banks Brewing. He's a rock crawler at heart, and he's been wheeling since 2006. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers 2017.
So our top 5 right now, Miles, we have Chase Caprara in that number 1 spot, Jeremy Jones number 2, Cody Young in that 3rd position, Ryan Webb in 4th, Steve Graff in 5th. So we have right now a 5-second difference between Chase Caprara and Jeremy Jones on that number 1 spot.
Chase Caprara, this kid is fast. And remember, we will be integrating the 4500 and the 4800 classes. How you qualify is how you'll take off during race day. They are scored separately, but they will be mixed up in the start order. Looks like that may be Trevino.
Yes, Matt Trevino, the number 31.
He's part of Rock Rage Racing.
Seeing it here. Travis, are you there?
I think I got it.
So this is qualifying for the 2021 Nitto National Championship out of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. We have Matt Tribino, number 31, out on course. So coming into screen is Matt Tribino. He's been racing Ultra 4 for a very long time. Him and his brother have raced for quite a while. Like I said, they kind of team up with Rock Rage Racing. He's definitely a good time. Matt Tribino takes a little wide. Not sure if that was on purpose or not, but he's still running strong. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We're finding a little bit of difficulty with our audio. This wind is crazy out here, so thanks for being patient with us. And again, this Hammer King production crew does an amazing job for pulling this off in the middle of nowhere. And taking off now is Justin Barth, number 417, out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. He's doing double duty. He's racing his UTV also. This is a Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS3 427, Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, King shocks, Walker Evan wheels, PRP seats, PCI, PSC, and Arturo tires. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2014. So I think Matt Tribino is running Al Crespo's timer. So I think he got a 217. Nope, Matt Tribino, there he is. He just popped up, sorry, with a 2-minute flat. So Matt Tribino, number 31, with a 2-minute flat. So these are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. I mean, we race King of the Hammers, Moab, Crandon, Reno, Sturgis, Tennessee, Kentucky. Huge rocks, mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, here in the mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. I love it when they show these things off. So I don't see anybody lining up. I think we've missed Chuck Crossland. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it to qualifying or not before we turn it over to the 4400 Unlimited class. Or is he trying to save his car? You never know. So we'll get a time for Justin Barth here shortly as he just moves in the top 5 with a 151.433. Very respectful time for Justin Barth. And be sure to tune in to Ultra 4's website. We'll be updating the start order for this afternoon and tomorrow. So I believe first off the line, that sure looks like Chris Branton. So Chris Branton off the line.
He is the 4046 of Chris Branton.
So the 4046 Chris Branton out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 2C IFS chassis, LSX 427, Turbo 400, Hero transfer case, Spider Tracks, Method, Fox, and USD stickies. His co-driver is normally Ryan Webb, but he just got off the course. Not sure if he had enough time to hop in or not. They own Kryptonite Customs and USD stickies. So Chris Branton out on course. The wind's starting to fight our drones just a little bit, but there we'll get them back in action. And again, a huge shout out to King of the Hammers and Hammer King production for pulling this off out here in Oklahoma.
Next off the line, that is Ryan Rockhold in the 417.
As he hits the Yukon launch as we speak, and remember, that is a brand new car to him. So Ryan Rockhold out of Peyton, Colorado, with Elevate Off-Road Racing. He's racing a solid axle Jimmy's chassis, LS Turbo 400, Atlas Transfer Case, Spider Tracks, King, and BFG. He started racing UTVs back in 2017 with a win in Dirt Riot. His first Ultra 4 race was the Nationals back in Reno in 2018. And this is his first race in the 4400 class. This is Healy's old King of the Hammers winning car that he just recently bought from Daryl Gray. So Chris Branton coming across the line hot as we tune back in to Ryan Rockhold, who had an excellent qualifying run in this 4900 class.
Yes, and Chris Branton came through with a 1:48.137. So they're like 4 seconds off right now of Jamie McCoy's time. Then we were wondering, or talking earlier about who will this class, the 4400,
and a
be
huge
faster?
bicycle, but Ryan Rockhold keeps her under control. Well, we've seen a few bicycles. The course is definitely changing out here. 4413.
Tom Pendergrast.
Tom Prendergast out of Vergreen, Colorado, with Fire River Racing. He's in a Jimmy's chassis, 2C solid axle machine, LS 418, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, BFG, Black Rhino Impacts, and Factor 55. This year, he won the Ultra 4 4400 Northern Championship. So, again, a huge shout out to Tom Prendergast for pulling that off. So we have time for Ryan Rockhold here soon. The time is going to get faster as he kind of blows through there, because you got to come hot across that Nitto start-finish line before you go through the arch. So he got her woed down there a little bit.
A second and a half off. It's a 1:49.828, so he's sitting in the number 2 position right now. So they're setting some good times to be able to beat later on, or if anybody does beat their times. That would be the 4401 of Kirk Jensen.
Kirk Jensen, this is his first round with us. He's out of Salt Lake City, Utah, racing for ORI Struts. That's a Jimmy's 2C IFS chassis, LS 7447, Turbo 400, Atlas, ORI Struts, Maxxis tires, and Raceline wheels. His first race is right now here at the Nationals. Russell Jensen is his co-driver, and that is Andrew McLaughlin's old car. So Kirk Jensen on screen, but in the Nitto Lounge with me is Mr. Justin Barth. How's it going, buddy?
Hey Miles, hey Pam, how are you guys doing? We're doing great, thank you.
Yeah, you're pulling double duty this week, and you're racing the UTV and the 4800 car, and you got a lot going on, but looks like you got the family with you here having fun.
Yeah, we brought the Munchkin, we brought Elijah, and Abby came with me, and we brought the whole crew, so everybody's out here having a good time for Nationals.
I absolutely love it. I've got 2 little girls at home, and I miss them immensely, so it's really cool that you can bring your whole family with you.
For sure, we definitely enjoy it. That's always a good time. So we got, I think, top 10 in both classes, and I might have just blown out a rear main seal in the big car, so I'll have to go check that out. But
well, that's not good, because you got to race here in a little bit and then work on the core tonight. You're going to be busy.
Race the Razor here in a little bit, and then maybe work on the buggy for a little while and see what happens. So hopefully it's nothing too serious. We'll have a good time tomorrow too. So,
well, Justin, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming and say hi, and good luck later on today.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much for the feed. Thanks for the fans. Appreciate you guys.
All right, thank you.
All right, Justin Barth, as we're still watching, Chris Branton.
We weren't even on there. Okay, so we have a time for Kirk Jensen. He came through with a 2:09.983.
Pretty good run for his first time. So Kevin Taylor, number 911, out of Texarkana, Texas, took off when I was talking to Justin. He's with Knockout Racing. He's in a Dazed Fabrication Porsche-themed bouncer, an Ultra 4 chassis, LS3 416, Turbo 400, SCS T-case, 14 bolts front and rear, running the ORI struts as well, Interco tires, Vision wheels, and PRP seats. His first Ultra 4 race was AOP 2020. His co-driver is Heath Day. They run .1 off-road. There's Frank Vonderheide, I believe. Number 4423. Out of Scranton, Arkansas, with STT Racing. He's racing a Jimmy's 4x4 podium chassis, 383 stroker, Turbo 400, Hero T-case, Method race wheels, Fox shocks, Maxxis, and Corbo. He started rock crawling in 04, has raced R-Rock, We Rock, Dirt Riot, and now Ultra 4. His co-driver is Drew. He's had a pretty good season thus far.
And then 911 of Kevin Taylor came through in the third position at a 2:00.432. I believe that is the 4426 of Kevin Porterfield that just took off the line.
That is absolutely Kevin Porterfield out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, with Porterfield Motorsports. He's in a wide open, beautifully built design 2-seat IFS chassis by Adam Woodley. He's got a Jeff Ginter race engine, PTC Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, PRP, Radflow, Nitto, and Trail Ready. So I've got two-time king Lauren Healy in here with me.
What's up, Miles?
How's it going, buddy?
Doing good, my man.
So your car's patiently awaiting out there for you, and you're in here kind of just checking out the field. And what's going through your mind right now?
Don't make a mistake during qualifying. The track has changed dramatically, even from this morning when we were out there pre-running.
We can see all the bicycles out there. There's a lot of bite right now.
There's so much traction out there right now, so gonna have to be cautious on that. Don't put it on the roof, and don't take a rear start, because that would be a situation.
It is on adjusted time. You take off in 30-second increments, but from the back of the pack, it is tricky. It's been done.
It has
but
been
why
done.
put that on your shoulders if you don't have to?
Right, and I don't think the dust is going to be as much of a situation in years past here. So,
yeah, there's a happy medium. I mean, we were frustrated on Wednesday with all that rain. I just felt so bad for all the racers trying to move in, but now it's absolutely perfect, and there's already dust, and we were just stomping through the mud.
Right, now super exciting. Crossbar is an amazing place. Really excited to be back here racing again. Looks like we'll be racing the national championship again here next year. So
I really do like it. I love and miss Reno. Don't get me wrong, but this place is something special because it has the go fast. It's got the technical. It's got the rocks. I mean, it's got it all for a little mini hammers per se.
It does. It does bring a little bit of everything except for that mud.
Yeah, and I know you don't like it. And I'll be honest, I don't like it either. But I like watching you play in it.
Yeah, I've never hidden that I don't love the mud, but like you said, the weather conditions have really came together perfect here. And by race day tomorrow, I think we're gonna have an amazing track.
And you're sitting in third position in the national points, just in front of your team fun haver, Von Gittin. How cool is that to be sitting 3 and 4 in the national points coming in to the Nitto National Championship?
Yeah, it's really neat. So we kind of came in going out of KOH, not with great points and just saying let's go out and win some races and see what we could do. And luckily we've won the last 4 races, and that really has put us into a position where we can try to compete for the national championship. We're gonna need a little bit of luck with Bailey, see what happens with the points there. But the only thing we can do is come out here and try to win the race and see where the points fall.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it all shakes up. You're always a class act. You've won King of the Hammers twice. You're looking for a third, I know you are, but you're excited to close out with a good weekend here.
I definitely am. Yeah, try to get a podium here, have a good race, and then focus on KOH. I'm gonna put every effort I can into pre-running and getting cars dialed in before the week out there. And you're 100% right. Right now, my focus, I need that third KOH win for sure.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And you've got a brand new car that's built that you're not quite ready to race, but I mean, it's ready to race. You're just saving it for hammers.
So, well, there's a little bit of backstory to that, and I'm not going to tell you about it. But I just debuted on social media about a week ago of this new independent
third one.
rear truck that we're building right now, and my goal is to have that up and running and shook down by KOH and race that there. So we'll see what happens. We got some options.
Well, Lauren, it's always a pleasure. I'm going to kind of let you get in your own head, but thanks for coming and chatting with me. Always a pleasure, and just best of luck to you and all your fellow competitors.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Lauren Healy. We just saw Tim Hooper go out on course out of Bentonville, Arkansas, and then Guy Miller out of King City, California. Thank you. So we missed those two guys as we were talking to Lauren.
Oh, another bicycle.
There's bicycles everywhere. I believe this is Hunter Miller, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, Hunter Sparrow, correct, Pam, out of Denver, Colorado, with Sparrow Motorsports. He's in a home-built car, 408 LS Stroker. We just saw his wife, Kimberly, run. He's got a Turbo 400, Atlas transfer case, ARB, King, BFG, Raceline, and Corbo.
So
His
Miles,
first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2012, and like I said, him and his wife shared driving and co-driving duties. Go ahead, Pam.
I was going to go down our top 5 right now. We still have Christopher Branton sitting in that number 1 position with a 148.137.
He took off first and hasn't looked back yet.
He has not. And then we have Ryan Rockhold in that number 2 position. Kevin Porterfield 3rd. Guy Miller just took into the 4th position from Kevin Taylor, who is now sitting in that 5th position unofficially with our qualifying. But we have a lot of cars to still go.
And Cody Hardesty just took off, it looked like.
So we have Hunter Sparrow on course. Cody Hardesty just took off.
So Cody Hardesty out of Louisville, Kentucky with Hardesty Racing. He's got a TMR chassis, straight axle, LS 408, Turbo 400, SCS T-case, PRP seats, Radflow shocks, Maxxis, and KMC wheels. He owns his own landscape company. His dad helps him in the pits. His first Ultra race was last year at AOP. He's a young and up-and-comer for sure as Hunter Sparrow finishes his qualifying run. This is about a mile and a half qualifying run. There's a great shot of Cody Hardesty as he runs around this course. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We are qualifying during the 4400 Unlimited class as we watch Cody Hardesty on screen. And taking off next, that looks like John Grounds, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's the 4415 of John Grounds out of Phoenix, Arizona with Proving Grounds Racing.
And he has raced every race this year. He has not missed a race yet. Not just one car. They have multiple cars that they have been racing. I believe they only brought one this race, though, just to finish out the season. But he has been to every race all over the United States and in Mexico at San Felipe.
Yeah, good for him. I listened to his podcast that he had on Summit on the way to this race, and he's got a good thing going with that Miller Pro chassis. He's got a CBM LS7 Turbo 400. Atlas Fly Off-Road is his main sponsor. Summit Racing, Holly, Factor 55, Tom Woods Drive Shaft, Spider Tracks, PRP, Fox, BFG, Dirty Life Race Wheels, and Motive Gear. He started racing in the 4500 class, and he's currently sitting in 12th position for national points, but he's going for that top 10, and this is his first year in the 4400 class. He is the director of engineering at Fly Off-Road. And off the line next is Mr. Cade Rod.
And he is on a mission.
He's racing a Legends car in the Unlimited class, so all he did basically is did a little shock tuning through some 40-inch Nittos, and he is racing with the big dogs. And the 4807 out of Cortez, Colorado, and racing for Jimmy's 4x4. He's got a Jimmy's 4x4 48P, Mushu he calls it. He's got a turnkey LS7, ATI Turbo 400, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, King, PRP seats, Nitto, Vision, Holly Performance, and RCV. He is a heavy hitter in the Legends class, but has proven himself to be a reckon in the 4400 class. There's John Grounds as he makes it around the Rigid Ridge. We'll get a time for him here shortly.
John Grounds in that number 5 position at a 151.690.
So I believe that's going to be Dave Oliver, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's Kenneth Goodall, the number 7779, as he hits the Yukon line.
Number 1 spot at a 141.989.
That
Wow.
kid is on a mission. Good
Now,
job, Cade
did-
Rod. He did that in Tennessee.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. In Tennessee, he did the same thing.
And he was a fun one to chat with after he did that, because he's like, I'm super excited and scared to death, because he's an amazing driver, but now he's really stepping up with the big dogs, and to have all these big names breathing down your neck, that's some pressure. But Cade Rod just threw down a 141.989. That is 7 seconds faster than Chris Branton.
And that is now the fastest time of the day so far on the qualifying course.
And now it's Brian Reed, driven by Michael Mills, number 416 out of Houston, Texas, Monkey with a Knife Racing. They've got a Brave Motorsports car, running those BFG tires, King shocks, Factor 55. They're just here to have fun, but they're looking for a good finish, and they got to give a huge shout out to Rock Royalty Racing for kind of taking them under their wing. Michael Mills is actually driving this car right now, because Brian Reed is going to get here probably about right now, so he is doing the one substitute driver per season, so he'll qualify today, and then Brian Reed will be racing tomorrow. So Brian Reed and Michael Mills out on the qualifying run as Ken Goodall crosses the Nitto start-finish line.
And Ken Goodall is in the number 10 spot at a 201.534.
And taking off like a rocket, I believe that is Marcos Gomez, number 86 out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing. One of 3 brothers will be racing this week. He's in his UFO single seat, running King shocks, Nitto tires, Sparco seats, Spider tracks, RCV, and Method race wheels. And that's an IFS IRS machine. And they have some of the biggest laughs and smiles in Ultra 4. We love the Gomez brothers. There goes Michael Mills driving for Brian Reed and finishing his qualifying run. Looks like Chris Paiva was lining up behind Reed as Marcos Gomez and the Ugly Duck driving that beautiful built Joe Thompson machine, UFO fabrication. They've got a few more cars going to be added to their stable here shortly. Excited to see some new, and he may have just kissed that tree a little bit, takes that corner a little too tight.
There's been quite a few do that in that corner right there. I have not been on course, so I don't know how tight it is, but there's been quite a few cutting it really close. But that is the 906, yes, of
Tad Dowker. Tad Dowker and Chris Paiva trade, but I believe it is Tad driving today out of Quadine, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks. He's in a Trent Fab solid axle machine, LSX 454, Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox, Mickey Thompson, Raceline, and Sparco seats. He bought this Trent Fab car. It's called Bambi from Dave Cole just a couple years ago. Chris and Tad are both Ford engineers, so great to see them jumping in the Ultra 4 world. So we'll get a time for Marcos Gomez. I think it's going to be fast, and fast
spot.
it is.
He just knocked out Chris Branton out of the number 2 spot at a 144.298.
But it's still Cade Rod with the fastest time of the day with that 141.989. As Tad Dowker and Chris Paiva are running strong. This is a fun and fast qualifying course. It's a 1.5 miles of just pure short course, but the track is getting grippy. There's ruts out there. You got to be careful. You got to be smart. So here's number 10, Dave Oliver. I thought I saw him take off earlier, but Dave Oliver with Goodall Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 Dragon 2.0 IFS 2-seat machine, LS7 4L80E. Hero TK, Spider Tracks axles, PRP seats, BFG, and Fox shocks. So Dave Oliver in that number 10 Jimmy's car, running strong. There is action everywhere out here on this qualifying course. Again, thank you for tuning in to the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Again, a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin Race Radiators, Method Race Wheels, LaserNet, Warren, King, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon, PCI, Axial, All Balls Racing, Forest River, Progressive, and OnX Off-Road, just name a few. So thank you to all of our wonderful partners. So there is Mr. Cody Addington, number 888 with ADD Racing out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing. He's in a Jimmy's Red Dragon chassis, single seat IFS, turnkey LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Nitto, and Vision. And speaking about Nitto, Cade Rod sitting on top of this qualifier again this season and a Legends car. Cade, what are you doing, buddy?
Man, it feels good. The track dried out. It changed completely. The ruts came out of nowhere. They were all new, but we figured it was that way for everybody, so we just ran as hard as we could. It felt smooth. It felt fast. The car feels great, so nothing too much to complain about there.
Oh, nothing to complain about. And again, in Tennessee, I kind of asked you, how are you feeling right now? You're excited or are you nervous?
Definitely nervous, but really excited. I know that, it's going to be hard for that to stick all day whenever the big dogs come out, but I mean, we tried to lay down as fast as we could on the short course so we could try and be up in there to where once we hit Loop B and the tight trees, that's where
your car will shine for sure.
Yeah, that's where my car is going to shine, and so if we can just try and keep up through Loop A, then deal with less traffic and we should be good.
So Cade Rod, I mean, like I said, all you did was a little shock tuning, a little gearing, threw some 40-inch Nittos on it, and it's a Legends car and you're hanging with them. So when are you going to step up?
We've been discussing what we're going to do, how we're going to do the car, things like that. I actually haven't had any shock tuning in that car except for springs and some clickers, but no valving or anything. So that'll be nice. Get some shocks on it and maybe go run Hammers 4400.
I would absolutely love to see that out of you, Cade. And like I said, you've done it in Tennessee, and now here in Oklahoma, you're sitting there. But like you said, we have Power Hour coming up. There's a lot of fast ones. Speaking about fast, Rusty Blyler is... So Cody, it sounds like, is just about 2 seconds behind you. So you got another teammate right on your heels, Cade. But like I said, another great qualifying. You've had a great year. I'm pumped for you.
Yeah, we're excited. I mean, we did well last year in the 4800 class, but I feel like we made a pretty big splash this year going into the 4400 class, and it's so much fun. It's so much faster pace, and it's chaos out there, and it's a whole different dynamic of racing.
Yeah, I was doing my homework on the old Facebook, and I saw you were coming, but you hadn't registered yet, so I hit you up. I was like, hey, 48 or 44? You said 44. I was pretty excited for you. So it looks like we have both Blylers out on course right now. We have Rusty Blyler and Josh Blyler. Big B Motorsports at their finest. They're both running their Miller Pro chassis. So that's going to be another car that's going to handle well in these woods, just like you there, Cade.
Who's that?
Rusty and Josh Blyler out on course.
Oh, yeah, both the Blylers are fast. Blyler weeded me out in Tennessee, and, I'm hoping that he doesn't do that this time, but you can never sleep on them. They are super fast, and they're the Miller boys out here since Eric didn't make it, and they're super fast in those trees.
So talking to a lot of people, I called you the dark horse in Tennessee. I did it again here in Oklahoma. But those Miller cars are pretty good, and those Blylers can drive. So it's going to be a fun race day, and you just can't get any better than that here in the middle of Oklahoma. So Rusty just moves into 4th position with a 146. So it's looking pretty good for you, Cade. You got that solid axle up on top so far. Looks like that's a Rufus car. Is that Zandy or Chip? That is Chip McLaughlin. That is number 24, I believe. Yes. No, number 4. out of Corinth, Texas with Rufus Racing, and a huge bicycle, but he saved it. That corner's been biting a lot of people. Like I said, this course is changing fast, and it's only going to change more and more the more it gets beat up.
Yeah, and it was really muddy this morning, so everybody that was hitting the turns was just pushing that mud out, and then when it dried out, it built a really big berm around all of the turns, and that's what's catching and grabbing everybody.
But hey, everybody's got the same playing field, so it's fun to come from the mud we had on Tuesday, Wednesday Thursday to this absolutely beautiful day for qualifying, getting everything set up for tomorrow's big race. So Josh Blyler just bumps into 4th position, beating his dad by a spot by about 2 seconds. So it's Cade Rod, Cody Addington, Marcos Gomez, Josh Blyler, and then Rusty Blyler rounding out the top 5.
Definitely nerve-wracking. The Red Dragon behind you.
Absolutely, yeah. You know that car well. You were supposed to drive it at Hammers. I don't think you ended up doing it, though, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay, you did, but not very far or something.
No, I made it all the way through lap 1 and lap 2 and broke right before getting back in the main. But I didn't get to drive it before qualifying. He said, yeah, you got to qualify in 5 minutes if you want to drive it.
And you said, okay.
Yeah. I asked him if I could hold it wide open off the first jump, and he said, I probably would.
Awesome. Heading out right now, number 24 out of Allen, Texas, Mr. Rufus Racing himself, Zandy Willems. He's in a Tribe 16 2-seat solid axle machine, Mr. Nightmare. Well, Cade, I appreciate you coming in and chat, and we'll see if you can stay up on that pole position, but congratulations on a fast run, and we'll see how it holds up, and good luck tomorrow on race day, Cade.
Hey, thanks, man. Fingers crossed.
Thanks again, Cade Rod. So we'll get a time for number 4, Chip McLaughlin.
Mr. Chip McLaughlin at number 8 spot at a 148.564.
Up next is number 19, Paul Horschel.
Oh, he's always one to reckon with, for sure.
This is going to be a super fast one. I'm not sure if Cade's time's going to stick or not. Paul's going to leave it all on the line. Number 19 out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports. He's in that Ford Bronco Horschel-built machine. A Danzio P600 big block with 967 horsepower and 822 torque. He's running an Atlas TubeWorks Turbo 400, Nitto Tires, PRP, Fox, Trail Ready Wheels, Obstacle, TMR Customs. He grew up in rural Alaska racing snowmobiles and dirt bikes. He started racing Ultra 4 in 2014 and finally built his first car in 2016, won his class in the Baja 1000 in 2020, and always a force to be reckoned with. This is one of the best builders we have in Ultra 4, and he puts his cars to the test. He just ran this same car last weekend, so it just goes to show you how well he can build a car and make them work. And this is a single-seat IFS machine. And those Nitto tires are gripping hard. You can see him taking that wide. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, but he's making a pretty good run through it.
Well, and him doing, we're qualifying on a short course. It looks like his car's a little lower in the rear. Do you think he adjusted the rear end to take these turns a little tighter?
His cars always sit a little low in the rear. It's just the way he sets up the shocks and stuff. And this guy's an absolute genius. I mean, he spends so much time on CAD, so much time on prep setup. He really comes to a race with a fully raceable car.
But the question is now,
and multiple of them sometimes.
Is he going to beat the 141.989?
It's going to be close. He's going to give it all he can as he comes into the Nitto start finish.
Oh, he did. A 141.772.
So 0.2 of a second. Paul Horschel just bumped out Cade Rod. So Cade Rod sitting on. So Cade Rod just moved into second position by 0.2 of a second. I mean, you can't even blink that fast. So Cade Rod's still looking good, but Paul Horschel just got that pole position. And Paul Horschel is going to get those 7 points if it sticks that way. All right, well, we have a quick break in the action. We'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play? I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm finding a way. I need never get old.
Dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back, world, to the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. We had just missed Brian Caprara, Brian Crofts, and now it's Wayland Campbell. We are deep into Power Hour. Wayland Campbell is sitting 7th in the national points, and that he is racing out of Gilbert, Arizona, at part of Campbell Racing. In that 2020 Campbell Enterprise chassis, single seat IFS, LS7, Turbo 400, Trailworthy transfer case, Curry axles, Method race wheels, Monster Energy, Nitto, Fox, and Impact seats. He was the Dirt Sports Rookie of the Year, Off-Road Hall of Fame, Rising Star, and he's got multiple podiums. And it looks like Brian Croft just moves in that 4th position. Chip, it's getting fast. How's that bicycle out there, buddy?
That's the first time I've ever bicycled that car. And
you biked it good and rode it out.
You know, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it good. Track's a lot different than this morning.
A lot different.
You know, we're on those Maxxis Razors. They did great. The bite was incredible, and they put us into a bicycle. Looks like a lot of people are having the same problem.
And heading out on course now is Mrs. Bailey Campbell, number 35, out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing. She is sitting in 6th position in the national points. She's driving that 2-seat IFS Campbell Enterprise machine, LS7 Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Curry axles, Monster, Nitto, Fox, Method race wheels. New baby girl Emery was born just last year. She's engaged to Brian Cross, who just had a great run. She almost won King of the Hammers in 2019 with a great run, but you know, life happens, and it was a heartbreaker. Wayland Campbell just bumped out Paul Horschel by a 1.5 seconds. So Wayland Campbell, our new fastest, with a 1:43.50. So Wayland Campbell just had a smoking run out there. So sitting in that pole position and earning those 7 important points if it sticks.
Well, we still got some fast guys coming. We got, I guess, Shannon Campbell. He's not racing, I don't think.
Now, he popped the motor, but taking out right now is James Mahoney out of Colfax, California. Driving that Get Bent Fab 2-seat solid axle machine, LQ9 Turbo 400, Hero TK, Spider Trax axles, King, and Milestar. James Mahoney is sitting in 8th points in national points.
Yeah, the course conditions came great. I'm grateful for the weather. We don't have a whole lot of dust, which makes it cool for the people home to see the camera instead of seeing a whole lot of dust. The course looks perfect. The guys did great. I can't thank them enough. And they still made it hard. They made it safe, and we're gonna go have some fun. And I think I heard earlier this is the most entries we've had at Nationals here.
Nationals, I think almost anywhere. 115 entrants. I mean, it's just amazing to see. Looks like that's a Gopez. I believe that's
Gopez.
JP Gomez. What is it?
You said a Gopez.
Oh, yeah. JP Gomez. Sorry about that. So that is number 82, JP Gomez out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing. He's in that UFO single-seat Joe Thompson built machine, King shocks, Nitto tires, Sparco seats, Spider Trax axles, RCV, and Method race wheels. The Gomez brothers are always fun to watch out on course, and they are fast, aren't they, Chip?
Oh, they definitely race for the tacos.
They give it all they got every time they get in that car.
And I think they rubbed off on Horschel, too. He's one of my favorites to watch because he doesn't say much.
He's a quiet guy, but he's an absolute genius until he puts that helmet on.
He's
turns
the quiet
into an
monster.
Animal. Absolutely.
And how did he end up?
He's
second
sitting
place.
in second position for now. We'll see if JP can shake that up. And then we'll have Vaughn Gittin, then Lauren Healy, Raul Gomez, and then last but not least will be Bailey Cole, who's sitting in the top of the points for the Nitto National Championship with 3,887 points.
I'm rooting for Bailey for a good finish. He's
had some bad luck here recently.
Yeah, his guys said they put quick connects on his engine.
There goes Vaughn Gittin Jr., number 25 out of Concord, North Carolina, part of Team Fun Haver. He's in that brand new Triton Engineering 2-seat IFS car, Brocky version 2.0. He's got a Ford Performance 460 D3 with 780 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, Spider Trax, RCV with portals, Fox shocks, Nitto, Monster Energy, Optima, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, Warren and Factor 55, Rugged Radios, Shell Rotella, Project X Lights, Holly EFI, Recaro Seats, Gear Wrench, RTR Vehicles, and Centerline Wheels.
Yeah,
Vaughn Gittin Jr. is a part of Team Fun Haver with Lauren Healy.
Yeah, the Fun Haver group, they're bringing it. They're having a lot of fun, and I like the innovation they're bringing to our sport. You know, the way that these two cars, with the front end being able to be changed from rock to desert, they're innovators, and we all get to learn from it, and they're more than happy to share that stuff with us for the most part, I think.
And Team Funhaver teammate Lauren Healy, number 67 out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Team Funhaver chasing down his team member, Vaughn Gittin Jr. He's in his single-seat Paul Horschel machine as another huge bicycle. He came into it a little hot right where you did there, Chip.
Yeah, I know Lauren's been he's been stalking me. I think he's a Chip Happens fan, and he did exactly what I did, so I might have to have a talk with him about that.
So Paul Horschel in that single-seat car, Ford Performance 460, D3 with 780 horsepower, Turbo 400, Spider Tracks, RCV, Fox, Nitto, Monster Energy, Optima, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, Warren, Factor 55, Rugged Radio, Shell Rotella, Project X Lights, Holley EFI, Recaro Seats, Gear Wrench, RTR Vehicles, and Centerline Wheels. And Lauren is a two-time king. He won back in 2010 for his first time. JP Gomez just moved into second position, and then Vaughn Gittin Jr. moves into third position. Paul Horschel fourth, Cade Rod in that fifth position.
So Lauren's got a little different tactic than everybody else. He's taking all these corners wide. He's getting in the rough. And let's be interested to see how it works out for him. He did bicycle there at the beginning.
So Raul Gomez, number 83 out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO single-seat Joe Thompson built machine, running that King wrap. Nitto Tire, Sparco Seats, Spider Tracks, RCV, and Method Race Wheels. The Gomez brothers there's two of them in the top 10 for points, and look at him flying back there over the Yukon launch.
Yeah, they're the prime example of wreckers or checkers.
Absolutely, and he is sitting in that second position in the national points, so he's just 17 points off of Bailey Cole. It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. And there comes our last qualifier of the day, Mr. Bailey Cole.
Bets on what time he pulls?
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see how it shakes out. Remember, you can go to ultra4racing.com, and we'll post all of our qualifying results as soon as we can. So we're going to keep you as honest as we can, but right now it's looking good. Lauren Healy moved into 8th position. But top of the box right now is Wayland Campbell with a 140.350.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play? I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Motor?
Nope.
Not motor?
It's pronounced motor.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive. When leading the pack, visibility is important. Perfect for any off-road application, the all-new rigid chase bar adds safety and functionality to any vehicle, combining running, brake, reverse, and turn signals into a 28-inch compact design. Choose from 25 pre-programmed effects with over 300,000 possible combinations. Built-in effects include strobe, scroll, and flash, fully customizable to any vehicle trigger. The rigid chase bar is the industry's most advanced rear-facing light, providing off-road enthusiasts one more way to own the night.
UTV 96 is inside this car here for the race.
We use the UTV 96 in this car. I'm using the VP UTV 96 fuel.
Thank you, VP Racing Fuels, for keeping me powered and getting me on top of the box.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
Coming up next, the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We are about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the 2021 Nitto National Championship.
You don't have to hold it down.
Welcome back, world, to the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. We are about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and I've got Mr. Waylon Campbell. How's it going, buddy?
It's good. Had a solid qualifying run, so I'm pretty stoked about that.
And is that your first time being on the pole?
Yes, yeah, it is.
In the 4400 class?
Yeah, well, actually, I've never qualified good
Really?
in my life, yeah. So this is new for me. I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah, I mean, the smile on your face is awesome, and we had a pretty good chat late last night, and it was a lot of fun getting caught up and getting just kind of the down low on everything going on, and you got a good thing going on. I'm excited for you.
Yeah, man, just trying to buckle down and get a little bit more serious with this stuff, and having 2 kids right now is throwing me for a whirl. But
It's a lot of work, but how much fun is it? I mean, the kids are absolutely amazing, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. I love it, and one of the biggest reasons I want to continue doing this and get bigger and grow is so that I can bring the kids on and do
just
what my
like your
did for
dad.
me. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the Campbell is definitely a staple in Ultra 4 and in off-road period. And for your dad to start it, bring you through the ranks, and now you're kind of getting to be an equal to your dad on the race course. It's overly impressive. I love it.
I wouldn't say equal. If that man could still see good, he'd probably beat me all day long.
But he can't, so you got him.
I got the advantage right
and he
now.
can't even talk smack because his big car isn't working, which is a bummer.
Yeah, things happen. It is what it is. He's just had some bad luck the last couple races, but he'll be back.
Oh yeah, no, I mean you guys run an awesome crew and an awesome shop, and I have no doubt that you guys will be coming in full force for King of the Hammers 2022.
That's the plan. Hit her hard and take home a win, hopefully.
Well, speaking about taking home a win, you're starting on the pole. You got 7 points. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But what is your kind of strategy going into this race? Now you're going to be starting out front. No dust. But you got a lot of fast guys and gals, your sisters racing, out there on course chasing you down.
Honestly, I have no idea. I've never been up front starting, so it's going to be new to me. But I'm just going to take it like I do every other race and just push hard and harder until the end, and hopefully the car stays together.
And I'm going off memory. I think you ran a 141. Does that sound right?
140 or 141.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that.
Yep. So that's 4 seconds faster than Jamie McCoy in a UTV. And on this tight track, I think the times will be similar. I guess I forgot. A loop, the big cars will really be able to open it up, but that B loop has a lot of tight technical terrain in there. So give me a mental drive through lap A versus lap B.
So I got to pre-run behind my dad in the UTV while we were on both A and B loop, and the big cars I think are going to be faster for sure on the A loop, but B loop, it's just so tight and the cars are so wide now that if we had to race against them, they'd probably beat us all day long.
So, like I said, just kind of give me a rundown on through Lap A, because Lap A to me, it's kind of fast, but still technical, and then Loop B is a lot more in the woods. So, kind of, what's your strategy, Lap A versus Lap B, and kind of just a quick run through on how different they are, and it just goes to show that these cars can do it all.
Well, Lap A, it was really wet out there when we went pre-ran at the beginning of the week, and you couldn't turn a corner without sliding all the way to the outside. I mean, four-wheel drive, no four-wheel drive.
Yeah, you said you were having a little fun doing a little drifting and all that.
Yeah, just trying to set it up, doing 15 mile an hour, just screwing around. But the ground soaks up so much water out there, I guarantee there'll be a buttload of dust, and going into the B loop, back to wet, muddy freaking ruts and everything. So
what do you think of Rock Face? That's a pretty cool obstacle. You go up a long steep hill and then all the way back down, and then a quick up through water. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I actually went and ran it this morning. I got really lost on it the other day. We had some GPS issues and stuff, but it was good. The water is going to play a big factor into that wall, though. You get a bunch of cars going up on it, and it's going to be pretty slippery.
But you get to start first, so that's going to be your advantage on that one, because you'll be able to splash your own water up, and then lap 2 and lap 3, and you guys raced 4 laps, I believe.
Yeah,
yes.
4 laps. Yeah, it's going to be that's all I could think about when I was doing B loop today was how long of a lap it was going to be. It just kind of seems like it goes on forever. You think you're at the end, and then you're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think one lap's 14 miles. One loop is 14 miles. The other one's 13, I believe, with some short course of mill. So it's right at 30 miles. So you'll be doing 120 tomorrow. Yep. I mean, that's a lot of racing.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a long day. Probably finishing at dusk. But I'm going to have fun regardless.
I mean, you've had a solid career, and this, like you said, is your first time being on the pole for qualifying. You got to be pumped about that. It's been a while since you've won a race.
Yes,
so,
it has. How
are you feeling about that?
Sturgis was awesome. I really needed that kick. I finished third at that race. I had a baby the day before I left and had to catch a late flight, and it was kind of a disaster, and it was pretty cool to be able to come on the box and do that again. I just needed that jump, and I feel really
confidence booster.
Yeah, I feel motivated now, and I want to keep pushing and hopefully keep that going.
Yeah. Well, again, I just wanted to have a quick chat with you. I appreciate everything you and your family does. Just thanks for being here, and best of luck to you tomorrow. And get out there and watch some racing.
Will do. Thanks, Miles.
All right. Well, thanks, Waylon Campbell. We are patiently awaiting to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Davis is located in south central Oklahoma between Oklahoma City and Dallas, Texas. The population is roughly 2,700 people. The elevation is only 850 feet, and it's located in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. The Crossbar Ranch is owned by the city of Davis, Oklahoma, but ran by Justin Ramsey and Brian Trotter. It is open year-round. It's closed for a couple weeks during hunting season, but it's open year-round, 7 days a week, 24/7. So you can come out here and ride around. It's $30 per day. Kids 10 to 15, it's only $20 per day. Children 9 and under are free. It's a 6,500-acre park here with over 200 miles of trail systems. There's a dump site a dump station on site. They have 35 camp sites with water and electricity, but unlimited dry camping here. They've kind of partnered up with Turner Falls, which is a beautiful spot just right next door. They've got a 77-foot waterfall. They've got hiking trails, caves, trout fishing, cabins, and much more. So we are about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. They'll be racing 3 full loops. Loop A is 13 miles, Loop B is 14 miles with some short course, so it's 30 miles per lap with 2 loops per lap. So they'll be racing roughly 90 miles. So please support who supports the sport. We have amazing partners on board with us. We can't thank these guys and gals enough. We have to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin Race Radiators, Method Race Wheels, Lasernut, Nitto, Warren Winch, King Shocks, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear and Axle, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, Onyx Off-Road, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speed Straps, Savvy Off-Road, Squatchbox, Impy, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Spider Track, Spicer, and Dana. So again, if you are building a rock crawler, a rock racer, a mall crawler, a tow rig, absolutely anything, go to these partners and please support who supports the sport. Without them, we would not be here racing today with Ultra 4. So Pam, kind of give us a rundown on what we can watch during this race. Obviously, Hammer King Productions will have multiple cameras, multiple drones out on course, but it's such a big course we cannot cover it all. So how can you follow along at home?
Well, if you go online, you can go to racingtracks.com and you can track your favorite drivers. You can track all the drivers. It'll show you where they're at on course. You also, if you go to live.ultra4racing.com, you'll be able to track their laps, their lap times, their speeds. But on Racing Tracks, what's really cool is you're not only watching where their cars are at. If you click on their name, it'll also show how fast they're going. So it kind of can give you a little idea of, they might not be going, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour in that section. So they must be in like a rock section going, 10 miles per hour. But those are the 2 different ways you can watch it. You can go on our Facebook and watch our live feed and make sure you do what you do and you share it and create a watch party and share it with all of your friends and get all of our social media going.
Absolutely, Pam. It's going to be one heck of a show. We're just a few minutes behind schedule, but we should be kicking off here any moment. And this will be for the Nitto National Championship. And sitting in first place right now is Jacob Versey. Second place is Josh Smith, Scott Lesage, Jamie McCoy, Travis Zollinger, Nelson Sparks, Justin Barth, Mark Welch, Zachary Davis, and Matt Torney, rounding out the top 10 in points. Not all of those are racing with us today, so we'll see how it shakes up. But I had a good chat with Jacob Versey, and he's going to play the safe game. He wants to win this. Not necessarily he doesn't need to win this race. He just needs to finish strong and not break and have a strong finish. He wants that Nitto National Championship. He won the West Series and the North. If he could pull home the Nationals, I don't know if that's ever been done, winning 3 championships in one season. Jacob Versey has a great thing going, but he's got Josh Smith right behind him. It's going to be interesting. Scott Lesage is still in the mix. Jamie McCoy, you can never count him out.
Definitely not. And him starting on the pole, he's super pumped. He's such a good racer, but he has everybody right on his back door, and we'll see how it pans out today.
Yeah, we should have about 31 UTVs take the green flag here momentarily. But top of the box and starting in that first position is Jamie McCoy, then Dustin Robbins, Ryan Rockhold, Brian Stone, Josh Smith, Travis Zollinger.
Then you have Shannon Campbell, who will not be in his 4400 car now tomorrow with some issues. Tyler Rimmerade, we have Justin Barth, Jacob Versey, Matt Torney, Scott Lesage, Carl Otto, Scott Raymer, Matt Peterson.
John Coffey, Brian Reed, Philip Poe, Jacob Tuma, Kyle Hathaway, Thomas Ram, Mike McClure, John Rance, Shane Smith, Heath Taylor, Todd Rimmereed, Bobby Lindgren, Cody Quattlebaum, Tyler Totterdale, Evan Allfest, Sarah Duffy. So those two are racing for their first time with us here at Ultra 4.
Okay.
Jeff Bachman, Joe Gold, Zachary Davis, Carter Peterson, and Nelson Sparks. So we've got a pretty good field of UTVs getting ready to take the line. And again, we need to thank USAC for stepping up in a big way. We're kind of integrating them more and more into the Ultra 4 series. They've been our sanctioning body for 10 plus years, but this year they kind of stepped up and started running our timing and scoring. And in this race, they just started running race ops, safety, and tech. So USAC is really going to be a part of Ultra 4 for a long time, and we are excited for that partnership. So let's run down the King of the Hammers week. Friday, January 21st, King of the Hammers main gates open, so we'll start setting everything up. January 27th, Hammer Town opens, and we'll be running, they can pre-run the entire course starting at high noon, but you have to be registered. Saturday, January 29th is the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Day 1. We'll do the Class 10 versus UTV grudge match, and then at 7 p.m. we'll do the Class 11 showdown, presented by Impy. Sunday, January 30th, the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge Day 2, the B1 T2 battle will be at 7 a.m., and then at 12:30 p.m. will be the T1 Toyo Tire Desert Challenge main event, presented by Monster Energy. On Monday, January 31st, the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers qualifying, the Holly EFI shootout, and the Laser Nut Rock coronation. Tuesday is going to be a busy day. The 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge, qualifying, the Pit Crew Challenge, and then we have some fun stuff that'll be doing a little short course racing on the infield. On Wednesday, it'll be the King of the Hammers qualifying and LCQ. Then Thursday, we kick it off with the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers race. Friday will be the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. And then Saturday, February 5th, will be the 2021 King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. So it's going to be a great week in February, so be sure to tune in or come on out. It's going to be it's going to be bigger and better than ever. Speaking about that, next year's schedule just came out. So the official event schedule for Ultra 4 2022 kicks off with King of the Hammers there in early February. And then the North Series will be racing once again in Billings, Montana for the Big Sky 200. We'll be back in Sturgis, South Dakota for the Black Hills Throwdown in August. And then in September will be the Crandon Classic once again. The Western Series will be going back to Thule, Utah. We haven't been there for a while at the Utah Motorsports Complex. That will be in April. And then in May, we'll be back down in Baja racing. In July, we'll be racing in California. We don't have that track quite locked down, but it should be a good one to watch. And then the Eastern Series will be going back to Bedford, Kentucky at the Dirty Turtle Off-Road Park there in March. In June, we'll be going back to AOP in Tennessee. July, we'll be back in Visions for a full race, not just an invite-only race. This will be a full series race during Visions in Jay, Oklahoma. And then we'll be finishing out the season once again right about this time, right about this place for the 2022 Nitto Tire Nationals in a year. So next year, we've got the schedule laid out. It should be a great, great season. So we're just clearing the course, making sure everything's safe and sound out there. We will we'll actually start out just at the beginning of Loop A, because by the time they all take off for Loop A, they'll be finishing it, and so we just want to make sure everybody takes off safe and sound. So they'll start on Loop A and then come through the start-finish, do the full infield, and then go out for Loop B, and that'll do the whole Loop B and then come out for another lap, so that'll be a full lap. So out there on course, we have the Nitto Start Finish, we have the HCR Hot Pitch, we have the Rigid Ridge, the UCOD Launch, the MBRP Rock Face, and the Bronco Short Course. There in the infield. So some of our series points and championship rules, I'll just kind of give you a quick rundown. If you get first place, you get 1,000 points. Second place gets 975. Third place gets 965. And then fourth place on out gets 5 less points. But you must complete 2/3 of each race. You only get 200 points if you start it and don't complete 2/3 of your laps. The qualifier, so Jamie McCoy does get 7 points for being the fastest qualifier today. Series championship must race all 3 races, and then the most points in the West, North, and East get those. The national points, you have to race King of the Hammers, Nationals, and any 3 regional races. And then the top 10 qualified finishers in each race in the 4,400 class do get qualified for King of the Hammers. So I'll give you a kind of a quick rundown. On the East Coast, Jamie McCoy won. Then it was James Cantrell, Levi Metzinger, Austin Lahr, and then Caden Lahr. In the North Series, it was Jacob Versey, Greg Torney, Zachary Davis, and Matt Torney. In the Western Series, it was Jacob Versey, Travis Solinger, Nelson Sparks, Scott Lesage, and Anthony Maccabee. And in this race, just a year ago, Nathan Wolf won this race, who's not here. Cole Clark got in second, who is not here. And then third place, Jamie McCoy. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Some of our other general rules is driver of record must start or finish each race. Drivers are allowed 1 substitute driver per season unless there's a medical reason. Driver must race the same car they qualify in or take a rear start. You have to be 16 years old to race with us here in Ultra 4. It is a no-chase race. Only Hammer King safety crew or fellow competitors can assist outside of the HCR hot pits. And you must stay within 50 feet center of course. And here's our course map. So the blue is lap A, and you can kind of tell it's a lot of open spaces out there. And that is 13 miles. And then lap B in the orange is roughly 14 miles, and then we're right in the middle in that light blue here in the Nitto Lounge for the Broncos short course. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. Go to ultra4racing.com and use promo code CROSSBAR20 to receive 20% off our entire website. Again, that's all capitals, CROSSBAR20, and receive 20% off. This code is good from now through October 22nd, and this is our way to say thanks to you, our live audience. And heck, start your Christmas shopping early. So hearing through my PCI race radio, it sounds like we had a little bit of issue out on course, so we want to make sure the course is clear and safe for everybody. That is definitely our number one worry here at Ultra 4. So sorry about the delay, but we just want to make sure everybody is safe before we can go racing. Sounds like we're about 30 seconds to green live racing, so we should be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the 2021 Nitto National Championship. 15 seconds out, and Jamie McCoy will be taking off. They are starting in 30-second increments. They'll have to do Loop A, then Loop B to finish one full lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, live racing.
Go racing.
So on course number 70, Jamie McCoy. He got those 7 important points. He's sitting in 4th position in the national points. That'll let him help him out in the national points. Up next is number 311 of Dustin Robbins. So Dustin Robbins is out on course. Kimberly Rimmereed is rooting on some of her family. Tyler and Todd, thank you for tuning in on Facebook. Cindy Stein is rooting on Ryan.
Now,
there's a lot of people tuning in the social media, and we appreciate everybody. So here's Patty Taylor. I assume she's rooting on Old Heath, which she is, number 182. Sounds like Ryan Rockhold, number 1024, is out on course. So the first 3 are out and racing.
And Tyler and Todd, this is their first race with us like this. They did race with us at Crandon,
right? Yeah.
Yes, but this is their first race that is all Ultra 4 only vehicles.
So cool to see them coming out racing with us. So 5012, Brian Stone is out on course. Chasing down Jamie McCoy, Dustin Robbins, and Ryan Rockhold. Up next is going to be Joshua Smith, number 1948, who is currently sitting in 2nd position in the national points. Looks like about 89 points behind Jacob Versey. So Jacob Versey needs to race good, but Josh Smith could bump him out if he has a rough day. So Josh Smith, number 1948, out on course. Remember, they are taking off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, like most of our normal races.
And don't forget, you can go to racingtracks.com and you can watch where they're at on race course, roughly the mile marker they are at. It's an awesome app you can do. You can either watch just your racer that you want to follow, or you can watch all of them. But definitely, if you want to watch them on the race map, it's racingtracks.com, or you can go on to our live.ultra4racing.com, and that's where you can see their scoring as well and their the lap count that they're on.
And Travis Zollinger, number 20, just took off. He's currently sitting in 5th position in the national points. And up next is 3-time king Shannon Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona, getting ready to take off. So Shannon Campbell is out on course. So our top 7 are out of roughly just over 30 cars will be taking the lap. And up next will be Tyler Rimmereed. We were just talking about them. They've got some vans back home. Number 143 out of Bennington, Nebraska. That should be taking off here in just a few moments. And sorry we don't have a camera on them right now. We're having some technical difficulties. You can see the wind is blowing, and we're fighting a few things, but we'll get it back in action and get you some of the best racing action we can. So thank you for tuning in, ultra4racing.com/live. So up next is going to be Justin Barth, number 417, out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. Sounds like we do have one drone that's up and flying right now, but he doesn't have any cars in sight. So Justin Barth, number 417, just took off, but our current leader in the national points, number 43, Jacob Versey out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, with Reckless Motorsports, about to take off. This is going to be a long, fun race. They will do 6 loops, which consists of 3 laps and makes it about 90 miles. So Jacob Versey, our current leader in the Nitto National Championship for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, is out and running. Up next is going to be 804, Matt Torney out of Fort Collins, Colorado with Draco Motorsports. Tough break. His son Greg broke his hand in Crandon, so he will not be able to race here with us, but Matt's out there getting ready to take off out of Fort Collins, Colorado with Draco Motorsports. And it sounds like up next should be the 4932, Scott Lesage out of San Diego, California with Sage Alternatives. This is just one of those grassroots guys. He drives all over the country by himself. He's kind of a one-man crew. He teams up with teams once he gets here, but he does a lot, and it's really cool to see Scott Lesage out there running. So up next is going to be the 9511. That is Carl Otto out of Parker, Colorado with Otto Motorsports, running his Polaris, RCV, BFG, Walker Evans. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, racing for the 2021 Nitto National Championship, just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Up next is going to be the 4934. As you can see the start line now. Sorry about that, but the 4934 of Scott Raymer out of Springdale, Arkansas with Fuelworks Racing, racing his Pilgrim built chassis. It's a Polaris 1000 turbo drivetrain, but it's an amazing built machine. Running those Nitto tires, Fox shocks, Raceline wheels, Super ATV, and Fuelworks. So there goes Scott Raymer. So 1954 up next is going to be Matt Peterson out of Colorado Springs, Colorado with Champ Racing, racing a Can-Am Turbo, PRP, RCV, shock therapy shocks, fuel wheels, and tires. So Matt Peterson getting ready to take the green flag as our FPV drone, getting ready to chase him down just a little bit.
How cool is this, Miles? I mean, look at the open space that they can just take off and go.
They can open up, and remember how much rain we just had, and it's already dusty out here. Absolutely crazy. So up next should be the 4952 of John Coffey out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Mustache Motorsports, racing his Can-Am with PRP, Fox, and BFG. Up next is the number 416 of Brian Reed with Monkey with a Knife out of Houston, Texas, racing his Can-Am. Him and Michael Mills will be pushing hard with Monkey with a Knife. They've kind of teamed up with Bailey Cole and been running around this season. They used to do a lot of road racing with Porsches and whatnot, but great to see them out here. They started with us early last year, and this is their second season. They're having a lot of fun with it. So up next is number 6, Philip Poe out of Shannon, Mississippi, with his Can-Am. We're going to be running strong. Philip Pohl kind of runs around with Jamie McCoy. They pit together.
Speaking of Jamie McCoy, he's roughly at mile marker 5.1, and it looks like he is running 56.5 miles per hour. That's what's really cool about this racing tracks is you can sit there and you can watch it. You can know where they're at. I'm actually sitting here, I'm watching it for us so we can see as we're watching the live feed as well. It's just really cool, something to definitely look at. It updates. I'm not sure. I think it's like every minute or so it updates. So sometimes you'll see your drive and you're like, oh no, now they're not in that position, and then somebody else has passed them, but then when it updates, it just shows. And then when they stop, there's also another little icon, because it's in like an orange hot air balloon shaped icon, and at the bottom, if it's red, that means that they are either not starting or they are stopped on course. But definitely, it's awesome. It's a great app to have, or not app, you don't even have to have an app, just go online and go to racingtracks.com.
Yeah, it's a great way to see a race like this where you can't see the entire course. Jacob Tuma from Northern Michigan with ORA Racing just taking off. And up next will be the 574 of Kyle Hathaway. He's running his Honda Talon, Nitto Tires, PRP, G-Force Technology, Turner Axles, and KMC wheels. So there's the Honda taking off, naturally aspirated. So Kyle Hathaway out on course. Up next, starting in 21st position. Remember, this is 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. Thomas Ram, number 589, out of Fenton, Michigan, with 589 fabrication. Running a Can-Am X3 Turbo RR. Fox Shocks, BFG, and Icon help him get out there. Great shot of all our cars. Up next is going to be 22, Mr. Mike McClure out of Nest City, Kansas, racing for Bent and Twisted Racing. He's been around the Ultra 4 family just as long as I have. He took a little bit of a break for the last few years, so it's great to see him. I haven't been able to catch up with everybody this week. It's been super busy, but I did have a quick, just 2-minute talk with Mike, and he's excited to be back. He said this race looks like a lot of fun. It's too close not to come to, so Mike McClure's coming back out here and racing with us. So number 22, Mike McClure out on course. Up next is going to be John Rance, number 4931, out of Moncos, Colorado, with Mud Nut Racing. We saw his dad out racing earlier as well. He's in his Polaris Razor XP, Walker Evans shocks, Raceline wheels, and PRP seats. He's been racing with his dad for his entire life. So 4931, John Rance out on course. Up next will be Shane Smith, number 223, out of Lotus, California, with Chewbacca Race Team. He's in a Can-Am built machine, Elite Power Incorporated, Factory UTV, Method, ZRP, and HCR. His first Ultra 4 race was Nationals 2016, and Shane Smith is out on course. We saw some fans rooting for this guy just a little bit ago. Mr. Heath Taylor, number 182, getting ready to take off out of Pea Ridge, Arkansas, with Taylor Racing. So Heath Taylor just took the green flag, and up next, a newcomer to our sport, number 195, Todd Rimmereed, out of Bennington, Nebraska. They just raced with us in Crandon, so they wanted a little taste of some real Ultra 4 racing out here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. So Todd Rimmereed has some fans back at home tuned in, so let's see how he does. There's a great shot of our spectator area. You can go out there and see them at these high speeds. So up next is Bobby Lindgren, number 4949, out of Edgewater, Colorado, with Mustache Motorsports. He's in his Polaris Razor, Warren Winch, BFG, Walker Evans, OMP, Rugged, and Hostile. So Bobby Lindgren out on course. Up next, number 33, Cody Quattlebaum out of Macon, Georgia with Bandit Off-Road Racing in his Polaris RZR, PRP, Raceline, BFG, Walker Evans. His first race was this year in Rush, Kentucky with us here in Ultra 4. And Bandit Off-Road Racing has some awesome barbecue sauce and rubs, so check them out. So Cody Quattlebaum, hot on course, green flag going. Remember, they are starting in 30-second increments. So Tyler Totterdale, number 537, heading out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, with his Polaris RZR. RCV, Raceline, Warren, and Fox Valley help him out on course. So green flag for Tyler Totterdale. Number 537 is out on course. So another first round on us driver, Evan Allfest. He's part of the crew here at the Crossbar. He works for him, and now he's out here racing with Ultra 4. So 49.67, Evan Allfest out of Placeholder, Arkansas.
So Miles, I just went and spoke with Racing Tracks because they are on site here with us, and all of the cars have Racing Tracks on them. So I went on, and there's also an area where you can go to the unofficial leaderboard. And you can do it by the times, by when they get to certain VCP, which is checkpoints. And as it sits right now, it looks like Dustin Robbins is sitting on corrected time in first place above Jamie McCoy. Even though Jamie McCoy is first on course, it's all on adjusted time.
That's pretty cool, and I'm excited to see how that shakes out. And up next, I believe it's the 519 of Nelson Sparks. So Nelson Sparks heading out, number 519 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Sparks Racing. Up next is going to be Jeff Bachman, number 4955. Out of Tabernish, Colorado with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. None of these last few cars qualified, so they get a rear start. But Jeff Bachman is out on course.
But like we were just saying, it's on adjusted time, so it doesn't matter where you start. A rear start sometimes can be a strategy for somebody, but it doesn't matter where you start because the whole race is on adjusted time. And
this is a cool one, Pam. You'll like this. 1993. This is Sarah Duffy.
Nice.
This is Martin Duffy's daughter out of Harrisburg, Arkansas with SBC Racing Team. And Martin Duffy runs the Off-Road Worldwide website, so it's cool that he comes to almost every single race and does a lot of social media. So to get his daughter out here racing, running the foreign flag over there from across the pond, really cool to see.
And you said this is her first race with Ultra 4?
This is her first race with Ultra 4, so that's the first round on us.
Super cool.
So I believe we only have 33 cars that took the line, unless I missed a couple. I did not see Joe Gould or Zachary Davis or Carter Peterson take the line, so tough break, not sure what happened to them. But I believe we have 33 cars out on course for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Well, Pam, pull up the tracker and see what's going on.
All right, so on the tracker right now, it says Jamie McCoy is physically out first on course, but like I said earlier, we go to the corrected time, and it does still say that Dustin Robbins is in first position, Jamie McCoy in second, and Josh Smith is in third. So that's corrected time. And Jacob Versey actually is in fourth place right now. So it's when they hit those certain VCPs and when it pops up for us, and that's how it goes from time between each VCP, if whoever gets there faster, so the corrected time.
So it's been a mix-up between Dustin Robbins, Jamie McCoy, Josh Smith, and Jake Versey. They're really running strong out front. Looks like it's only about 15 seconds. It's kind of splitting them all apart. So remember, they did take off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, like most of our races that are not short course. So it'll be very interesting to see. They're out on Loop A. Then they'll come do the full short course, go out for Loop B, and then come out and finish. That's their first lap. So that's roughly 30 miles. So they'll do 3 of those, so 90 miles of racing. It's going to be fun to watch, Pam.
And that might be that could be Dustin Robbins right there and Jamie McCoy right in front. I can't tell, but on the tracker they're roughly at race mile 11. So this could be them. It might be, that might look like it's Jamie McCoy's car. Can't tell right there, but they are roughly about 11. So they should be coming in through the short course here shortly. That is not Jamie McCoy.
That's Ryan Rockhold, I believe, the 1024. So he's having a great race. It looks like he's about to finish
and he's
Loop A.
He's 5th on course, but that is what Racing Tracks is showing me there.
And they'll be coming through the Bronco short course here shortly. So another great aerial view from our live drone. Again, a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions for bringing you all this live off-road racing all season long. I mean, we fight all the elements, the wind, the rain, and then they just continue to just pull it off the impossible. Yes, we have some hiccups, but we're out in the middle of nowhere battling it out. I mean, if you go to NASCAR, they've got concrete, they've got wired internet. We have to bring all of that in to make it happen, and we've got an amazing team. So I know nothing's perfect in any world, but I want to give a shout out to all of our guys here at Hammer King Productions, Take It Live, and everybody else that puts this together, because it's just some of the best off-road coverage out there, period.
It is definitely a team effort by everyone, and everyone's worked so well together and just make sure everything happens right. Everybody helps each other out. You know, the racers, they are a family within themselves. Well, so are the crew and all the tracks that we go to. We're not only a family within, Ultra 4, we're also a family with the racers as well.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it any better than that. I mean, everybody's here to help everybody, even from production to setting up the track to helping everybody in the pits. We're all here to help everybody. That could be Josh Smith.
That's the 1024.
Oh, that's still Ryan Rockhold. Okay, him and Smith have a car that looks similar, but Rockhold's running strong, and he'll be racing tomorrow as well. So this is an excellent pre-run for him today. But it's not just a pre-run. This is a race.
Yes. They're roughly about mile 12, I think, is what it looks like. And Jamie McCoy is coming up on mile 14 right now, on race mile 14. Such a cool view, and you can see how wide open space we are. We have those huge windmills out here. It's just such a beautiful terrain. Oh, he kind of went off a little bit there, but ooh, see that rock? You can tell. It looks like it's nice and smooth, but there are
huge rocks. I was just going to say that on Loop A, I went out.
Flat.
Yes, he does. A left rear flat. So he'll be coming into the HCR hot pits.
Because he is not running a spare. So this, even though this is not a super long course,
but you can see the infield coming up.
Exactly. Some people are not running spare tires, but then again, that sometimes can bite you, and that can be a bad thing. You want to usually run a spare, but sometimes they don't because their shocks are not tuned for it. But right here, right now, like you said, you can see the pits in the distance. So it's going to pay off for him to not have one right now. But if he got out on course and he's so far away,
especially on Loop B, because there's a lot of steep climbs back there.
Exactly.
So a flat tire could really give you some issues. And I was just getting ready to say, Loop A, if you get off track just a little bit, there's a lot of bigger than basketball size boulders hiding in all this tall grass. So if you slip a tire a little bit and pop it, there it is. And you can tell it's definitely slowing him down because somebody's on his tail. Is that Stone or Smith? I can't quite tell. That is a Can-Am. You are right.
You can see he's kind of pulling off. He probably knows, hey, this guy's behind me. I need to make sure I'm not going to be in his way because I'm limping it in just to get a new tire. And this is where
he takes it wide. So the sportsmanship by Rockhold is awesome. Great job to him.
And this is where you don't want to, make a competitor mad. You want to make sure you give them their room and let them by you.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to beat them on their best day, so you want to give them their chance as well.
See, there's the large windmills we were just talking about a few minutes ago.
They never turn off either. It's always windy out here.
I mean, they look so tiny right there, but when you go to them or you're out here, oh my goodness, they're gigantic.
Yeah, when you're driving down the highway and you see one that's, however long they are, over 100 feet, you're just blown away on how long those things actually are. And then they put them way up in the sky, and from a distance, they don't look that big, but
No.
they are.
That's how I know I'm getting closer to crossbar, because we see them here, and driving down the freeway you can see them, and it's they're massive.
So the middle of your screen right here is a spectator area.
There's Jamie McCoy coming through. No, that's
that's
not.
Dustin Robbins is the first one in the Bronco short course, but right behind him is Jamie McCoy.
Okay,
so Robbins and McCoy are very close.
He definitely has them on time on
No,
here.
sorry, McCoy did come through. We missed him. So McCoy is out front. Then it's Dustin Robbins finishing up Loop A as they come through the Bronco infield. I believe that's Dustin Robbins coming in, so that was right at the Rigid Ridge, so he'll be coming through. We'll give a couple lap times from McCoy and Dustin Robbins. So not sure if I missed McCoy or Robbins did get around him. So there's Justin Barth coming to screen, number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri. What a great race we have, and it is just getting underway. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and this is the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We're sitting in the Nitto Lounge. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall.
It's been a great day so far.
And a huge shout out to Team Funhaver for letting us park their awesome Ford Bronco in the Bronco infield.
I wonder if they'll let us go have fun in it later.
It's called Team Funhaver, so might as well. I did get to drive that in Crandon a little bit because we used it there also, and I went backwards on course.
What? When Lauren was in here earlier, I was talking about how I actually went and drove a Bronco, and I fell in love with it. I'm like, okay, when do I get to order myself one? Oh, no, it was when Brad was in here, not Lauren.
So on screen right now is Josh Smith, number 1948. He is sitting physically in second position in the national points. So he's got a strong Loop A going for him. There's a good shot of that Bronco. This is a big place, 6,500 acres, over 200 miles of trails. The Crossbar Ranch has it all. When you think of Ultra 4, this is what I think of. As they come across the Rigid Ridge once again. So there was Brian Stone, the 5012, and back to Josh Smith. Remember, you can go see the same thing we're watching, live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing.
So Dustin Robbins, he did the Loop A in 23 minutes and 18 seconds. So he did that pretty quick. I mean, Joshua also is in that 23 mark, almost at the 24, and then Brian Stone at 24:11.
So what happened to Jamie McCoy? I physically saw him, but he may have missed it and went out and started Loop B a little early. That's my speculation. I'm not sure. I don't see him on timing, and I don't remember seeing him cross the Nitto start-finish. So if that happened, that's bad luck. We covered it in the drivers' meeting. Blyler did it last year. I mean, it's racing when you're in that helmet. Sometimes you just kind of go a little blind to certain things. And again, that's just my personal speculation. But I didn't see him.
Does he have a flat?
That is Justin Barth.
No, it kind of looked like he had a left rear flat as well.
Here comes Shannon Campbell as he comes around the Rigid Ridge. There's Heath Day. He'll be racing tomorrow with Kevin Taylor, kind of spectating it out. Back on screen is Justin Barth.
So there
goes Shannon Campbell out for Loop B as he hits the Yukon launch.
The other cool thing, too, on racing tracks, whenever they do cross and they're out on a different lap, the little, I'm calling it a hot air balloon, because that's what it looks like, it turns to a different color.
Oh, it sure does.
That's another thing, so you'll know that they're on a different lap at that point.
So Justin Barth on screen again there.
was Travis Zollinger that
Travis
just went by.
Zollinger, and there's Rock, that flat tire.
Oh, wow. I would have
So
thought
he
he would have
lost
been in
some time.
already. He was running really strong, too.
So Travis Zollinger, number 20 with ZRP, running strong. And I bet you Ryan Rockhold almost missed the hot pitch. He's pulling in the HCR hot pits as we speak. So I'm actually going to jump off and go see if I can find him, Pam.
All right. Good luck.
That's all I got. So we're out here in the HCR hot pits. Ryan Rockhold changing that left rear tire. The rest of the car looks to be in pretty good shape. They've got all their safety gear on. They're having a little bit of problems here. They're not getting it quite high enough.
Yeah.
Ryan.
The first 200 feet.
So Ryan, what happened to you out there, buddy?
Man, I hit a rock in one of them turns in the first 200 feet out there. I've drove this whole lap with that flat.
Yeah, we saw you on the live drone for quite a while, and I saw the left rear flat. Tough break, but hey, you still got a few more laps to go. They'll get you back in action. They'll get you going, and still run hard. And don't forget, you're racing tomorrow, so this is a great pre-run.
Oh, absolutely. That's the biggest thing is the race tomorrow. You know, it's my first time out tomorrow and in the big car, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
All right, Ryan, well, I'm going to let you get your race pace on, but thank you for the chat. It looks like your crew's getting you all checked out, but the HCR Hot Pits has already got its first victim. So, Pam, back to you. I'll see you in just a second.
Thanks, Miles. That's awesome. You're out there in the hot pits doing your exercise and getting your interviews with the drivers inside their cars while they're getting worked on. Right now we have Jacob Versey on screen. Looks like he is coming into the infield, going out onto the B loop. Lots of action all over in the infield, all over the course. We've only seen Ryan Rockhold with the flat, but I'm sure there could be other people out there with that as well. And on screen, I believe that's Tyler Rimmerade. Yes, that is Tyler Rimmerade on camera right now. This is his first full Ultra 4 race with us. He was at Crandon.
And is that Anthony Yount's old car, if I'm not mistaken?
That is. They bought Anthony's car. They actually did some driver's training a couple weeks ago down at Texplex
With the Miller brothers, yeah, they're keeping busy.
Yes, so they got some seat time with some professionals that have been racing with us. So, you know, we'll see what all happens here. And I know they had some guest people come in and also do some driver's training as well. One of them is actually here with us, who is a short course racer. So we'll see how their training goes or has gone and what they do out here, because I know that they had a blast in Crandon, but they came from short course racing, so there's nothing new for them in short course racing. Oh, who stopped? Who is that?
I missed. There's Justin Barth coming into screen, finishing Loop A as he comes through the Bronco short course. That is Scott Raymer, I believe, with Fuelworks. So I'm not sure what's going on with him. Tough break there. And he is not far from the HCR hot pit, so hopefully whatever it is, he can figure it out and limp it on in. And then we'll run out there real quick and check it out as we lose a drone. Have to run out there. It looks like that's Cody Quattlebaum we're taking a peek at.
Yeah, Cody has not came through for the Loop A.
There's Josh Smith, I believe. There's Matt Torney. with Draco, and there's Scott Raymer still broke down, and that's just right at the Rigid Ridge.
That's so fortunate. I wonder what happened because we saw him and all of a sudden he stopped.
So I'm nervous we're missing a few of our racers that didn't complete the full infield, so they're coming in off of Loop A and not doing the full short course and hitting Loop B early. I'm nervous of that. Just as a personal, it's just me watching this as a fan, because I'm just a fan just like all of you guys back at home, you guys and gals. But I think we've missed a couple, so we'll see what happens. Like I said, Josh Blyler was winning this race, and it cost him the Nitto National Championship last year, and so it can happen to the best of them. But again, that's just my personal
observation.
So there's Scott Raymer, and whoever's behind him needs to go around because he's having those issues, as he does. Good. Couldn't quite get a number on that. Did we see that on timing, who that was?
I did not see who that was.
I believe it could have been Carl Otto as he goes up and over the Yukon launch.
Sometimes it's difficult to see their actual number, but I mean, it's amazing footage. It's just we can't catch it sometimes.
And I try my best to do all the homework I can, but there's a lot out there and I can't remember it all. But we're doing our best to bring you back at home here and on site the best race action period. Yeah, let's go over that leaderboard real quick, Pam. It looks like Dustin Robbins and Josh Smith and Shannon Campbell, then Jacob Versey and Brian Stone all in the top 5.
Yeah.
So Versey and Smith are battling it out for the points for the Nitto National Championship in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And Josh Smith is not going to just let Jacob Versey have it.
No, definitely not. You can't do that. Then we have in 6th position Travis Zollinger. Then we have 7th Scott Lesage. 8th is Tyler Rimmerade. I'm having a difficult time pronouncing his last name. I'll get it down. And then 9th we have Ryan Rockhold, and then 10th with John Coffey.
Yeah, we saw Ryan in the hot pits. He drove basically the entire A loop on a flat tire.
I heard you say that. He said he hit that like in the first 200 yards.
Yeah, 2 miles. He said
2 miles. And what's funny is when we first saw him on camera, it looked like he had hit a rock with his right rear tire, but that one wasn't flat when he came in.
Well, I'm seeing something I don't like seeing. It looks like Scott Raymer is out of the vehicle at the Nitto start-finish line, so tough break there. And there goes the 574, I believe. That is Kyle Hathaway in his factory Honda machine. Getting a little chatter through the PCI race radio. It sounds like they have a transmission failure for Scott Raymer, so tough break for them. Hopefully we can get it drug off course. There is some racing in the Bronco short course as we speak and all over the course as he comes around the Rigid Ridge once again. And if you are just tuning in, we want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. There's number 6. That's Philip Poe, I believe. Looks like he's heading into the hot pits. So, Pam, I'm going to throw it back to you and take a jog.
You're going to get your miles in today, Miles. No pun intended on that one. Again, look at the beautiful terrain that our racers are racing on. It's awesome. They're having fun out there, I'm sure. And as Miles is jogging over there to see what's going on with Philip Poe.
So we have Philip Poe. Looks like the right front tire is coming off, so we must have had another flat tire for Philip Papa Poe. We got Gary with G-Force out here running the Pro Eagle Jack. Getting
Getting a thumbs up. Looks like it's just a flat tire. The rest of the Can-Am looks like it's in great shape.
As far as I know.
So I think it's just a flat tire up front, right, Philip?
Flat
tire only, you think?
As far as I know.
How is the course out there?
It's good. Everything's dried out. Everything's nice.
Well, sweet. It looks like the crew's doing a great job. Step out of the way. It's just a quick tire change on the right front. The rest of the car looks like it's in great shape. Kind of checking the suspension as they're getting it going. So getting the jack down. So Gary, it looked like it was just a right front flat. Everything else looked like it was pretty good, right?
I think everything's okay.
So Jamie McCoy, we saw him coming through, so you guys have a pretty good run going, it looks like.
Well, we did until they missed coming into time and scoring. So
I saw that, I speculated that, and that's a heartbreaker because he was out front looking good. So you're confirming what I thought happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what looks like is what's happened. So when they get back out of B loop, they'll just be completing A loop 1. So they've got about a half a course to make up.
Yeah, that's a tough break. So you have all these cars running, and you are Mr. G-Force, right?
That's correct. We do a lot of the guys' suspension that's out here. All the tuning, we're Fox distributor off the East Coast.
And you got a lot of cars running smooth, so good job, and I'll let you get back to it, but thanks for the chat, Gary.
Thanks, buddy. See you.
So it looks like Mike McClure just came in with another left rear flat, so tough break there. He had some issues the other day pre-running on the front end, and now he's got a left rear flat, but the rest of the rig looks like it's in pretty decent shape. It's a flat tire, so tires are at the Crossbar Ranch. But kind of just doing a quick walk around in the car, looks like it's in great shape. And again, Mike hasn't raced with us for a while, but it's really good to see him hop back in the driver's seat and come here playing. He's been around Ultra 4 for a long time. Great to see him back in action. So it looks like it will be just a quick and easy tire change and back out on course. So a big thumbs up for McClure, and he'll be heading on out for another loop. So Pam, back to you.
Thanks, Miles, and getting your miles in. And on screen right now is Jamie McCoy. He just did the rock face section. That is a section that's pretty tough. You can see he's going up. You can't tell from this direction of the drone, but it is super steep. Our stock class will have difficulties making up that. I think they actually have they can be diverted around it. But this is a very tough section that Jamie McCoy is in. It's a tough break for him, though, that he's going to have to do the loop again because he just did not come into the infield. There are a few other drivers I believe that has happened to. So it's an unfortunate situation whenever you're, leading the race or being, top 3 and that happens. So it has happened before. And it was gone over in drivers meeting this morning with everybody. It's just unfortunate that that has happened with Jamie. And you can see that Scott's still down on the start-finish line with, I believe it's a transmission issue. So they're just waiting to get him put in neutral so they can tow him off course. But on the screen, it's Dustin Robbins in that first position. But on the liveracingtracks.com, on the adjusted time, it is saying that Scott Raymer is not, but Dustin Robbins is first place, Josh Smith is in second, then Brian Stone would be in third position. And that is on adjusted time.
They did take off in 30-second increments earlier, and talking about Dustin Robbins, there he is, number 311. And that's at the top of the MBRP rock face. So it's a steep climb to come up, a steep climb to go down.
Yes.
And I walked this with delineators and all the branding yesterday. It's steep.
It is steep.
So you got to go down here. You'll take a hard left and then up through that water and right back up at us. And it's slick. I hope we can stick with this screen because it's a fun climb to watch.
Yes, as you were doing your half marathon back from the hot pits, I was explaining because Jamie McCoy actually just went through this section. The drone footage does no justice for how steep that rock face is.
Coming to screen is Kyle Hathaway in that Honda Talon. But yeah, the MBRP rock face, it's a fun one to watch. We, like I said, as we were setting up course the other day, we were just kind of doing our job, working and watching people pre-run, and It can get sketchy.
Yes.
We saw Kenneth Hale in that full-size Bronco get completely sideways all the way at the top, and I was nervous for him. But he pulled it back together. He ended up having a right front broken axle, and I heard today at the driver's meeting that he was not going to qualify today because he was still waiting on parts. But we hope to see him in the morning. They'll be taking off right around 10 a.m. Central Time. There's Josh Smith, possibly. So he's not too far off of Dustin Robbins' pace.
So on corrected time, we have, like I said earlier, Dustin Robbins is in that number 1 spot, Joshua Smith number 2, Shannon Campbell in that number 3 spot, Jacob Versey 4th, and Brian Stone in 5th position. That is on corrected time.
It might be Brian Reed, possibly.
Great spectator area.
Sorry, Brian Stone.
It's a great spectator area back there because that hill is so challenging.
And that is going to be a party tomorrow night. As soon as the race ends at the NBRP Rock Face, they're firing off a live band with music, a laser show, and everything. So if you want to go check that out, do it. But you'd miss the Nitto National Championship banquet.
And we have lots and lots of trophies to hand out at that.
Yeah, so again, a huge shout out to Cody Wagner with Laser Nut for making all those trophies. Looks like Scott Raymer's getting the forks of
the
just
the
bummer.
Bobcat.
Yep.
Unfortunately. That's what racing is about, though. I mean, you finish or, things like this happen. It's so unfortunate, and it's
just
such
like
a bummer.
Shannon Campbell, he's one of the best racers. He's in the Off-Road Hall of Fame. He couldn't even qualify because he had bad luck. So It can happen to anybody. So don't get discouraged. Just get it back to the shop, get her fixed up, and come back bigger and better. So there, coming into screen is Shannon Campbell, I believe. Yes, it is. And joining me in the booth is Ryan Miller. You get a front row seat watching Shannon.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So you're riding shotgun with Bailey tomorrow. You qualified today. Now you'll be riding shotgun tomorrow. How much do you like this course?
This course compared to last year is increased in difficulty a lot, especially the B loop. The A loop's a little bit more technical in driving. It's still a little more open out in the grassland area, but once you get into the trees, it is very technical and much harder than last year.
Yeah, I mean, being a co-driver, and Bailey's an amazing driver. You drove that car last year and had amazing success as well. But that car works well. Do you think that car works better on Loop A or Loop B?
That car will work better on Loop A, obviously. It's IFS car built more for the desert, but that car does just good in Loop B as well.
That's awesome. So you guys are sitting pretty good in this race. Where'd you qualify? I can't quite remember.
16th.
Top 10? 16, okay. So that puts you mid-pack, and it is an adjusted race. It is on adjusted time, so it's anybody's race. There goes Philip Poe as we cruise through. But that's there's strategy to it. Obviously, starting out front's pretty awesome, but now you have time on your side.
Yes.
There's Travis Zollinger coming down, the MBRP Rock Face. So what kind of strategy does that put you in for tomorrow?
We're just going to run our race and see where we end up at the end. We just pick our pace like we do at any other race and just go for it. We don't let someone wanting to pass us get us riled up or anything. But I know she'll be looking to chase down some dust, especially with her brother starting up front.
Yeah, how cool is that? That's Waylon's first time being on the pole. He did an amazing job driving, and he was excited. He's nervous, and you guys got a lot of cars that'll be running strong tomorrow. Too bad Shannon isn't, but he's racing today.
Yep.
So why aren't you down in there in the pits?
He's out there on the loop.
So you're paying attention. You'll be there if you need him.
He's fine.
All right. It looks like that's the 195. That is Todd Rimmereed. This is his first race at an Ultra 4 race other than Crandon. So I had Dustin Robbins in here earlier, and we were just chatting about everything. And we had that driver's summit earlier, and he had the same look at it of mine, that it was really eye-opening and great to hear some good things that are coming from Ultra 4.
Yeah, it was a really good driver summit. Dave gave a lot of info. Drivers gave a lot of info.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's a give and take, because you can have an opinion, but if you don't say it out loud, nobody knows about it. So I felt like it was a great way to get the ball rolling on some issues that are out there. And, we just want to make this sport the biggest and best that it can, and I think it was a great little meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got cars out on course. They're some of them are out on their second lap of 3.
Yeah, one thing that Pam pointed out, I didn't know it when we were out there watching the infield, is it the race leader that missed the start finish line?
Jamie McCoy, yeah.
Yeah, this course is, you got to pay attention. You got to make sure you get across that start finish line on A loop and B loop. I know Josh Bleiler last year had a big deal with that.
Yeah, and he was leading the race. Yeah,
he was leading the race,
like McCoy,
and leading the national championship points, and that cost him big time. But mistakes can happen, but that's a tough one.
So there's a great shot of the HCR hot pits, and there's the 537 of Tyler Totterdale. Looks like he must have lost his spare tire off the back, so that'll shake up the suspension just a little bit.
Yep. Yeah.
So what are you most excited about going into King of the Hammers 2022 there, Miller?
Well, this year I drove the car. The previous year was when Bailey and I were
winning the race.
Yeah, we had a pretty good run going into halfway through lap 3 until the car broke, tragedy. But this year, I just drove around to get her a good finish to start the year. But I know that come King of the Hammers 2022, Bailey's going to be back in the driver's seat, and she's going to be pushing hard to get a first Queen of the Hammers.
Queen of the Hammers. I was just going to say that. I absolutely love that, and I hope it happens. That would be awesome. There was Joe Gold, the number 4955, cruising along. And that's the MBRP rock face as we're looking from the high and wide. On the right side is a spectator area, but the left side's the race.
That doesn't say it, but this says Shannon's in second. That does not know.
So Shannon Campbell's still in the runnings there, looking good.
Oh, because that's through the VCPs. Yeah.
Yeah, racing tracks we have, I believe, over 30 VCPs out here on course to just kind of keep everybody honest, and it'll pop up on racing tracks. So if you want to get on there and follow it along, you definitely can. Or you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and check out our live timing.
Yeah, I think there is exactly 30 miles.
Okay.
And then the race course is right about 30 miles as well. So on average, there's about 1 per mile.
Man, you're good at math. I know you're good with numbers, but man, that was quick.
I'm paying attention.
You are. I mean, in the pits, that is kind of your thing. Is you're always on the points. You know where you need to start. You know where you need to finish. You're kind of the brains behind the scenes. I say from the Campbell crew. That was a compliment, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just watching the rock face here because
an awesome view.
When we pre-ran, it wasn't marked, so we didn't get to see what that was. But Dave and Ryan described it pretty good in the drivers' meeting. That they went out there and marked it, and there's no way you should miss it. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. And I'll just give you a little insight that when you come down and you get ready to go back up, you can either hug tight or you can go around the tree and get a run at it.
Yeah, they said that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But it's wet, so sometimes getting a run at it would be all right. But, you're losing a full second or two going around the tree. It just, who's there, right?
Well, it's an hour-long lap probably.
Yeah, remember there are 2 loops per lap. Yeah, you drove for Bailey Campbell last year because she had a baby, and then here recently you just had a brand new little baby, and he's doing pretty good, right?
Yep, just turned 4 months old right before I hit the road out to here. So
that's awesome. Yeah, kids they're a lot of work, but man, they're a lot of fun. I believe that's Matt Torney heading up the MBRP rock face. And you can see right there, it doesn't, you can't see it on the video, but it is very steep. And now that it's wet, he's just all spin. So this is where he may have to back up a little bit, get a run at it.
Yeah, this is definitely a case of pictures and video never do justice.
100%.
That is very steep, and if you don't have momentum in a good line, it's going to be hard getting up there.
And the more cars that come through, the more water that gets drug out. And you can see, I mean, that Can-Am's got horsepower, and he is just burning the tires off.
Yep.
You can see he is dancing all over the place, and I can't quite tell if the front diff is pulling or not, but he is struggling hard. And he has Heath Taylor behind him, so
a bigger run at it.
He's going to give him a shot and see if he can make it up. So Heath Taylor comes on up and one-shots it. So I do think Matt Torney's having some issues. No, that's Kyle Hathaway, sorry, in that Honda Talon. So Matt Torney having some issues, so tough break for him, but that's part of racing. We'll see if he can figure it out and keep on rolling. A great spectator area right there at the bottom at the MBRP rock face. And he gets a run at it. Can he make it? I think he's gonna. Matt Torney does make it out of the top. We go picture to picture with the 4967 of Evan Allfest on the bottom right. This is his first race with us as Matt Torney makes it up. So we'll see if we see Matt pull into the hot pits. And speaking about hot pits, how far along is Shannon? Do you need a run down there and check on him?
You know where he's at.
It's Pam's job. That's a great overview of this course. I mean, the trees are fun. There's lots of water on this course, but the bottom's rocky, so it's pretty good in most spots. If you are just tuning in, thank you to each and every one of you. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship, and we are right in the middle of the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And speaking about Can-Ams, there on screen was Shane Smith for a brief second. And back to on screen is Shane Smith with Chupacabra race team. As he comes into the Broncos short course. These FPV drones are a lot of fun to watch. We're back out to the MBRP rock face as we speak. The picture-in-picture is super cool. So that's out at the MBRP rock face, and this is on the bottom right, is right in the middle of the Bronco short course. Well, Ryan Miller, I'm going to let you kind of get back out and get your bearings back in the pits, but always fun to chat with you, and good luck today and tomorrow.
Thanks, Miles. And Pam.
Ryan Miller. There's the 537 of Tyler Totterdale.
Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds.
The pit crew's having fun down in the HCR hot pits.
Ryan.
That's the 1954 that's having issues. That's Matt Peterson at the bottom of the MBRP rock face. Remember, this is a no-chase race, so this is part of the Crossbar Ranch team checking out, making sure it's not a safety concern. So Matt Peterson looks like they're getting out. Not sure what they're doing as he hops right back in. Matt Peterson's broken down at the bottom of MBRP rock face. Hopefully he can get going once again. May have been Brian Reed and Michael Mills that are shooting up the MBRP rock face as we speak. This is one of the cooler spectator areas that are here at the Crossbar Ranch.
There's a little bit more water there at the bottom than there was last year because we did not have rain last year like we did this year.
Absolutely.
Definitely
but we
makes it
had
tougher.
a lot less rain than we had 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes, I wasn't here for that one, but it sounds like it was a doozy. Didn't that one have like tornado warnings and everything?
They had to go into full evac mode, and yeah, it was interesting. But hey, that's Oklahoma. This is Tornado Alley.
Is he going to do his dance again out there in the hot pits? There he is. Woo!
All the crews are having fun there in the HCR hot pits.
There's Mr. Grounds there to the left. Waving.
So again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. There's John Grounds giving us a shout out. Is that Cody Cottlebomb, possibly?
That's so funny.
But yeah, this is the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We're here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. I'm Miles Hasquist alongside Pam Hall. So far, so good.
So far, so good. There's some drivers that are not going to be happy about some of the stuff that's going on with them missing the infield, but they're going to either already know because their teams have already communicated it, or they're getting ready to find out.
Too, is just you got to figure it out. We knew that the Loop A and the Loop B were there, and that's just part of it.
Yes.
And hopefully, I mean, people learn from today for sure that you got to really pay attention, be on your Eve game to make this happen. But again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. So there's the ninth. Yeah, so he's still broke down. Looks like he has a right front flat. I believe that's one of our drones, and he's probably just walking around trying to save some battery.
Could be. They're out far away. They do not have generators out there where they're at to charge their batteries, so they have to go out with everything fully charged.
They do have a generator to charge their batteries, but they only fly for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes. The drones that they use are amazing, and what they can do, the capability, the speeds that they can go, and the distance alone. I mean, they can be sitting here at the main pit out there, all the way miles, at mile 10 on race course, and they're still getting footage for us. They're so amazing, and the way they fly them, I'm impressed. There's no way I could ever fly a drone. I would crash it instantly, probably.
Yeah, the Hammer King production crew does an absolutely amazing job. They've teamed up with Take It Live, and they bring you the action. So if you're tuning in, ultra4racing.com/live. Get on our Ultra4 Instagram, hashtag it up. Get on our King of the Hammers Facebook page. Start a watch party. Share it, and let's know people what we're doing. I hope you guys and gals are having just as much fun as we are watching this race. It is absolutely awesome. Again, we need to give a huge shout out to Justin and Trotter with the Crossbar Ranch, as well as Area 51 and their whole crew for helping us put this race together.
You can see
they've been working months to get this track going, and then they've been on dozers this entire week, just pushing mud, pushing trees, making this track what it is today. So Matt Peterson having a little bit of issues on the front of that car, but it looks like it's hopefully just a right front flat, and they can get it swapped and get back into racing. Need to give some of our sponsors some love. We need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin Radiators, Method Race Wheels, Laser Nut, Warren Winch, King Shocks, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear and Axle, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, On X Off-Road, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speed Strap, Savvy Off-Road, Squatch Box, Impy, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Spider Track, Spicer, and Dana. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today at the Crossbar Ranch. If you're building a race car, a tow rig, a mall crawler, use all these wonderful partners and show them the love that they show us. And while we wait on him to get that tire changed, we have a little break in the action, so we'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play? I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed to love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
Dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back, world. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We are just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch, and it's located just between Oklahoma City and Dallas, Texas. Population here in Davis is roughly 2,700 people. Elevation is 850 feet, roughly, and we are located in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. We're roughly halfway through this race for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. There's the Yukon launch. Missed who that was that came through. These cars are getting a little muddy on those back sections, harder and harder to tell apart. But our top five is Josh Smith, Brian Stone, Dustin Robbins, Shannon Campbell, and Jacob Versey. So that was Brian Stone that just came through. Moving into that second position, he'll be very happy with that. There's a great shot of our Bronco short course. Dustin Robbins, number 311, just came through. Looks like he still should be in that roughly third position.
There's that lovely rock face again.
And that's Heath Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, heading down. And then he'll do that hard 180 left through the water and up on out around the MBRP rock face. You can see it's starting to fill in with some spectators back there. And they make it pretty easy. These UTVs are fairly light, but we were seeing some of the stock class struggle there yesterday. So Dave in the drivers meeting today gave him the option that right there you can skip going up and around, but you get a 5-minute penalty, and that's for the stock class only. So tomorrow morning, if the stock class does not want to go up and around, you can skip it, but you get charged 5 minutes every time you skip it. And they're going to do what's that tomorrow? 2 laps, I believe. Yes, so they could add 10 minutes to their score if they wanted to.
Mr. McCoy has stopped right there.
But you can also not gain any. You can't gain any spots. So if somebody goes up and around, you cannot pass them. So that's Jamie McCoy coming through. They gave him the little red flag and told him, hey, you did miss the B loop. So tough break for Jamie McCoy. I'm wondering if he'll pull off or what his game plan is, but tough break as he heads into the HCR hot pits. Looks like he's going down there to have a chat with Gary. Oh, he does have a left rear flat, so tough break for Jamie McCoy. He was definitely a crowd favorite for doing well on today's race.
That would be why he fell behind on the tracker, because he's been up front physically on the tracker, not within time, of course, with the situation, but he has been physically first on course, and that's obviously why, because of the flat he has.
And intentionally missing that infield loop.
Yes.
So tough break for Jamie McCoy. Jamie McCoy is physically sitting in 4th position for the Nitto National Championship, so that could shake it up a little bit. We'll see what happens. Jacob Versey is still our current leader for the Nitto National Championship. Then it goes Josh Smith, Scott Lesage, Jamie McCoy, Travis Zollinger, Nelson Sparks, Justin Barth, Zachary Davis, then Matt Torney. Looks like that's Sarah Duffy. This is her first race with us, so we covered her entry fee. So Sarah Duffy is at the top of the MBRP rock section. Taking the high line, not quite sure what she's got going. Most people kind of hug that tree pretty tight, but there she's getting her bearings figured out.
Now, is she running a co-driver? Because when she took off on the start earlier, it did not look like she had somebody in that passenger seat.
And there comes Shannon Campbell out for another lap. Puts him physically in that, or on adjusted time, in 4th position. So he's looking good. What a wonderful day it's been thus far, and we are still right in the middle for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. But don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning starting at 10 a.m. Central Time. We'll start out the Everyman Challenge classes. And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate everybody for doing that. And to give you a personal thanks, go to ultra4racing.com, use promo code CROSSBAR20 to receive 20% off the entire website. Again, all capitals, CROSSBAR20. Receive 20% off the entire website. That's good right now through October 22nd. That's just kind of a way for us to say thanks to you. And heck, start your Christmas shopping early. Give Roxy something to do. So there is Zollinger, McCoy. I can't quite tell them apart. Believe that's Travis Zollinger as he comes into the Bronco short course as we speak. We qualified today starting at 1 p.m. and now we've been basically live racing for the rest of the day. It's been a great day. It's been a great week. The weather's been interesting. I showed up on Monday. It was beautiful. Tuesday it was beautiful. And then Wednesday and Thursday it turned to rain. And it was a sloppy mess for quite some time. But it started drying out yesterday, and it's just getting better and better. And by tomorrow, I think it's going to be almost perfect. You can already see some dust in some of the dry areas, but there's definitely still mud in the bottom areas out back. Don't forget you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and check out our live timing, or go over to the Racing Tracks website and check it out. Loop A is roughly 13 miles. Loop B is roughly 14 miles. Then you throw the short course in it, and it's 30 miles per lap, because there's 2 loops per lap. So they'll be racing 3 full laps. So roughly 90 miles today. And then tomorrow, the 4600 Spider Track stock class will do 2 laps. The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified will do 3 laps, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports class will do 3 laps, and then the 4400 Unlimiteds will do 4 entire laps, so roughly 120 miles. If you've never been to the Crossbar Ranch, I thoroughly encourage you to come check it out. It's owned by the city of Davis, but Justin and Trotter run it. It's only $30 per day. It's open year-round except for a small little hunting season spurt. It's $30 per day. Kids from 10 to 15, it's only $20 a day. Children 9 and under are free. It's a 6,500-acre park, over 200 miles of trails. There's a dump station on site. They have 35 camp spots with water and electricity, but then they have unlimited dry camping. It butts right up to Turner Falls, which is a beautiful thing to go check out. They've got a 77-foot waterfall. They've got hiking trails, caves, trout fishing cabins, and much more. King of the Hammers 2022 is on the horizon, so make sure you're in Southern California the first week of February. And if you can't come in person, make sure to tune in, ultra4racing.com/live. That's when we pull out all the hooks, and it is one heck of a show. There's been, well over 75,000 people on the lake bed at one time, and we can't wait to do it all over again. Obviously, it's been a goofy year the last couple years, but we were able to pull off everything and make it happen, and that's just because of you, so thanks. Believe that's Mike McClure as he's coming down the MBRP rock face. Yeah, it's definitely Mike McClure as he takes a look on the left or the wide line. He's going to get a little bit more of a run at it and try to stay on that. If you can stay on the right side, it stays a little bit less wet because it's on a steeper angle, but that puts you a little off camber. The weather has been absolutely gorgeous today, and we are so thankful for that because we fought some issues earlier in the week with all that rain. So if you do want to come out and race with us, 4900 Can-Am UTV class is about the perfect spot to come on out. It is absolutely awesome. It's the fastest growing class in our sport, and about all you need to do is meet all of our safety rules, get a 6-point cage, harnesses, and etc. There's lots of factory support, so if you want to get into racing, this is probably the easiest way to do it. Looks like somebody's fighting some rear-wheel drive only issues. It looks like that's Shane Smith, I believe. Doesn't look like his front tires are pulling, but he's still motoring on up. We saw Matt Torney struggle coming up rock face just a little bit ago, so we'll see how Shane Smith can handle it. Like I said, it looks like he's in two-wheel drive. So coming into the Nitto National Championship, Jacob Versi was in first place with 3,900 points. Josh Smith in second place with 3,811. Scott Lesage in third with 3,735. Fourth place is Jamie McCoy with 3,705. Fifth spot is Travis Zollinger with 3,695. Sixth place is Nelson Sparks with 3,575. Seventh place is Justin Barth with 3,325. And then Mark Welch, Zachary Davis, and Matt Torney round out the top 10 for the national points. And winning the Eastern Series was Jamie McCoy in first, James Cantrell, Levi Metzinger, Austin Lahr, then Caden Lahr. For the North Series, it was Jacob Versi, Greg Torney, and Zachary Davis, then Matt Torney. For the Western Series, it was Jacob Versi, Travis Zollinger, Nelson Sparks, Scott Lesage, and Anthony Maccabee. So here's the course map so you can kind of see what's going on. The top left is Loop A. No, sorry. The orange is Loop A. The blue is Loop B. The short course is kind of the lighter blue, and that's right where we are at in the Nitto Lounge. Just kind of gives you a showing on how big this place actually is. And what a wonderful weekend it has been here for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. I believe that is Justin Barth coming out, heading out for another lap, going out on Loop A. There's lots of ground to be covered out here. And what a great race and great coverage we have here. Matt Torney, if I'm not mistaken. And you can see the sun is starting to set a little bit, so that's going to play a little trickery on the visibility. But what a beautiful shot. I can just show you how big this place is. That shot we just turned around from kind of reminded me of the Montana view where you can just see for a super long ways.
Flatlanders.
Somebody's stirring some dust up in the middle of our screen. And don't forget, we did start this race in 30-second increments, so this race is on adjusted time. And there are 2 loops, so loop A and loop B consist of 1 lap. So technically they run 6 loops to make 3 laps. Roughly 90 miles, so we are not even quite halfway through this race. Looked like that was Tyler Rimmereed coming into screen.
So beautiful. The sun's setting. I was just out there. The wind is still blowing, but it's definitely, the temperature is dropping. Last year, remember, Miles, when we were out here early on in the week, it was hot. It was like tank top, shorts, flip-flop weather. And then by race day, we were all freezing, wanting heaters, and we all were, bundled up and everything. And this year, it's just been up and down. Yesterday morning started off as like a foggy, misty morning. And
yeah, it was just a haze. Yeah. And then it finally just about cleared up about 2 o'clock, turned into a beautiful day, and it's been beautiful the rest of the weekend. But you can see some standing water in that little right line.
Definitely don't want to take that one.
So everybody's kind of zigzagging around there. And on these kind of races, we do have a GPS file. We do have VCPs. And you have to stay within 50 feet of center of the trail. So you can go off a little bit, but obviously there's rocks that can get you over there. So mainly you just use that for passing.
You definitely don't want to go off into the grass like you were saying because of the rocks. I mean, I've seen people, and I know you have too within this racing, you'll see people that will veer off just to even pass somebody, and they'll end up hitting a rock, and it can end their day or flatten their tire, and it just completely messes up their whole race. And it looks like it's a long, smooth course, but definitely not, like we were saying, all the rocks. You can see the rocks in the camera here.
Well, you could see that just in the HCR hot pits. There's been a lot of flat tires come through, and from some good drivers as well. So it can bite anybody. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the 2021 Nitto National Championship. The cars are definitely starting to spread out, but the attrition is starting to set in, as you can see a lot of broken cars. And don't forget to finish first. First, you must finish. There's the 589. That is Thomas Ram. And that's Josh Smith. He's in second place in the national championships. Josh Smith is a young gun, but this guy is fast.
So, Miles, on the racingtracks.com website, like I was saying earlier, I compare it to be like, a hot air balloon symbol. But they're yellow, and the colors that they are is depending on what lap that they're on, but if they have a little red bottom to them, that means that the car is stopped. So some bad news here. It looks like Jacob Versi is actually stopped, and he is our points leader for the national championship.
Yeah, he just won the North and the West, and yeah, he's showing 0 miles an hour. But hey, it could just be a quick tire change. I'm not sure, and I do not believe he has a co-driver in this race.
And he's past the rock face area. But if you are watching or listening to us live and you want to start tracking like we're doing, just go to racingtracks.com and you'll be able to choose certain drivers to see where they're at, or you can follow all of the drivers. But he is it's saying he is stopped. It looks like it's saying Mike McClure is also stopped. And let's see here, 1024 of Ryan Rockhold, which he came in earlier with a flat. So he is stopped as well. And Miles is going to head on over to the hot pits to see what's going on with some of the teams. He's going to go do his little sprint, or I keep calling it his little half marathon, getting his exercise in. So hot pits, Miles is coming your way. Here he goes. I just saw him run across screen. Not sure which pit he's going to. Hey guys. Guys and gals, not just guys.
So I've got Brian Reed and Michael Mills. And you guys are out of the car. What's going on?
Oh, we're just doing a driver check like we normally do.
All right, so Brian Reed, you started the race. You qualified, Mike, and now you're hopping in?
No, it's actually, I started. Brian's going to hop in now so we can get some pre-running for tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, because you guys are racing today and tomorrow. You qualified, started the race, but now, Brian, you're going to hop in?
Yep, sir, I am.
That's awesome. So do a quick splash of fuel and see what happens. And so far, the race looks like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. I just got here a couple hours ago.
Oh, you were supposed to show up yesterday, but you didn't. But hey, you're here. You're doing your race pre-run tomorrow, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Miles.
All right. Well, Brian Reed, I'll let you start hopping in here in just a minute. Mike Mills, you qualified both cars yesterday. Did pretty decent. You're going to hop behind you're going to start co-driving now and kind of coach them along.
Yeah, we're just going to get some markers for tomorrow for us and let Brian get a chance of how the course feels. I love the course. It's great. This place has got like a little bit of everything that you race in Ultra 4 out throughout the year. So it's a great place.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything. I mean, the mud, the trees, the woods, they've got it all here. It's a lot of fun down here. So it looks like I'll let you guys go in. So Michael Mills, have fun.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Brian Reed, good luck, buddy.
Thank you, sir. See you later.
So it looks like they're going to hop back in the car, and Bailey Cole's here, just kind of holding the fire extinguisher. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Just helping my friends with Monkey with the knife out today. So doing a good thing.
Yeah. So you're helping in the pits here, and then you guys will be pitting together tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. All the races they've been at this year, we've been pitted together. We got connected with them late last year, and just hanging out and having a good time.
I mean, and it's just so great with the Ultra 4. I mean, because you'll go run a couple pits down and help whoever out here. So it's a lot of fun to be in the hot pits, and it's exciting. Everybody's here to help everybody.
Oh, yeah. We've all, passed a couple unit bearings here and there. I know I've gotten parts from, like, Casey Gilbert, the Millers, Bleilers, Campbell, everybody, and they've gotten parts from me. We all just want to beat each other on the track, and it's awesome racing.
Yeah, you don't want to beat somebody just because they're limping along. You want to beat them at your best. So you're here. Everybody's here to help everybody.
Oh, 100%. I definitely want to beat all these people, while they're on the track and racing fast, because that's the best way to race.
All right, well, I'll let you pay attention. Thanks, Bailey Cole, for the little chat, and good luck tomorrow, buddy. So it looks like we got another car at the end of the HCR hot pits. We got a couple cars down here. Looks like this is Josh Smith, so this will want to be a fast stop. Looks like he's got a right rear flat as well. He's sitting second in the national points. Got a big thumbs up from here. Hey, Josh, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm loving it. So you got a right rear flat, it looks like, but I seen you earlier. You were flying. How's the course treating you?
Pretty good. It's brutal.
So they're having a little bit of jack issues, but now they got him back up. So now he's got it back in park. So I didn't want to slow you down any, but you're running hard. You're sitting in second position in national points. This is important, this race.
Yes, it is. I'm trying to get up there and hold my second place position.
All right, well, I'm going to kind of let you get in your game place. Thanks for the chat. Big thumbs up. Josh Smith out there running hard. But tires are definitely the issue here today at the Crossbar Ranch. So Joe Bachman's coming in. There is flat tires everywhere. So Joe, how you doing, Joe Gold?
Hey, how you doing? We're stuck in the pit. Never thought this would happen.
But hey, that's just part of the game. We'll get Josh out of your way quick, and you're having fun.
Okay.
But Joe Gould's in there running hard.
I could use a wipe. You can wipe my screen.
So we'll let him keep rolling. So Josh Smith, looks like they're having a little bit of issues. So this is valuable time down here in the HCR hot pits. They're struggling just a little bit, but they'll get it going. Joe Gold is patiently awaiting. They're going to do just a splash of fuel, I believe. So we got another car over here. I'll run across, check it out. We got Tom Rimmereed here. This is one of your first races with us in Ultra 4. You raced Crandon with us, but now this is your first real Ultra 4 race. How are you feeling about it?
Well, yesterday was pretty rough in pre-run, and I didn't know if I could last 3 laps, but that first lap went pretty good.
And you having fun?
Oh, hell yeah.
So when you pulled in the other day, it was raining. It was nasty. You had your toter home. Looks like he's getting ready to run, so I'll let you take off. Looks like Josh Smith is heading out. Joe Gold. So the HCR hot pits have been in action today for sure. So lots of fun and lots of action as they come through. We got another victim coming on in. We got a few of them. There's some stuff going on. So the pit crew is having a lot of fun down here, getting everything rolling. So Bob Lindgren's kind of checking the front end, it looks like. Looks like they're shaking the front end, checking it all out. Looks fairly tight for me, but they're worried about something. So Bob, how you doing, buddy?
You know, all of our help here and support staff, they're giving us a great look right now, and we're going to get back out on the course here. Yeah, we're just fuel, check on everything, and get back out.
All right, well, Bobby Lindgren getting ready to head on out for another lap. Have fun, buddy. Big thumbs up. Car looks like it's still in great shape. Got another car down here at the end. So this is Matt Peterson. We saw him having issues at the bottom of the MBRP rock face. Matt, you good? No, I'm telling you, I'm just saying, you good. Okay, got a big thumbs up from Matt Peterson. He's waiting for the good to go. I'm not saying go, but now go. So Matt Peterson back out on course. So lots of action down here in the HCR hot pits. You having fun down here? You're getting your workout.
You betcha. We didn't know he had a flat when he came in. So.
And he had a flat at the bottom of the rock face, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
We didn't know. He didn't know he didn't have a flat, and we didn't know he had a flat until he came in for some fuel. So.
Well, that's just part of it. But keeping you guys busy, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Miles.
All right, Pam, back to you.
Thanks, Miles. Lots of action down there for you. the race teams like to get, the information out to everybody as well, and it's super cool that you're able to talk to the drivers as they're in the car. We have Shannon Campbell coming through the Nitto Arch right now. Looks like he is coming into the hot pits, Miles, if you're still there. Nope, but maybe it was just a go by, and sometimes they just do a visual to make sure all is good. You can see the sun is setting here at Crossbar Ranch. So these drivers right now that are going back out on Loop A, they will have to go through Loop A one more time, as well as going through Loop B 2 more times before the race is complete. So these drivers will be more than likely finishing in the dark. You can see the sun is setting, and like I said earlier, the temperature is dropping here, so it's going to be nice and cool. But it's been a great day of racing so far. All right, Miles, welcome back into the Nitto Lounge. We're going to go through the top 10 right now on our corrected time here. We have Joshua Smith in that first position, Brian Stone in second, Shannon Campbell's running third, Dustin Robbins fourth, Kyle Hathaway in the 5th position, Scott Lesage is in 6th, Justin Barth 7th, Joe Gould in the 8th position, Travis Zollinger 10th, and Travis Zollinger's in 9th, and then Carl Otto is in 10th position. So those are our top 10 right now as we sit, but we only have the top 3, Joshua Smith, Brian Stone, Shannon Campbell, that are out on Loop A for their second time.
Just shy of halfway through this race, and just about 5 seconds ago was Shannon Campbell, who's physically sitting in 3rd position, or at least on adjusted time. Shannon Campbell left in 7th place, so that's 3.5 minutes behind Jamie McCoy. McCoy had some issues out there on course, so tough break for him, but hopefully he can pull it together and still have a solid finish. And how about Jake Versey? Let's check on him, number 43.
Jake.
He's back up and moving. He was stopped for a while, but it looks like Versey's back up and moving, so great to see that.
Exactly. We do have some other drivers, though, that are still sitting in position where they have been. So Ryan Rockhold has been at 0 miles per hour, roughly at race mile 24.5. And then we have, let's see here, the 33 of Cody Quattlebaum. He's also at 0 miles per hour at race mile 17.
Oh, Mr. Bandit Off-Road having some issues. Tough break for him.
Also, the 49.52 of John Coffey. He is at 0 miles per hour at race mile 25. Looks like Sarah Duffy, she is also, she's going 3.7 miles per hour, but she is still out there on Loop B for her first time.
That could be Scott Lesage on screen. Can't quite tell with the angle.
It does look like him. You know, I was down at the
Yes,
timing.
that's definitely Scott Lesage.
Down at timing talking to them, and he came through, and he has the cleanest car out there. I'm not sure how that is.
And that just goes to show you, he did cut that corner just a little bit, but if you stay within 50 feet of center of course, you're good to go. So he's trying to save every little second he can. Scott Lesage still running strong. Scott Lesage started in 12th position, so roughly 6 minutes off our leader. So it looks like it's Josh Smith and Brian Stone are the only ones out on their Loop B on their second lap. So as soon as Josh Smith and Brian Stone finish Loop B, they'll head out for their third and final lap, which means Loop A and Loop B once again.
And again, if you wanted to go onto racingtracks.com, you can go on and you can go to the live timing, and it will tell you what loop they're on and what loop. So looking at it, it's you got your start and then the halfway through and then Loop B. Now some of them are out on Loop B for their second time, so it's very self-explanatory and it's easy to keep track of what lap they're on and where they're at. So not only seeing the live race map where they're at on course, you can know what lap they're on exactly.
Or loop.
Loop.
It is a little confusing, but we're going to do our best to kind of keep you honest and keep you understanding. So Loop A is roughly 14 miles. Loop B is roughly 15 miles with a little bit of short course, so right around 30 miles of racing. So you have to do Loop A and Loop B to complete one full lap. And that's Scott Lesage still pushing strong on screen.
He's getting great coverage right now. I mean, he's in the perfect spot. The drone is right there, has the wide open space to fly. I can't wait to see the amazing sunsets that the drone usually gets out here on course.
It's going to be awesome out here, absolutely. And if you're just tuning in, we want to say thank you for that. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship just outside of Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Davis is located in south central Oklahoma between Oklahoma City and Dallas, Texas. The population is 2,700 people and the elevation is roughly 850 feet. We're located in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. And hey, Pam, a little fun fact, Joe Exotic's Tiger King Zoo is only about 15 minutes down the road.
Oh my goodness.
Used to be.
Used to be. They moved it, who was it they said they moved it closer to the border of Texas? But last year, I think some people tried to go to it, but it was closed because they were in the process of moving it. But how cool would that be to go there?
Yeah, it's a bizarre place, but interesting fact. I never have, no.
I haven't been, but that'd be kind of crazy to go.
So that's the 537 of Tyler Totterdale, still running strong. Looks like all four tires holding there as he heads out for another Loop A. That dozer right in the middle of the screen has been busy this week. They've been pushing all day, every day, whether it's mud or trees or whatnot, but they've been working this course for a long time, and it's turned out to be absolutely perfect. Justin Ramsey's been riding that thing a lot, and he has been putting his heart and soul in this alongside Brian Trotter and their whole crew. And then the Area 51 guys have been out here helping Mark and course all week, so they've had a little crawfish boil with them one night, and they've been hanging out with them quite a bit. Great people. There's a 574 of Kyle Hathaway and that Honda Talon, naturally aspirated. A lot of these Can-Ams are running the turbos as well as the Polaris, so Honda's still running the naturally aspirated.
But it does very well. And the difference with the Honda, so the Polaris and the Can-Ams, those are belt-driven, where Hondas actually have a transmission.
Yeah, Yamahas have transmissions as well.
Yes.
And like, again, we're just talking about the factory support. It's so great to see so many different of these factory supports out here racing with us. Looks like that is Justin Barth, and he must have some right tires. I can't tell if it's one or both, but he's definitely dragging on the right.
Something's going on, or maybe it looks like he's not even in four-wheel drive, the way he took that corner. So our top 5 has changed up a little bit on corrected time. We have Joshua Smith in the first position, Brian Stone in second, Evan Altfest is in third, Kyle Hathaway fourth, and Shannon Campbell fifth position. That is unofficial and that is on corrected time. But a little change up, Shannon was in third position and now he's down into fifth.
And Josh Smith is physically sitting in second position in the Nitto National Championship, right behind Jacob Versey. Looks like right around 89 points down. So Josh Smith, if he finishes first and Jacob Versey has some issues, it could shake up that championship. We'll see how it plays out.
Well, and Jacob was stopped earlier on course for quite a bit, but he is moving again. And it looks like, I'm not sure what car number that is, but it looks like they were having a little bit of issues just now, but they're back up to speed. Or it could have just been a rough rocky section.
I get tongue-tied all the time. No worries.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, because we cannot see from up here, but those rocks. Oh, look, a deer just ran. Did you see the deer?
A couple of them. Yeah, that's awesome. Lots of wildlife here. There's Scott Lesage coming through the Bronco short course as we speak. Believe that's Justin Barth once again.
I think you're right, Miles. It looks like he has something going on that right side, maybe a flat or two on that right side. We'll see if he comes on into the hot pits. I mean, if he has flats, he has to, but it definitely looks like something, at least a right rear, maybe.
That's my guess for sure. It looks like that's Sarah Duffy just in front of him. Great to see her out here racing with us.
It's really tough to be racing on a flat because you don't want to hit a rock or something and, you lose a brake line or tear up your rotors. You just don't want that kind of damage done. So you try to take it as easy as possible when you're just trying to limp it into the hot pits.
Yeah, you can take out brakes, you can take out all sorts of stuff. It's possibly Matt Torney. Well, the 4900 Can-Am UTV class has been a lot of fun to watch. This is a big course. Kind of hard to catch it all, but we were catching enough to have some fun. This race is on adjusted time. They did take off in 30-second increments. So we'll see how that shakes out. Looks like Justin Barth is heading into the hot pit, so I'll take a little jog down there and have a chat.
Miles was right. He did have something going on his right side. It looks like it's his right front. They're changing that out right now. And Miles is going to get over there and give a little chit-chat. Justin came in earlier and talked with us for a little bit before qualifying.
So we're down here with Justin Barth. Looks like he's got a right front flat. Big thumbs up from Justin Barth. Looks like it's just a right front flat having some.
We're getting tires left and right. Can't seem to. They're hidden in the grass. So it's taking some time out of our race. We're still pushing, so we'll see where we end up. Good.
Yeah, the tires are an issue, but as long as you have a good pit crew, you're going to keep on trucking.
Well, these guys are great, and we're having an awesome time. So thank you much. Appreciate you, Miles.
And figured out on the big car if you had an issue with the engine?
Yeah, I think we had a little breather issue where it was pushing out some crankcase pressure. So I think we're in the clear there maybe. So hopefully we'll be able to get her together and run her tomorrow. We should be good. So looking forward to that one for sure. That's the one we really like. The big car's the one we really enjoy. So we'll hopefully be out there tomorrow morning for that. So we're looking forward to it.
All right. Shakedown, and we'll see what happens. But big thumbs up from Justin Barth. So now I'll run down here to Matt Torney. Looks like they're doing a quick flat splash.
Even though I'm the co-driver, my dad doesn't listen to the co-driver. Now, I told him to swap the ethanol short course gas, and he said, oh, negative. So we're burning gas much faster than we think, and we're trying to not end up as a turtle on the racetrack.
Well, a father and son team out here racing along. That's awesome. I love to see it. You guys are doing a great job, and I hope you're having a lot of fun just bonding at its finest, right?
Absolutely. This is the time of our life. This is incredible. Thank you guys for putting this on. Thanks for putting this on. And you're great, right? I usually drive.
So yeah. Driving, Greg Torney, his son, riding shotgun. They're here with Draco Motorsports, having a great time. Looks like we have Cody Quattlebaum down here. And we got Josh Blyler. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Let's go, Brandon.
So Cody Quattlebaum's down here. He looks like he's out of the car.
Hi, I'm on the tie rod, outer tie rod, and we got one somebody let us borrow, but it didn't fit down into the taper, so he's looking for another one, hoping I can get out there and finish Loop B.
Well, tough break, but hey, at least you're trying to figure it out. Looks like you got plenty of help out here. Hey, there's John.
Good. We're trying to help our friend here, Cody, get back on the course and do well in this UTV before our race tomorrow.
Well, yeah, you guys are down here everywhere helping everybody, so good job on you, John. And Cody, I hope to see you back out there, buddy.
Yeah, me too, man.
Well, it looks like that's about all the action we have down here. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Out here, in here on the live screen, we have some races going on out there on the Loop A. I cannot make out which vehicles they are or which cars they are, but they are pretty much almost neck and neck. And this is the second two that I have seen going at it super close together. The sun is setting. There's a little bit of dust, but we have that breeze still going. With having the dust, you wouldn't even know we had rain as like we had the past few days here. Again, for you listening in at home, if you want to go on and watch the actual race map, you can do that at racingtracks.com. You can follow and track your favorite racers or all of them at the same time. It'll tell you what lap they're on, the speeds they're going, where they're at on course. You can also watch the live timing for them as well, and it'll show you what position they are on in corrected time. And on screen, that is Shane Smith. Looks like he is going out for his Loop A for the second time, which is roughly 14 miles. Loop A is a technical fast, but Loop B has more rock face and more technical in that aspect. But the Loop A, we've had some drivers saying how, you know, it's faster, it's fun, but it definitely has some rocks that are hiding in the grass, and that's what's causing a lot of these flat tires that the drivers are coming in on. Looks like we have some more people coming into the pits. That is Tyler. His dad was just in the pits, and now Tyler just went through. Miles is getting his miles in. He just came back in from the hot pits, getting his exercise in for the day, and see the beautiful sunset we are seeing right here. But this is where the drivers now have the factor of having the sun in their eyes. It completely changes their driving, and as long as they're in the clear, it's good for the most part, as long as their visors are good, but it definitely can be a factor later in the day. Sometimes the early morning race is the same thing, but if they get into the dust, then they really can't see. It's like driving in fog.
And here we got a little battle here. We'll see if they can get around. And this is that exact spot, or one of the spots. They're all like that, but there are those rocks that will bite you anywhere. So you got to be really patient here. If you cut a corner a little bit, remember you can, because you have to stay within 50 feet of center course. But if you get off course, you could really hurt yourself. And I can't quite tell, but that was sportsmanship 101 right there. He knew he was caught. He pulled right over and let him around. It could have been Jeff Bachman, possibly, that got around him. Yeah, the HCR hot bits are a lot of fun. There's a lot of action down there, and tires are taking their toll. There's the 9511 of Carl Otto on screen. So we have a drone chasing him down as he's heading into the Broncos short course. So Carl Otto, the number 9511, still pushing strong. Looks like that could be Brian Reed and Michael Mills possibly with Monkey with a Knife. And their Can-Am, yes it is. They're racing today. They switched it up because remember the driver record only has to start or finish the race. Michael Mills started, now Brian Reed hopped in. Tad Dowker and Chris Paiva do that a lot in the 4400 class as well. There's Justin Barth still moving strong. But he was saying that this course is brutal on tires, and he's been in here more than once, swapped them out. USAC's been working with us alongside very closely this week. They've been our sanctioning body for a very long time, but they been running timing and scoring this year, but just this race stepped up and they're doing race operations, safety, and tech. As Jacob Versey comes into the hot pits, he's leading the Nitto National Championship, number 43, Jacob Versey. There's Heath Taylor, the number 182, still pushing strong. The attrition is definitely starting to set in here. Heath Taylor pushing strong as he enters the Bronco short course. Up and around the Rigid Ridge. Possibly Jeff Bachman again. I think Jeff Bachman and Joe Gould have two very similar rides, so I get those two mixed up, and I think they have the same number too. So Heath Taylor still pushing strong. This will definitely be a race to the finish. Somebody's pulled over to the side. Couldn't quite tell who that was. As we go picture in picture to the MBRP rock face. Kyle Hathaway, I believe. Seems like that going around the tree on the wide right is definitely becoming a popular way to run. Here's Brian Reed and Michael Mills with Monkey with a Knife, running their Can-Am through the Bronco short course. That's the 49.55 of Joe Gould.
Also, we're going to go to a commercial in
Thank you once again for tuning in to the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We're in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch, and we are hot and heavy in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Scott Lesage coming into screen.
I've been skating contests ever since I can remember. It was pretty intimidating being out there, being so young. I've just learned over the years how to handle those nerves. Instead of letting it get to my head, I've learned how to let it hype me up. This season is really important. It's the first ever summer games for skateboarding. We all want to make it there. It's not going to be easy. 2021.
UTV 96 is inside this car here for the race.
We use the UTV 96 in this car. I'm using the VP UTV 96 fuel.
Thank you, VP Racing Fuels, for keeping me powered and getting me on top of the box.
Here we are back at the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We're racing during the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We're just over halfway through this race. And tires are proving to be an issue. The attrition is definitely starting to set in. There's lots of action in the HCR hot pits. There's our current Nitto National Champion, leaders, Jacob Versey. The sun is starting to set, but it is a beautiful day here at the Crossbar Ranch. There's Joe Guild and Jeff Bachman riding shotgun. And this is the entrance to the MBRP rock face. You have to take this long, steep climb, take the hard ride around that tree, back on down, and then through the little slip and slide area for the MBRP rock face. We have a lot of amazing partners here with us in Ultra 4. Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin Race Radiators, Method Race Wheels, Lasernut, Warren King, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon, PCI, Axial, All Balls Racing, Forest River, Progressive, and OnX Off-Road, just to name a few. So please support who supports the sport. Do a little picture-in-picture here. Looks like that's John Rance in the bottom right. And Justin Barth in the top left.
It's so funny. I'm looking at all the cars because they're all, muddy. But then you see Scott Lesage come through, and he is clean. What does he put on his car? It looks like he's going through the car wash every lap. When he comes through, just watch it next time. It's totally clean. He must put something that...
Josh Blyler has one of those tricks as well.
Yes, I know.
Not sure what he wipes on that car or where he gets it, but he keeps it clean.
I remember we talked about that when we were at Kentucky, because Kentucky was a muddy mess like this. I actually think Kentucky might have been worse than this, but yeah, it's amazing how some of these cars have whatever it is they use and keep them perfectly clean.
There's Brian Reed and Michael Mills with Monkey with a Knife. Doing a nice little pre-run race for tomorrow's 4400 Unlimited race.
So we have 30 out on course still, and we have 16 of them are out on Loop B for their second time. So that means they've gone through Loop A once, they've gone through Loop B once, and now they're back out. And then they gone through Loop A again. So we have
almost
16 of them.
two-thirds way
Yes.
through their race. So I've got Cody Quattlebaum in here. Why aren't you in the car, buddy?
We're getting on to Loop B, first lap. Crested the hill, and my tire decided it wanted to turn the opposite direction. Broke a tie rod off, clean sheared, ran back to camp. Got me a bolt to get back to camp, ran back out, brought my tie rod back.
How far back out, or how far did you have to run? Because you don't have a co-driver, correct?
No, I'm solo. Might have been half a mile one way, and I did it about 4 times.
Getting some extra parts and whatnot?
Yeah, I think I'm ready for my marathon. So the guys at, I think it's Superpower Fab, tried to help me out. They gave me a part to get back, but the spherical piece didn't fit down into my hub, so nobody had anything else, so I'm out for the race for this one. I was trying to make it my third finish on my third Ultra 4 race, but unfortunately it didn't work out.
It's a tough race out there for sure. I saw John Grounds down there giving you a hand.
Oh man, Proven Grounds Racing, John Grounds, Fly Off Road's been awesome. I've been hanging out with them this whole time. Those guys have just been really good to me and helped me out the whole time.
I mean, that's the Ultra 4 spirit at its finest. You know, you're kind of a one-man show when you come out here, and John just kind of took you under his wing, and it's working out for you, other than it's not right now. But
oh, yeah.
It's been a good time, hasn't it? And I'll bet you tomorrow you'll be in his pits.
Oh, yeah. I'll be around helping out. I'm going to help out Proven Grounds, Robbie Bobby Racing.
Oh, Roger King, all right.
Yep, Roger King. Whoever else needs help, I'll be here, staying through tomorrow night and leaving.
Well, Cody, it's been a good time, and like you said, this is your third race. This is your first season with this, and I'll bet you're stuck for a while, right?
Oh, man, I'm addicted. I'm super thankful that my wife is very supportive of this hobby and that I'm able to afford to do things like this. And I got to give a shout-out to Bandit Off-Road and Brian and them. They've been helping me out the whole time and super awesome, and they make this possible for me, so it's been really good.
Well, Cody, I appreciate coming in for the chat, and best of luck at your next race. And I guess, have fun in the pits tomorrow, but we'll definitely see you at King of the Hammers 2022.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you again, Cody Quattlebaum. Looks like that's Scott Lesage coming through.
Take off.
Great shot of the Bronco infield. There's the MBRP rock face. Lots of spectators out there. Oh, looks like somebody's having a little trouble going it up. It's getting a lot slicker the more people dragging up all that water. There's not a whole lot of room for 2 cars on that face. We'll have to wait for him to either back down or make it up, but I don't think once you start your momentum that it'll happen.
Hey, for 49.52, John Cox.
So that's not a good place to be stopped right in the middle of the MBRP rock face. Not sure what they're going to do about that.
Who is that? Don't.
You could see him say, hey, we're kind of stuck here, so I'm going to get out of your way and let you go around. So, again, great sportsmanship shown there. The cars are getting muddier, and it's getting harder to tell who is who. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. That could be Josh Smith, 1948. Yes, this could be our physical leader, and he is not moving very fast. So I'm going to take a quick little jog and go check on Josh Smith.
Correct, Miles. It did show on racing tracks that he was stopped for a few minutes, and then he was only going 5 miles per hour. He is limping it in here to the hot pits. So you are going to definitely find out what's going on. It's unfortunate, though, that he has been our race leader for the majority of the race. It's all yours, Miles.
You, Pam, I'm down here with Josh Smith. Not sure what's going on. He's got the door open.
Tie rod.
Sounds like he may have yes, he has a left front tie rod issue. So he was lucky to be able to limp it in. Looks like it could just be a broken bolt. Yeah, it looks like it's just a broken bolt in the Heim, so hopefully they can get it going.
Anybody got a crescent wrench? Crescent wrench.
Sorry. Oh, you're good, you're good. So they're working around, they're looking for an outer tie rod. Josh Smith is out of the car. We have Jeremy Jones in here helping. Lots of help all over. Everybody's jumping all over to help everybody. So tough break because he's got such a good race going. He was physically leading this race. Josh Smith is out of the car in the bed of the truck, full helmet, full race suit, digging through some tools, getting everything going.
Give me a pair of channel locks, another pair of vice grips.
Everybody's scrambling for some tools, and this thing's muddy. It's a little hard to work on, but hopefully they can get it figured out because Josh has such a great race going, and the rest of the car still looks like it's in pretty good shape.
This is gone.
So it looks like they're going to have to switch out the whole outer Heim, which isn't too big a deal, so hopefully they can get it swapped out quick and easy like. So they're frantically working down here in the pits, and this is costing a lot of time, so I really hope they can get it figured out quick like. He's physically sitting in second position in the Nitto National Championship, just a little bit behind Jacob Versey. Jacob Versey's had a solid run today, but not out front like Josh Smith. I believe there's 89 points splitting them up, so if Josh Smith can get it figured out and get going, it's still going to be close. It will be a race to the finish. Everybody's kind of checking everything all the way around the car, cleaning off the headlights because the sun is starting to drop. And just once again, it's awesome with everybody here at Ultra 4. Just everybody is jumping in, trying to give them a hand. And it looks like they finally got it busted loose, so they get to put a new pin back in. Josh Smith is running no co-driver. Car is sitting here just idling. But like I said, just walking around the car, it looks like it's in pretty good shape. Got another car coming in the HCR hot pits as we speak. So Josh, other than the obvious, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. I want to get this thing done.
Yeah, so I mean, you've already been here for 3 or 4 minutes. Hopefully this will take less than 10 minutes to get you back out there, but you've had a pretty good run today.
I have. It's been quick. Passed about 4 cars on the first lap. I haven't passed too many on the second.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's been good. So how far out did that go? Because driving with no steering on the left's got to be tricky because you don't want to rip it off all the way.
I broke right as I got into the short course.
Oh, that works out perfect. I mean, for bad luck.
Oh, yeah, I popped it back in and I drove here.
So I believe you're still physically pretty close to the lead. On the national points, you're looking good. So you got to be like super anxious, but you got to keep calm because you're still here. But how you feeling?
For sure, yeah, I have to keep calm. I can't get overwhelmed, or I'm just going to trash the car, and I can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a great season. Was it Montana you won also?
Yep, I got first Montana.
Yeah, so you've got a great season going, but Jacob Versey, that guy's been on a roll this season. So hopefully you can get around him. But yeah, I'll let you do your thing. But thanks again, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it looks like hopefully he can get hopped back in the car here shortly. It looks like they're telling him to hop back in the car, get strapped up. They're just a few moments away. There's John Rance heading on out the HCR hot pits.
What do you need? Zip ties? Big zip tie, big fat zip tie. All else fails, zip tie, right?
Everybody's yelling for zip ties. These cars are held together with them for sure. So all hands are on deck for our physical race leader, Josh Smith. I see Mike McClure heading back out. So hopefully they can get Josh Smith back out in action. Like I said, you know he's got to be anxious because this is costing him precious time, but he is cool, calm, and collected here in the pits. I just love seeing everybody come together to make this happen. The car's muddy, it's tough to do, but they are making it work. So Josh Smith has one more full lap to go. He'll run Loop A and then Loop B and hopefully bring it home. I don't think I've seen anybody pass him yet as we've been in here. So all hands are off, so now they can do the fueling. So it looks like we're seconds away after they switched out the end of that ball joint. The Heim for the steering, sorry. And now he is out, so Josh Smith staying under the 25 mile an hour time zone. Head all the way down to the HCR hot pits and head back out. And Josh Smith is looking good. Everybody's giving him thumbs up, and there he goes, all smiles. So great job, Josh Smith and the whole crew. So Jeremy Jones is over here. You got some stuff. We got Chris here too. We got all sorts of people helping. I mean, you see a car come in, all hands on deck, right?
Always.
Awesome.
No matter who it is.
I mean, yeah, you've always been there to help everybody. Chris, thank you for doing that. And Jeremy, you're going to race tomorrow, but you're here to help today.
Absolutely. Anywhere we can help, we try. So.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, running up and down here, that's what it's all about. So Class X, Chris and Jeremy, thank you for that. So Shannon, Pam, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Miles. You're missing some action in here on the screen, but you definitely are getting some down there in the hot pits. Definitely the whole top 5 has changed in the last, 20 minutes or so. We have Brian Stone sitting in the first position, Joshua Smith in second, third place Kyle Hathaway. It's saying Shannon Campbell in fourth and Scott Lesage in fifth. That is on corrected time. But we are on the live race map. You can go on there, and what you can do is you can see what lap your drivers are on. If you're following certain drivers, you can see which ones are having issues that are stopped on course. It looks like we have Jamie McCoy is actually at 0 miles per hour at this point. He went back out on Loop A again. So he's on a 0 mile per hour. We have Jacob Tuma that is at 0 miles per hour. Also, Dustin Robbins, they're all on Loop A at 0 miles per hour right now. Unfortunate for them, they were all running really strong earlier. But it is coming down to the wire of who's going to be the number 1 spot today with the time, because there are some close times here.
Hey, Pam. I'm back here down in the HCR hot pits, and I have Sarah Duffy down here. This is her first race with us, and she's having a lot of fun. Hey, Sarah, how much fun are you having on your first race?
A lot of fun. It's very stressful, but it's good. I like it a lot.
Well, congratulations for strapping in and having some good times. The car looks like it's in still pretty good shape. You just still pushing the limits?
Yes, I'm trying my best. I don't want to overdo it and mess up on something stupid, so I'm trying to be cautious, but then sometimes I'm just going to go for it.
Well, good on you. I love the attitude. We got the pink VP Racing Fuel getting all fueled up, and good job, and hope to see you with the finish.
Okay, see y'all.
So we still have some action. There's Kyle Hathaway at the far end with his Honda Talon. Looks like a right front flat down here. Got a thumbs up. It looks like it should just be a quick and easy tire change. So all hands on deck once again. They're pushing it up, trying to get this tire changed. Looks like we have another one coming in. This is going to be Scott Lesage, 49-32. So it is definitely busy down here at the HER Hot Pits. So we got Travis Zollinger. Why aren't you in the car, buddy?
Broken frame today. Had some bad luck.
Broken frame. That's awful. So that sucks.
Yeah, it does. Second year on the car. I mean, I guess that's what Ultra 4 does.
It's hard on parts for sure, but the ZRP, you'll get it back. You'll get it better than ever, and you'll be back racing with us. But you're always a force to be reckoned with. That's why I was running by. I heard you. I was like, yes, it is him. You should be out there. But a tough break, but that's part of it. Did you get the car back here to the track?
Yeah, made a full A and B loop. It happened down in the creek bottom back there, and I limped it back here. But yeah, didn't want to tear the car up anymore. It's done.
It was hurt. So you played the safe call. Tough break for you. I hate to see it, but love to see you here racing, and that's just part of it.
Yep. It's part of racing. Tough course. Got to thank Ultra 4 for and the guys at Crossbar for making an awesome track.
All right, well, Travis, always good to see you, and best of luck. We'll see you at the Hammers, buddy. So Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, pulling into the hot pits. Looks like a left rear flat. These tires are getting beat up out here. Thumbs up from Shannon Campbell. Everything's going good. Getting a drink, making sure everything's going great. This Polaris that he built is working well. Changing another tire. There are tires changing all over the place. We have Waylon Campbell down here wiggling some parts, making sure everything's going great. Checking the front end, but it still looks like it's in pretty good shape. So there goes Kyle Hathaway out for another lap. But we just saw Josh Smith in here for roughly 10 minutes. So that's going to put a little toll on him. But I think a quick tire change for Shannon Campbell. He'll be out. So I'm going to kind of come back into the Nitto Lounge and get caught back up. So Pam, back to you.
Thanks, Miles. Lots of action down there. Drivers having fun. We're up here. We have, let's see, Brian Stone, Josh Smith, Scott Lesage, Philip Poe, and Justin Barth. Top 5 on corrected time. And we have Brian Stone, Josh Smith, and Scott Lesage. Those are all out on their third time on the A loop. So they have to complete this A loop this time and then B loop one more time. And then their race will be over. So they are halfway through the race at this point. Welcome back into the Nitto Lounge, Miles. The sun is setting. How cool is it getting out there compared to what it was earlier?
Yeah, the weather is starting to chill off a little bit, so if they splash through some of those puddles, it's going to get a little chilly, but it's still beautiful. The sunset's starting to peak, and it is absolutely gorgeous here. I mean, there's a great shot of it as I talk about it as we go back to the Bronco short course, and that is Jacob Versey, our leader in the Nitto National Championship. So he's playing the safe game right now. He knows that Josh Smith is ahead of him, but he knows that if he finishes within, I think, the top 10, he's got a good chance of beating him. So we'll see if that can stay together, because I was talking to Versey earlier, and he's like, I just need a finish. I think I got it locked up because he won the West and the North. But, man, Josh Smith has a great run going. But Jake, the blonde ambition Versey, is looking good to tie up the Nitto National Championship. But to finish... First you must.
Exactly.
To finish first you must finish.
That is a gorgeous, gorgeous view right there. That looks like a screensaver.
It's absolutely awesome down here.
It is. It's our screensaver for Crossbar Ranch.
Absolutely. So Pam, give me a quick rundown on our top leaders while I was out there in the HCR hot pits.
Well, on the live.ultra4racing.com live tracking, we have Brian Stone in the first position, Joshua Smith in number 2, Kyle Hathaway in 3rd, Scott Lesage in 4th, and Shannon Campbell in that 5th position. So we are getting down to the wire to where they are. We do have some drivers going out on their last loop here very soon. So we have Brian Stone, who has already came halfway through on Loop A, so he still has to do Loop B one more time, and it's done.
So it sounds like the top 5 are on their 3rd and final lap, but they're out on Loop A.
Exactly. Well, the top 3 are, and then Brian Stone's a little farther. So once the leader comes into the finish line and gets the checkered flag, we are doing a Grand Prix finish, so everybody is done at that point. So it'll all be by position and timing.
Yeah, they'll race to the finish line, and then everybody will get the checkered flag no matter what lap they're on.
Exactly.
But the top 5 are pretty close. That should lock up our podium spots. And right now, Brian Stone's looking good. Josh Smith is up there. Scott Lesage. Philip Poe just popped in, it looks like. And Shannon Campbell running strong. One more lap to go for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. While we have a little break in the action, we'll be right back after this.
What's up, Angelito? Hey, listen, amigo. We are going big on a 2020 Super Duty build.
All right. We'll start with the 6-inch suspension lift kit. Follow me.
Vámonos. Sí, estos son. Listo.
He works out.
Yeah.
You look after your truck. We look after you. AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We changed the industry by formulating the first API-qualified 100% synthetic motor oil. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond. Because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
All right, we are back, and there is Philip Poe running in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, heading out for his third and final lap. He's out on Loop A as we speak. We have one more lap to go for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. I am Miles Hasquist. Alongside me is Pam Hall, and we are calling one heck of a race. They are putting on a show. The sun is starting to set, so the lights are going to be definitely important here very soon. In the pits, I was seeing they were wiping down the headlights on the front of the cars because they were all muddy and whatnot as we're going backwards over the Yukon launch.
And some drivers don't run like a light bar during the day, and they'll come in when they know it's getting dark, and they'll have their pit crew put it on their cars because they don't want to have that weight on all day long. So I'm not sure if anybody has done that yet, came in to put the light bars on, or if anybody is running light bars. Yeah. But they're definitely racing into the dark here at Crossbar Ranch.
And it still looks like it's the battle between Jacob Versey, Josh Smith. Scott Lesage is still in the mix. But it goes Brian Stone, Josh Smith, Kyle Hathaway, Scott Lesage, and Shannon Campbell rounding out the top 5. Richie Hathaway is rooting on Kyle and Totterdale. Thank you for tuning in on our Facebook page. Casey is tuning in also. UAV Heroes tuned in. The Believe Cam is doing an amazing job. Absolutely. We've been teamed up with those guys for a couple of years now, and those FPV drones are absolutely amazing. And somebody is smoking across there. You can see Kevin is tuned in from Fountain Hills, Arizona. Thank you for tuning in. This is some amazing racing. You are absolutely correct. Kevin's loving the sunset. It is absolutely amazing out of the back of the Nitto Lounge. Need to thank Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr. for giving us their Team Funhaver Bronco to put in the infield. Ford and Bronco have really stepped up the last few years, and it's been a great partnership. Love to see them here in full force. Also need to say thanks to Can-Am, Monster Energy, Laser Nut, Method Race Wheels, Griffin Race Radiators, 4-wheel parts, Optima batteries, OnX Off-Road, Progressive, Forest River, All Balls Racing, Axial, PCI, Yukon, Boxo Tools, Holly, Amsoil, King Shocks, Warren Winch, Spicer, Dana, Spider Tracks, Action Sports Canopy, Factor 55, PRP, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, ARB, Impy, Squatchbox, Savvy, Speedstrap, HCR, VP Race Fuel, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today at the Crossbar Ranch for the 2021 Nitto National Championship.
So, Miles, I'm looking at racingtracks.com, and it looks like our leader should be coming through here fairly soon. Brian Stone of the 5012. He's getting close to being in to go out on his last loop of B.
Yeah, so he'll finish Loop A and then head out for Loop B. So we got another hour plus before this race will be ending. So be sure to stay tuned in. We'll do the best we can, but when the sun goes away, the shots are going to be far and few between, but we'll do our best.
Not sure who that was that just came into the hot pits. It was a Can-Am. I'm not sure. I couldn't see because it's so muddy and now it's dark.
So we're going to be chasing some blue lights for the little bit before the drones have to land. Believe that could be Kyle Hathaway, actually.
Miles, back to the racingtracks.com map. We have Brian Stone. He is on Loop A, his final Loop A.
And he's our physical race leader, correct?
Their physical race leader. And on Loop A, what it was mile-wise, it's going to be where he's at on Loop A. So he's at race mile 14.2. He's going about 28 miles per hour. And then we have Josh Smith, the 1948 of Josh Smith, and he is at race mile 13.8 on Loop A, and he's roughly going 24.9. And then third physical on course is Scott Lesage. He is at race mile 8.6, and he's going 28.6 miles per hour right now. So those are our top three on our Racing Tracks physical on race course, not on corrected time.
On screen is the MBRP rock face. You can see a lot of people there still hanging out. See some buggy whips cruising in the wind, but looks like it's getting a little dark, so some of them are starting to check out.
So Brian Stone, he is either in our short course or he has already gone through. I can't tell exactly. Oh, he has gone through our timing loop. It just changed colors, and that's what I was talking about earlier. You can know that what lap they're on by the color change of what I keep saying, the hot air balloon or a raindrop. I guess I could say it that way too. But the color changes as what lap that they are on. But he is out on loop B for his final time. When he comes in, the start finish, that's it for him for the night. And then he's at race mile 28.6 is what it is saying here. So he is the only one right now that is out on the last time of being on loop B.
So be sure to tune in tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time. That's when we kick off the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4800 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We'll race from roughly 10 to 1:30, and then at 1 p.m. Central Time, we'll kick out the 4400 Unlimited class. So be sure to tune in all day long. The Unlimited class will run 4 full laps. The EMC will run 3 laps. The stock class will only run 2 laps. And then tomorrow night, right around 7 p.m., we'll do awards for all the classes and kick off the Nitto Tire National Championship Banquet, presented by Rufus Racing. There's the MBRP rock face as we speak.
Again, being dark, we're not sure what driver it is, but it looks like they're having a little bit of difficulty getting up the rock face.
Corey Nasso, he's one of our racers out of Colorado, is tuned in. Yeah, tough break on the tie rod, but Josh is back and moving, and he had everybody trying to help him out. James Cantrell is tuned in. I hate you're not here too, buddy, but it is an awesome race, and you probably wouldn't have had your car ready in time anyways. All in good fun, James. I love giving you a poke, but yeah, it's always down to the wire, but you always make it happen, and you've had a great season, and you checked something off the bucket list this year with a win at Crandon. Can't get any better than that, so congrats on that win there, James Cantrell. Corey's tuned in once again. It looks too muddy. You would have made it. He's been teamed up with Levi Shirley for quite some while. And speaking about Levi, he's had some health issues recently. Hate to see he's not here. He's had a rough year, but he'll bounce back stronger in 2022. Can't wait to see him come back.
Yes, he will. And Corey mentioning that about being too muddy for him. We were joking with Lauren earlier about it being too muddy, and he jokingly said, yeah, I was going to turn around and go home. Of course, all in fun.
But he's sitting pretty good in points, so there's no way he would miss the Nitto National Championship.
And here's what I say. I jokingly say to these people that are like, oh, it's muddy, or, they have too much mud. I'm like, just put some water on it. It's like going to a spa and getting a mud mask on your body.
But those cars, it takes a toll on those cars for sure.
Yes, it does.
So I've got another one of our great racers in here that I hate to see not in his car. I've got Mr. Dustin Robbins. How's it going, buddy?
A little bit of a hike back there. We had a little bit of a mechanical problem. I think we were cooking pretty good tonight or this evening.
Yeah, you were running up on the top quite a bit, and you had a great day going until
it's that's kind of part of Ultra 4. Attrition.
Absolutely, the attrition's definitely set in today. I mean, it took you out. I've seen so many flat tires, lots of broken parts here and there. So exactly what did take you out?
So we had 4 bolts come off our winch, and it went under the car and shut down the electronics.
So, a winch is connected, to all the batteries. You got heavy wires, so when it ripped off, it just shorted out something, and that's a tough break there.
It shorted out. And so the car, typically just dead out there at mile marker 2.7. Well, like I said, we put a really good run together, and, we got past down in the rock garden, down at the creek bed, and I knew those guys were going to have a lot of attrition the way they came by me. I mean,
they were scooting around too fast.
I've been racing Ultra 4 long enough to know that at that pace that you cannot maintain 3 laps on that course. So.
Yeah, no, it's tough. And back to the winch. I mean, that's just one of those things you can't plan for that. I mean, I'm sure you've tightened all the bolts on the car more than one time, and that's just bad luck that takes you out. But that's just part of it.
That is exactly right, yes, sir. And that's Ultra 4 racing for you.
Yep, and that's why it's so good. And like I said, you've raced short course, you've raced Ultra 4, you've raced a lot of different series, and you always come back here. I love seeing you here and having fun with us, so thanks for coming racing with us, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the rest of your night, sir.
Absolutely. Likewise. So thanks again to Dustin Robbins. Looks like we got another car in the HCR hot pits. I think that was the 1955. The 4955 of Joe Gould. Joe Gould. He's got Jeff Bachman riding shotgun with him. All smiles from his pits. They've been busy. They've been pitting for a lot of teams down there. It is definitely getting dark here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. This is a 4900 Can-Am UTV race for the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We started qualifying today at 1 p.m. and then went basically straight into this race. Had a little bit of delay due to a safety concern out on course. Had to get some things cleared out. So we had about a half-hour delay, but we have been racing all afternoon, and it's been a great race. I mean, like I said, this is what Ultra 4 is all about. I mean, we've got rock climbs, we've got water crossing, we got go-fast sections. I mean, it's got a little bit of everything here at the Crossbar Ranch. And speaking about Crossbar, we need to give a huge shout out to Trotter and Justin. They've been working day and night to make this thing happen. They've been working for months and prepping it. And then when I got here on Monday, Justin Ramsey, he's been on a dozer for a week straight, just to dawn. It's been a lot of work for those guys, but they're putting in the work to make a good racetrack for us. So again, a huge shout out to the entire Crossbar crew. We're having a lot of fun. We're having a little dance off in the hot pits. Got a little night light in the back. Jonathan Terhune, part of Team Indiana's tuned in, loving the Friday night formats for the UTVs. It is an awesome race. Thank you for tuning in. Wish you were here, but we know you can't make all of them. And we know we'll see you at the King of the Hammers 2022. Martinez tuned in. And yeah, last year was cold and muddy. This year, at least, the weather's pretty nice. You're absolutely correct. That looked like it could have been a tourney car coming through. So if you go to racing tracks, it's possible Josh Smith got around Brian Stone. Not sure exactly the updates. It looks like they're updated about 2 minutes apart, so it's going to be really close. Josh Smith and Brian Stone are neck and neck. And Brian Stone started 30 seconds in front of Josh Smith. This race, they started in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. Recently, we announced the King of the Hammers schedule. The 2022 King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Friday, January 21st, King of the Hammers main gate opens. Thursday, January 27th, Hammertown opens, and you can start pre-running the full course at high noon if you're registered. Saturday, January 29th, the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Day 1 at 11 a.m., the Class 10 and UTV Grudge Match. 7 p.m. that night, a crowd favorite, the Class 11 Showdown presented by Impy. Sunday, January 30th, the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, day number 2. At 7 a.m., the B1 versus T2 battle. At 12:30, the T1 Toyo Desert Challenge main event presented by Monster Energy. Monday, January 31st, the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers qualifier and the Holly EFI shootout alongside the Lasernut Rock Coronation. Tuesday is going to be a busy, fun day. February 1st, the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifier, the Pit Crew Challenge, and they're going to do some short course racing on the infield. Wednesday, February 2nd, the King of the Hammers qualifier and LCQ. Thursday is the Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers. Friday, February 4th, the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. And Saturday, the big race, the 2021 King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. So be sure to make plans to either tune in or be there on site early February. So if Scott Raymer is anywhere in the vicinity, could you please come and get your car at the start-finish line? Scott Raymer, please come get your car. The race car, that is. And if you're just tooling around the internet, go to ultra4racing.com. Use promo code CROSSBAR20 to receive 20% off the entire website. All capitals CROSSBAR20 and receive 20% off. Good from now through October 22nd. And that's just kind of a way for us to say thanks to you, our live audience. Christmas is just around the corner. Be a great way to do some stocking stuffers. Tara looks like she has the white flag out there at the Nitto start finish. So we have another one heading out for their last B loop. Believe that's Kyle Hathaway. Sounds like Brian Reed and Michael Mills may have pulled off in the Bronco infield. Getting a little chatter through the PCI race radio. What a great day of qualifying we had, and it went straight into the 4900 Can-Am UTV race, and it's been a great race. Lots of action, lots of attrition. This is a tough course, and that's what Justin Ramsey said he wanted. Him and Trotter talked about it, and they wanted a tough course, and a tough course they gave us. That is Michael Mills and Brian Reed I believe. The left front tire looks like it's about to fall off, so they're limping into the pits.
All right, so back to the racingtracks.com tracker. It looks like Josh Smith is through Rockface, headed into the checkered flag. It looks like he is physically first on course, and he's roughly going 7.5 miles per hour right now. But the person that is second place on course right now physically is Brian Stone, and he is at roughly race mile 20.5. He hasn't moved very much, and he's actually only going 5.6 miles per hour. Not sure if he's having issues or what's going on, but he is definitely still moving just a little bit slower pace than what he has been doing all day long.
So Pam, let's talk through this a little bit. Josh Smith is in second place in the Nitto National Championship. Jacob Versey is in first place. There's 89 points that split them up. Where's Versey?
Jacob Versey is only out on lap 4 of 6, so he is on loop B right now. So he
has to finish this one to get finishing points.
Correct, and he's almost getting lapped by the 1948 of Josh Smith. So Jacob Versey, if Josh Smith gets by Jake Versey, then Jake Versey's done. And if he gets back in here, he still gets to go back out on the bay again.
He needs to push, yeah, absolutely. Because like I said, you have to do 2/3 of the race to get finisher points, so it's going to be close. Versey needs to step it up a little bit, but Josh Smith is in the mindset of let's hunt some people down, and he had a little bit of downtime in the pits. He kept cool and collective, and if he can pull off 2 wins in this season, he won the Big Sky 200 in Montana. If he can pull off this win, this young kid has something going on.
Mm-hmm. Jacob, it just updated. Jacob Versey is now at 24.6, but still, he's only, technically, if we were to not do the checkered flag, he would still have to do A and B one more time. So Josh Smith, he's on 6 of 6 loops total, but like we're saying, we're going to
do the Grand Prix finish. So once Josh Smith or whoever it is that finishes the entire race, once he gets the checkered, everybody else will also.
And right now, Josh Smith is physically first on course, so he definitely has quite a bit of a lead over the 5012 of Brian Stone,
and
who is second.
Do we have anybody else on their third and final B loop?
We do have Shannon Campbell.
Shannon Campbell, okay.
He's in third place on time.
But his racing tracks has not been working this afternoon or this evening.
It was working, and it is not. I have not seen Shannon Campbell on the racing track, so I'm not sure where at on course he is.
But he's physical third, we think.
Yes, as it shows of live timing, yes.
So let's run down the top 10. It's Josh Smith, then Brian Stone, then Shannon Campbell, Justin Barth in 4th position, Kyle Hathaway in 5th, Scott Lesage 6th, Thomas Ram 7th, Joe Gould in 8th, Bobby Lindgren in 9th, and Matt Peterson rounding out the top 10. So we've got a lot of cars still running strong out there. We'll see how it all plays out. But it's looking good for Josh Smith, Brian Stone, and Shannon Campbell. But yes, Justin Barth could be in the mix. We just don't know where Shannon is. So Justin Barth and Shannon Campbell may be in a dogfight for getting on that podium.
Yeah, we're not sure. And there's only 4 drivers that are out on this loop. So it's Brian Stone, Joshua Smith, Shannon Campbell, and Justin Barth. They have all done, 5 loops so far.
Yeah, 2 loops make 1 lap. And tomorrow in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, there's only 2 laps. In the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class will do 3 laps. And then the 4400 class will do 4 entire laps. So that's 120 of some of the nastiest trails here in Oklahoma.
And it's showing just in this UTV race today. Look at how many people have had
Look
flat
at the
tires.
tires, absolutely. And these cars are a lot lighter.
Yes, they are. I mean, it just depends on, what tire pressure you're running. If you get pinch flats or just hitting it, if you have too much air, you can hit a tire or a rock and pop your tire. It's just the terrain here, it's so different. You have your rocks, then you have your dirt, you have just your fast grass sections. So it's just a you can't really say, let me just run my tire pressure here because we're in so many rocks, because then you don't want to have issues in the other areas. So it's just a pre-running and knowing what tire pressure you want to run to
That's
where
called
you don't have
strategy.
issues. Strategy, exactly. So it's interesting tonight in the UTV race, so we'll see tomorrow for all of the big cars.
Yeah, we've got the morning race with the Everyman Challenge and then the 4400 Unlimited in the afternoon. We start off at 10 a.m. Central Time, and then the 4400 takes off at 1 p.m. So it's going to be a long, fun day. You do not want to miss a second. So turn into ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the King of the Hammers Facebook page, start a watch party, hit that share button, get on the Ultra 4 Instagram, and hashtag it up.
All right, so Brian Stone has picked it up a little bit. He's now gone a little farther past where he was at, so he's moving. Josh Smith is at like mile 23 right now, he's going 23 miles per hour at roughly race mile 22.7 of the B loop. And Jacob Versey, he's still moving. He's going 13 miles per hour at 24.6.
So Josh Smith is about 7 miles out.
Yes, roughly 7 miles out. A long 7 miles. It's a completely different course in the dark.
Yeah, Loop B's a lot more tight and technical back in the woods with the bigger hills and whatnot.
He did make it through the toughest section, though, of the rock face.
Yeah, the MBRP rock face is a cool spot. It'd be a lot of fun just come out here and play for the weekend.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, this place is open year-round. We are here at the Crossbar Ranch. It's owned by the city of Davis, but it's ran by Justin Ramsey and Brian Trotter. It is only $30 per day. Kids between 10 and 15 is only $20 per day. Children 9 and under are free. It is a 6,500-acre off-road park with over 200 miles of trails. Like I said, it's open year-round, so come on out. On a good average weekend, you can see 3,000 people out here enjoying this amazing off-road park. There are 35 camp spots with water and electricity, and there's about unlimited dry camping up here, so come on out. There's a dump station on site, and it backs up to Turner Falls, a beautiful spectacle here in south central Oklahoma. They've got a 77-foot waterfall. They got hiking trails, caves, trout fishing, cabins, and all the good stuff.
It looks like we have somebody coming in off the B loop. Not sure who it is at this time, but there is a car in the distance there coming from the B loop.
Looks like the Forks of Shame are coming out once again.
Forks of Shame. I've never heard you call it that. That's pretty funny.
Looks like that's Scott Raymer's car. Tough break for him. He had a good day running earlier, but lots of people have broke today.
We have 2 cars that look like they are coming in off of the B loop. They will get the white flag, I believe, is what they were doing earlier, correct? Yes, there we see them right there.
The white flag is out. USAC's been doing a great job today. They've recently kind of taken over a lot of the race operations and safety and tech. So I believe that was Thomas Ram, if I'm not mistaken, number 589. So So Sean Fletcher's tuned in, enjoying the race. I thoroughly appreciate that. And come on out. And if it's your first race with us during a regional race, that we have the first round on us. So we'll kind of give you a little taste, get you hooked, and have you join the Ultra 4 family. So thanks for tuning in, and can't wait to see you out here on the racetrack. Ed's tuning in. He's raced with us a few times. Loving the coverage. Thank you. CJ Kids tuned in on the Facebook, enjoying this race, I'm sure. But yes, the King of the Hammers 22 is going to be one heck of a show. I mean, dealing with COVID the last couple of years has been goofy, but we're going to blow it out and have a great time. So be sure to tune in to our website, Ultra 4 Racing. We'll post all the results tonight. You can check it out. It has been one wonderful day of racing for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We're probably about 10 to 15 minutes away from probably seeing Josh Smith lock this race up. But how's it going to shake out for the Nitto National Championship? It's going to be close. Where is Jacob Versey? We'll have to see how it all unfolds, but it has been a great day of racing. Lots of broken cars, lots of flat tires. This is one tough course. That is John Rance, I believe, the 4931 of John Rance. Thank you, Ed, for tuning in. We're having a lot of fun. I hope you are back at home. And don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. We'll be live all day racing. And then tomorrow night, we'll do the... we got a lot of trophies to give away. It's the awards for all classes and the Nitto Tire National Championship Banquet presented by Rufus Racing. Alan, thank you, buddy. You do a great job helping us out. Without you helping us out in the background, it'd be a long, long day in here. So, Alan, thanks for everything you do to help us out. Looked like that could have been Scott Lesage.
It looked like he might have only had 3 wheels going, unless it was just an angle he was at.
Austin Lars tuned in. The Lar brothers wish you were here, and we wish you were here. You and Caden always put on a great race. So Eli's rooting on Josh Smith. It's going to be close between him and Versi on the national championship points-wise, but it's looking good, so he can lock up a second win for this season.
This might be Versi coming in right here. He should be coming in anytime soon. I'm not sure if he has a light bar on, but he, on the Racing Tracks map, he is at 28.3.
So he's within a couple miles.
There are a lot of cars coming through right now, so let's see where...
And that'll put him finishing his second lap, I believe, so that puts him right at the 2/3 mark.
So Matt Peterson came through. He's out on 6 of 6. Scott Lesage, we saw him. That makes him out on 6 of 6. And that
yes,
was
that
Jacob
was
Versey.
Jacob Versey. You were right, Pam. So the number 43, the Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey, finishing his second lap. So is he going to head out for another Loop A?
He got the white flag, so he has that option to go out because he has finished a certain percentage of the race.
With the glare of the screen, I just can't quite tell who these are. I apologize. Logan's giving us a little love. We appreciate that, buddy, and thanks for all the great pictures you always give us. That could have been Nelson Sparks. Haven't seen much of him today, but he's, I believe, still running. And it looks like the checkered flag is out for Josh Smith with Smith Brothers Racing. He had a great run all day. The number 1948, Josh Smith, just locked in the unofficial first place finisher. It's been a long day. What time did we start? Roughly 4:30, so it's been almost 4 hours of racing. And remember, he came into the hot pits and spent, I'm going to say, 10 to 15 minutes fixing that tie rod. So for him to be able to do that and still come in, I think he had a flat tire as well. It's been a fun day. So Josh Smith, number 1948 out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Smith Brothers Racing. He's in his Polaris RZR with ZRP products. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2018. He's fresh off his win at the Big Sky 200 in Montana earlier this year, and it's looking good that he will get 2 wins in Ultra 4 this season. So how's that going to shake out for the Nitto National Championship? Is it going to be him or Jacob Versi? It's going to be down to the wire. But again, just a huge shout out to Josh Smith and his whole team. Another checkered flag. So again, this is Grand Prix style. That was Sarah Duffy.
It was Sarah.
But now everybody will get the checkered flag from here on out.
Now Sarah's in a Kawasaki, correct?
Absolutely, she's in a Kawasaki. Yep.
Out here, I think, in a Kawasaki.
This race.
I could be wrong, but I think she is the only one running a Kawasaki today. But for her to finish, that's awesome for her first Ultra 4 race.
Yeah, and the car's still in one piece, so she's got to be excited.
That could have been, that was not Philip Poe. It's so difficult at dark like this to see it, and then plus add the mud on top of it.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, it's hard in the dark for sure, but when they're all brown, it's pretty tough.
We're going to have to ask Scott Lesage his little trick.
For keeping the car so clean, yeah.
Yes. Racing short course, it's you try to find something that will deter the mud from sticking to your car. Never was able to figure out what that was, and yeah, some people have it figured out, obviously, and he is one of them. It seems like this race right here, just to finish itself, is a win in itself.
You are 110% correct, Pam. This has been one heck of a race. I mean, you saw how many people are in the HCR hot pits off and on all day. I mean, even our winner spent some time, quite a bit of time in there. I mean, this is a tough course. Justin Ramsey and Brian Trotter built one heck of a racetrack, and that's what Ultra 4 is about. They want a tough course. They can do it all.
Well, you call it with the Swiss Army knife?
The Swiss Army knife vehicles of off-road racing. They can do short course. They can do, crawling through the mountains, through the mud, up and over, absolutely anything. They can do it all and do it all well. Mm-hmm. That'll really shine tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, it will. The UTVs always impress me because what they go through, their suspensions are not made as, they're made strong, but they're just not as beefy because they're not as big. So to see them do what they do and get out here and go over these rocks is awesome.
So I believe that could have been three-time king Shannon Campbell coming through, and I believe it was. So Shannon Campbell physically finishing in that second position. And he started 1 minute behind Josh Smith. So I believe on adjusted time, Josh Smith is still going to be in that first position. So Josh Smith has to be extremely excited to be sitting on the podium just above the one and only Shannon Campbell. So what happened to Brian Stone? And that is Brian Stone finishing. And he started in front of Shannon Campbell. So it may be a little... No, so Shannon got around Brian. So unofficially, it looks like it's going to be Josh Smith, Shannon Campbell, and then Brian Stone. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's looking good for them. But where is Jacob Versey going to land for the Nitto National Championship? It's going to be close. So unofficially, again, it's going to be Josh Smith, Shannon Campbell, and Brian Stone. They all three had a great race today. All three were in the pits at one point or another with flat tires, having tie rod issues and whatnot. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. These cars are going to take a beating. So it looks like we're just wrapping up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. There's a great shot of our camera out back. Can't see a whole lot, but people are still moving here for the 2021 Nitto National Championship here at the Crossbar Ranch. We just unofficially wrapped up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and again, unofficially, it looks like it should be Joshua Smith, Shannon Campbell, and then Brian Stone. Looks like we have another competitor finishing his race today. That may have been Jacob Versey finishing a loop. Couldn't quite tell. Thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. We have just unofficially wrapped this up with Josh Smith, Shannon Campbell, then Brian Stone. So be sure to stay tuned in tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll do the limited class race. The Everyman Challenge race is right at 10 a.m. And then at 1 p.m. we'll ship out the unlimited 4400 class. This is a tough course, and it's going to be a fun one tomorrow, just like it was today. And then tomorrow night we'll finish out with the awards for all classes and the Nitto National Championship Banquet presented by Nitto Tires and Rufus Racing. Checkered flag is out once again. Again, everybody gets the checkered flag from here on out. So I believe that was 417 Mr. Justin Barth, unofficially in 4th position. He has got to be stoked with that. He's got his wife and kid here. So unofficial 4 spot, Justin Barth in that 4th position. We have another one coming through pretty hot. That may have been Jacob Versey finishing Loop A on his 3rd lap. So that'll put him way over 2/3. So I think if my math is correct, it's going to look pretty good that Jacob Versey probably unofficially just locked down the Nitto National Championship. He won the Western Series and the Northern Series. If it comes through and he gets the Nationals, that's going to be one happy guy. Been a great day of racing, and we could not have done it without Laser Nut, Method Race Wheels, Griffin Race Radiators, 4-wheel parts, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima batteries, Holly, Amsoil, King Shocks, Warren, Boxo Tools, Yukon, PCI, OnX Off-Road, Progressive, Forest River, All Balls Racing Group, Axial, Impy, Off the Grid, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speed Strap, Savvy, Squatchbox, Spicer and Dana, Spider Tracks, Action Sports Canopy, Factor 55, PRP, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, and ARB. Without those wonderful partners, we would not be able to put on these amazing races for you here on the track and back at home. So please support who supports the sport. We would not be here without them. So next time you build a rock crawler, a race rig, or a mall crawler, or a tow rig, be sure to go check out all those wonderful companies. Looks like we have another competitor across the line. Couldn't quite tell who that was, but another competitor finished another loop. So while we wait for a few more of our competitors to come on in, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
What's up, Angelito? Hey, listen, amigo. We are going big on a 2020 Super Duty build.
All right. We'll start with the 6-inch suspension lift kit. Follow me.
Vámonos. Sí, estos son. Listo.
He works out.
Yeah.
You look after your truck, we look after you. AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We changed the industry by formulating the first API-qualified 100% synthetic motor oil. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond. Because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
motorcycles, champions.
Countless failures, injuries,
Blood, death and tears. All of these have an association with the Dakar.
First person ever to get 3 number 1 plates in the same year.
Shaped himself up, became a champion.
It's really as simple as
UTV 96 is inside this car here for the race.
We use the UTV 96 in this car. I'm using the VP UTV 96 fuel.
Thank you, VP Racing Fuels, for keeping me powered and getting me on top of the box.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
And welcome back, world. This is the 2021 Nitto National Championship. We're just wrapping up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and it sounds like it's getting close to being an official. It should be Josh Smith, Shannon Campbell, and Brian Stone. And we're actually going to record those and play those tomorrow morning before our first race. So for tonight, again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and we'll see you in the morning.
Sorry.
You guys messed up.